Cultivation. My augmented statuses have unlimited duration. Chapter 351, Hunting Peach Rat. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Mew Family, 10 Mile Peach Blossom Forest. The banquet was ongoing. The 10 Mile Peach Blossom Forest in the center was indeed worthy of its reputation. The dense fragrance of the spiritual fruit was irresistible. The entire venue was roughly divided into 3 levels. Zhang Li's wooden clone and the Medicine King Pavilion's manager sat at the outer area. In front of each of them were 3 longevity peaches and some delicacies made from other precious ingredients. The Great Mountain Alliance and the Medicine King Pavilion were really not considered large sects in the eastern region. If they joined the Divine Judgment Hall, they might be able to sit in some of the positions inside. At the outermost area were naturally the 1,200 rogue cultivators who were fortunate enough to obtain the Peach Blossom invitation. The anonymous invitations they held could only sit at the outermost area and had to become the entertainment content of those important figures inside. In the middle of the entire venue, there was an exquisite martial arts arena. In terms of entertainment, the most popular one in the cultivation world was still martial arts competitions. The rogue cultivators would fight in pairs. The winner could show off in front of many sects and also obtain the longevity peaches rewarded by the Mew family. If he could win 10 consecutive rounds, not only would he be famous in the eastern region, he would also be able to obtain a 30-year-old longevity peach that even the disciples of the Mew family could not easily eat. Recalling the price of the Mew family's longevity peaches at the auction, they could be rich if they sold this one. You're a little late. Please sit here. It had been a long time since the banquet started. At this moment, 2 people rushed in with invitations from behind. The attendant was obviously slightly displeased. 2 rogue cultivators dared to be late for the dignified Mew family's longevity peach banquet. Did they think they were the Divine Judgment Higher UPS? The attendant led the 2 of them to a remote seat and ignored them. The last 2 people to enter were none other than Zhang Li and Mew Yulan. In the battle with the statue clone just now, Mew Yulan was actually not injured. She was just a little tired. She was a nascent soul cultivator after all, so she was fine after resting for a moment. Of course, this was under the circumstances that Zhang Li was by her side. Otherwise, without his suppression, Ghost King Yang Ruoji would immediately make a comeback and seize control. Therefore, if she did not want to lose consciousness forever, it was best to follow Zhang Li first. After telling Zhang Li about the 9 netherwood in the graveyard, the 2 of them should have changed their appearance and identity and used an invitation gathered by a hidden rock cultivator to return to the Mew family's Peach Blossom Forest. Now, on the surface, he was disguised as the 9 netherwood clone. As long as he hid among the rogue cultivators, he could hide in the shadows again. Zhang Li wanted to see what the 9 netherwood that had lost to him could do this time. Before knowing the existence of the Divine Possession Girl, the 9 netherwood in the graveyard had already entangled a group of demonic cultivators and planned to attack the Mew family. Although Yang Ruoji had failed to snatch Shen Shan Kaihua, it most likely did not affect their plan. Zhang Li had to take this opportunity to completely bury the branch for good. Otherwise, with such a fellow covetously watching from behind, Zhang Li's hidden rock cultivators and the prosperous Zhanghong shops would be completely unsafe. He would be unable to sleep and eat in peace. In addition, Yan Hong and the others were still in the hands of the 9 netherwood in the graveyard. No matter what, he had to save his good friend first. Hey, you 2 late guys, how about giving me these 2 peaches? I don't think you'll mind, right? The 2 of them sat down under the peach blossom tree. Longevity peaches were just placed on the table. A burly man with thick hair and beard that almost reached his eyebrows stood in front of them with 2 other lackeys. In the world of rogue cultivators, such things could happen at any time. Most of these rogue cultivators bullied the weak and feared the strong. For the sake of the longevity peach, they did not dare to go on stage to fight, but they dared to bare their fangs at the seemingly easy to bully. Zhang Li was stunned. It had been a long time since such a person appeared in front of him. He sized up the aura of his and Mu Yulan's clothes and discovered the problem. The two of them had hidden themselves a little too much this time. As rogue cultivators, they did not have anyone to protect them. They could only protect themselves. If one was not fierce enough or strong enough, these troublesome things would always find them. Even at such a banquet, it was bound to have people who would find trouble with you. Mu Yulan frowned. Her hand had already assumed the posture of a crane claw under the table, preparing to teach these guys a lesson for overestimating themselves. Ever since the slaughter in Fengde City, this abandoned disciple of the Thousand Crane Tower had encountered too many things in the past few months. Her personality was vastly different from before. However, before she could attack, a hand landed on the burly man's shoulder from behind. "When I'm drinking, I'll kill whoever dares to be an eyesore in front of me. Do you understand?" The person was drunk and sleepy-eyed. His clothes were loose and not gorgeous, and his figure was not as burly as these three men. He looked like a drunkard. However, when he raised his eyes, the sharp aura emitted from them made the three of them tremble in fear. Just by looking at them, they felt as if their faces had been cut by a blade, causing them to feel a burning pain. "You are drunken young master. Sorry, we're an eyesore. We'll leave immediately. We'll leave immediately." The three of them immediately gave up on the longevity peaches on Zhongli and the others' table, and they turned around and left. Drunken young master glanced at the two people at the table. "Do you mind treating me to a pot of wine?" As soon as he finished speaking, he casually picked up a bottle of peach blossom wine in front of Zhongli and Mu Yulan without waiting for an answer. Holding the wine pot, he staggered to the ring that was in the middle of the competition. When the two people who were fighting intensely in the arena saw that someone suddenly intruded, they began to berate loudly in displeasure. However, drunken young master did not care and drew the sword at his waist, executing an extremely beautiful sword technique. The wine and fire sword chi that scattered out forced the two people above down. Alliance leader Zhang, look! That's a rogue cultivator who's famous in Phoenix Sun City, drunken young master. There's also Gamble young master, Affection young master, and Slaughter young master. They're called the four great rogue cultivator young masters of Phoenix Sun City. They're young, but their cultivation levels are outstanding. They're not inferior to many disciples of large sects. Many sects want to recruit them, but they haven't succeeded. On the other side, the wily shopkeeper Zhang introduced the situation of the rogue cultivators to Zhang Li. Zhang Li, who listened to this news at the same time, stayed in the crowd and looked at the four young men who were rather famous amongst the rogue cultivators. Among the rogue cultivators, they were the focus. There was always a group of people surrounding him, and there were continuous compliments. Before drunken young master went on stage, he drank whenever he saw anyone. The tables around him were filled with drunkards who were lying on the ground. He drank 30 cultivators alone. However, after drinking so much spiritual wine, his sword technique was still sharp and his combat strength was astonishing. Gamble young master loved to gamble the most. He placed a few banquet tables on his side and actually disregarded the gazes of the surrounding people to start the gamble on the spot. His artifacts were 6 dice the size of millstones. After he went on stage, he spun and continuously threw them, sending his opponent flying with continuous attacks. Affection young master was dressed like a graceful scholar. He was handsome and gentle. There were more than 10 beautiful female rogue cultivators around him. It seemed that they had just hooked up at the venue. This talent in this aspect was clearly extraordinary. Only the last Slaughter young master, the cold one, leaned against the tree alone, indifferent to everything. This person was said to be from an assassin organization and dared to accept any mission. He even had the deeds of killing a Golden Core expert above his level when he was at the Void Core realm. Zhang Li watched with interest in the crowd and clicked his tongue in wonder. The rogue cultivators pecked at each other. From time to time, they could give people unexpected surprises. The 4 rogue cultivator young masters indeed had some skills. The 4 of them took turns to go on stage and easily established their 10 consecutive wins, obtaining a 30-year-old longevity peach. Even 2 of the sect disciples who came down could not stop them. Instead, they lost face. Soon, the entertainment competition came to an end. The Mu family's organizer carried a huge iron cage and stood in the center of the ring. "Thank you for coming to our Mu family's longevity peach banquet to support us. According to tradition, it will be our peach rat's hunt next. All young cultivators below the age of 50 can participate in the competition. Here are 100 gray peach rats, 5 silver peach rats, and 1 golden peach rat. If you capture a gray peach rat, you can obtain a 30-year-old longevity peach. If you capture a silver peach rat, you can obtain a 90-year-old longevity peach. If you capture this one and only golden peach rat, you'll be able to obtain one of our Mu family's sacred fruits, the immortal peach. You can also enter the core of our family and meet our Mu family's patriarch. If you don't have a master, you can become his personal disciple." As soon as the organizer finished speaking, a series of gasps sounded in the venue. It was not only the rogue cultivators below, even many sect disciples could not help but be tempted. Ordinary 9-year-old longevity peaches were more or less not attractive to them. This kind of longevity peach could only be considered an ordinary spiritual fruit. To second-generation heirs like them who soaked in medicine all year round, it was basically dispensable. The effect of increasing lifespan was not obvious on cultivators above the core formation realm. However, lifespan fruits with more than 30 years of lifespan had rather impressive effects. They had multiple effects of extending lifespan, increasing cultivation level, and healing injuries. As for the 90-year-old longevity peaches, even in the Mu family, only a few peach trees could bear them. If a core formation cultivator consumed it, they could at least advance a small realm. The final immortal peach was even more exaggerated. It was said that the holy immortal peach had never been leaked to the outside world. Over the years, only the higher UPS of the Mu family and the disciples who had made major contributions could obtain it. For example, if one obtained a 9 nether tree heart and provided it to the Mu family's patriarch, they could obtain an immortal peach. The effect was enough to reverse aging and change one's fate. One would immediately become a genius after eating a single pill. Moreover, if one did not have a master, they could still become the disciple of that legendary patriarch. To rogue cultivators, it was really a meteoric rise. Of course, this meant that the competition would be very intense. That golden peach rat had extreme speed and talent in hiding. It was extremely difficult to capture it. Moreover, it was not only these rogue cultivators who were participating this time. Most of the outstanding disciples and disciples of the Mu family present would participate. The disciples of those famous sects had used the best cultivation resources since they were young. Their cultivation levels were far higher than rogue cultivators of the same level. There were even a few outstanding people who, like Mu Chunyeo, had already broken through to the nascent soul realm at a young age. The insurmountable gap in cultivation made many people feel despair. However, the temptation of the first prize was too great, enough for them to fight for it. Moreover, it was not like they were going to fight in the arena directly. Through this method of catching the peach rats, who knew if they would be the lucky ones? Zhongli looked at Mu Yulan. Due to the severe deficiencies caused by the possession of the Ghost King during this period of time, she probably needed the immortality peach to be treated fully. Although the 9 nether earth fruit was not bad, it was not good at healing injuries. The 9 nether earth fruit was better at raising cultivation level and controlling the hearts of people. If she did not have such a heaven and earth spiritual treasure to treat the injuries, Mu Yulan would definitely not live beyond a year. Moreover, Zhongli was very interested in those high-quality longevity peaches and immortal peaches. The effects of the low-quality version of the 9-year longevity peach could roughly conceal the aura of Zhongli's spiritual root seed. The 30-year-old longevity peach could be used on a foundation establishment realm 9 nether earth fruit to conceal its aura. No matter how high the grade of the longevity fruit was, Zhang Li had never seen the legendary immortal peach. However, it would probably be even more useful. In any case, they still had to think of a way to find the hidden graveyard's 9 netherwood among these people. Among the 1,200 rogue cultivators, besides a number who were too old and did not meet the criteria, almost none were absent. If they did not go, they would be too conspicuous. Therefore, they followed the flow and participated in this hunt. Soon, everyone was given a black spiritual beast bag and gathered in front of a tall peach forest that had been marked out. The requirement was that they were not allowed to destroy the peach tree or kill the rat. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. There were no restrictions on the other methods. Everyone could capture many peach rats, there was no limit on quantity. The small iron cage opened. Peach rats that were only half the size of a fist darted into the forest at an extremely fast speed, especially the 5 silver rats and the most special golden rats. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the forest. 15 minutes later, the group of Mu family disciples standing at the front and the descendants of a few high-level Divine Judgment Hall disciples set off first. Then, there were the medium and low-level Divine Judgment Hall factions, ordinary forces, and finally the rogue cultivators. Different statuses were treated differently everywhere. The rogue cultivators had long been accustomed to this. Perhaps they cursed the unfairness of the world in their hearts, but they no longer revealed any displeasure on the surface. Zhang Li, who was following in the crowd, felt that it was refreshing. In the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region, he was a disciple of the Scripture Storage Valley from the beginning, and he joined the inner sect in a few months. The treatment in all aspects had always been the best. This time, he came to experience the treatment of a rogue cultivator, which could be considered to have enriched his cultivation experience. Nearly 2,000 people rushed into the forest. Soon, the first person to be eliminated appeared. A burly man wanted to chase after the former as quickly as possible, but he suddenly stepped on the branch of a peach tree and broke it. He was directly grabbed by the Mu family cultivators who had been staring at the peach forest. Someone also picked up the broken tree branch and used a spell technique to help it recover as soon as possible. Then, the first person to catch the rat appeared. Young Master Chunyeo took the lead and captured a grey peach rat. Congratulations! Mu Chunyeo was one of the few people who ran to the front. His cultivation level was the highest. He lived in the peach forest all year round and was most familiar with the terrain here. It did not take long for him to capture the first one. However, to him, as the eldest son of the first wife, 30 years of longevity peaches was really not attractive. His only goal was that golden rat. He, who had found the core of the 9 nether tree a few years ago, had already eaten an immortal peach. It was precisely because of that peach that he had leaped to become a nascent soul expert at a young age. He had an extremely high status in the clan and was basically a candidate for the next clan leader. However, for some reason, the reward given by the patriarch was especially great this time. Everything else was fine, except for the immortal peach. He casually threw the grey rat to a female cousin of his. Then, as they went deeper, everyone dispersed. Chapter 352, Drunken Young Master is Me. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Rustle. An extremely faint sound came from the tree root not far away. The eyes of Drunken Young Master, who seemed to have been drowsy all along, lit up, and his figure suddenly shot out. His hand reached into the fallen leaves and grabbed a peach rat that was utterly unable to react. This peach rat's fur was smooth. If he used too little strength, he would not be able to grab it. However, if he used too much strength, it was easy to crush it to death. This control was the key in the competition. However, to Drunken Young Master, who was called one of the 4 great young masters, he would not make such a low-level mistake. He slightly opened the gap between his fingers, and a few wisps of soft silver rat fur appeared. It was a silver peach rat. An elder of the Mu family who was monitoring the situation above immediately cried out in alarm. Drunken young master, Tang Yan. He captured the first silver peach rat. This is already the sixth one that drunken young master has captured. His shout, which was clearly filled with shock, immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding young cultivators. Seeing drunken young master stuff the peach rat in his hand into the bag, the belt already seemed to swell a little. Most of them had not even caught a single peach rat. The comparison could not help but make people's hearts flutter. After all, there were only 106 peach rats in this battle, but there were about 2,000 cultivators who entered the peach forest. There were too many boats chasing too few fish. Every time a peach rat was captured, it meant that the others had fewer opportunities. Some relatively simple, or relatively weak cultivators could only search the rotten peach leaves on the ground more anxiously. Some people with ill intentions had already quietly gathered. It was still unknown how many of the 106 peach rats were left. The hope was becoming more and more uncertain. Compared to searching for peach rats that were good at hiding on the ground, many people thought that snatching the peach rats in front of them would be easier. Especially when there was someone who stood out, it was easier to arouse such thoughts. If they did not gain anything in the end, it would naturally be natural for them to join forces and attack this lucky drunken young master. Drunken young master was not just lucky. Not far from him was the eldest son of the Mu family, Mu Chunyeo. Although he was drunk, his mind was very clear. As the eldest son of the Mu family, besides wandering for a moment after entering the peach forest, he headed in a certain direction. Tang Yan did not believe that he did not receive any hints from the other Mu family cultivators. Everyone had the same goal. In any case, he was a rogue cultivator now, so there was no need to care about his reputation. It was fine as long as methods were useful. Therefore, he abandoned the others and firmly followed behind Mu Chunyeo like a piece of gum. Logically speaking, Mu Chunyeo was familiar with the terrain of the peach forest. His cultivation had reached the nascent soul realm and he had the obscure reminder of the Mu family's cultivators. Ordinary cultivators should not be able to gain anything from him. In the beginning, a few smart sect disciples followed him. However, every time they did not discover any clues, the peach rat was already captured by Mu Chunyeo. Only then did they gradually give up and search separately. However, drunken young master was different. He maintained a fixed distance from Mu Chunyeo and only followed firmly in the general direction. Every time a peach rat appeared in the region he passed, he would capture it in advance. 6 consecutive times, Mu Chunyeo, who had a higher cultivation level, was unable to snatch it from him. When he saw that drunken young master, Tang Yan, had grabbed the silver rat, Mu Chunyeo's expression turned ugly. Fortunately, this was not a golden peach rat, otherwise, he would have attacked at lightning speed. After stuffing the silver rat into his bag, drunken young master looked at Mu Chunyeo and waited for him to continue leading the way. However, how could Mu Chunyeo let him succeed so easily? If this continued, and they really encountered the golden rat, and this fellow beat them to it, then there would be many unexpected events. Therefore, Mu Chunyeo stopped and turned to walk in the direction of drunken young master, Tang Yan. Brother Tang is indeed worthy of being one of the 4 great young masters. You're indeed skilled. The other party stepped forward respectfully, but Tang Yan was unwilling to approach him easily. His figure floated back, and the blazing sword at his waist had already fallen into his hand. Seeing that he was wary, Mu Chunyeo did not approach him and cupped his hands several feet away. Drunken young master's sword technique is exquisite and it really has the style of the ancient Shu mountain. You should have a famous master. May I know his name? When he saw someone, he would first ask where they were from before asking about their master. This was basically a conventional greeting in the cultivation world. My master died a long time ago. He's called the Liquor Fire Sword Fanatic. He's not a famous person. Young master how naturally hasn't heard of him. The Liquor Fire Elder, who was at the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak, woke up from his sleep and let out a loud sneeze. He was also puzzled. Could it be that he was already old? A golden core cultivator would actually sneeze? Indeed, the rogue cultivator who had recently become famous near Phoenix Sun City and was thought to have the style of the ancient Shu Mountain, the so-called drunken young master Tang Yan, was none other than the sword cultivator clone of Zhang Li. He was also the former disciple of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak. After contributing his golden core, the sword cultivator clone's already backward strength fell to rock bottom. It was temporarily not suitable to continue taking risks with Zhang Li. Between the two choices of returning to the Great Mountain region to live together with his junior sister and staying in the eastern region to continue exploring, the sword cultivator clone, or rather Zhang Li, still chose the latter. After leaving behind a few fire attribute 9 nether earth fruits to allow the sword cultivator clone to quickly recover his strength, he started his rogue cultivator life with Phoenix Sun City as the center. With the support of the spiritual chi of the spring surging technique in Zhang Li's body and the right hand that contained the power of chaos from the Azura, even without a golden core, he could easily defeat other golden core cultivators. After cultivating back to the golden core realm, he could use this to fight nascent soul cultivators. Such strength could already be considered to be outstanding among ordinary rogue cultivators. In a short period of time, he actually did not spend much effort to make a name for himself as the drunken young master and received the offers of many powers. When the longevity peach banquet was held this time, he mixed into the rogue cultivators' camp and entered the Mu family's peach forest. The reason why he could beat Mu Chunyeo to the rat in advance was not because he was stronger. It was because his main body, Zhang Li, was following from afar. Using the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, he monitored the subtle movements in front of him on a large scale. After finding the peach rats hiding on the treetops or under the soil, he shared the exact location with the sword cultivator clone at the same time and let him attack at lightning speed. Only then could he be faster than the other party. However, because of his ears, he could not distinguish the color of the fur. That was why he needed to follow the eldest son of the Mu family to determine the general range. However, his actions were clearly taking away Mu Chunyeo's benefits openly. No one would be willing to let this continue. I have a map of the ancient Shu Mountain. This treasure scroll belongs rightfully to a hero. I believe it is very helpful to you, Brother Tang Yan. Today, I'll give it to Brother Tang Yan. How about we become friends? His meaning was quite obvious. If he gave some benefits, the latter should stop immediately. If he dared to follow him again, he would not be so easygoing next time. Mu Chunyeo threw the map to Tang Yan and turned around to continue deeper into the peach forest. The sword cultivator clone wanted to follow again, but 2 cultivators blocked his path. Chapter 353, Affection Young Master, Greetings to Father and Brother. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. They were the disciples of the Mu family who had submitted to Mu Chunyeo. Without needing to say anything, they knew what they should do now. If the sword cultivator clone wanted to go over again, they would definitely attack. After hesitating for a moment, drunken young master put away his flying sword and walked in another direction. However, this scene was already noticed by the surrounding people. They were not fools. The Mu family had a tacit understanding of cheating their eldest son. This scene was even more obvious. Many sect disciples followed without caring about anything else. The Mu family could stop a rogue cultivator, but they could not stop them. For a time, a group of cultivators followed around Mu Chunyeo. They moved in unison with Mu Chunyeo and searched the surroundings. Mu Chunyeo could neither move forward nor stop. Once he stopped or changed his route, he could draw away a portion of the people. However, this place was actually not far from where the golden peach rat was hiding. The others would follow his previous movements and speculate as they moved forward. If he delayed, he would only lose even more. Therefore, he could only move forward and catch the golden peach rat before anyone else. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the location in the information, even he became a little nervous. When had he, Mu Chunyeo, been so aggrieved? Oh! There's a longevity peach here. At this moment, a rogue cultivator suddenly saw a small longevity peach hanging on a tree. He thought that it was left behind by the Mu family's cultivator and wanted to reach out to pluck it. Squeak squeak! Just as his hand was about to touch the longevity peach immediately fell from the treetop. Its small but powerful claws stepped on the back of his hand, turning into a golden stream of light that darted out like lightning. In a few flashes, it had already run more than 1,000 feet. It's the golden peach rat, it's mine! Everyone present cried out in surprise, and then they executed their movement techniques to pursue the golden peach rat. The agility and speed of this golden peach rat were far superior to ordinary peach rats. It flashed and leaped among the tree branches, and it was actually much faster than golden core cultivators. Even a few young nascent soul cultivators were unable to catch up to him without harming the surrounding peach trees and not daring to use their full strength. A blazing fire attribute flying sword accurately pierced through the gap between the branches of the peach tree and intercepted it from ahead. It was the sword cultivator clone who had circled around in advance. The flying sword, burning rainbow, was about to hit the rat. However, a crane shadow flashed from above. The disciple of the 1,000 crane tower had been walking on the treetop. He seized the opportunity to scurry into the forest. His feet turned into crane claws, one claw sent the flying sword, burning rainbow, flying, and the other claw grabbed the golden-furred rat at an even faster speed. The claws were firm, and the feeling was wrong. Looking down, the original golden peach rat had unknowingly been replaced by a white jade dice. The rat was trapped in a black jade cup and shot at one of the 4 young masters. However, after this round of twists and turns, the other experts had already caught up. With the protection of the dice cup, everyone became braver. Each of them displayed their divine arts and competed in the forest. The cultivation methods that each sect specialized in were all special. As they collided, the surrounding peach trees swayed. They tried their best to restrain their actions in case the peach trees were destroyed and they were eliminated. As they fought, the black jade dice cup quickly spun and rolled, and the rat inside was dizzy. Just as Mu Chunyeo and the disciple of the Extreme Earth Castle exchanged a palm strike, a stream of spiritual chi leaked out and sent the black jade dice cup far away. A fan flew over at this moment. After catching the black jade dice cup, it spun and landed in the hands of a handsome young master. The cultivator held a fan in his left hand and a longevity peach in his right hand that he took a bite of and placed it in the black jade dice cup. The sweet smell tempted the rat inside. It poked its nose and darted out of the dice cup before pouncing on the longevity peach. He threw the longevity peach into the black beast riding bag, and the golden peach rat was put into it by this person. "You're that affection, young master? Hurry up and hand over the golden peach rat." The group of young experts who had been fighting just now were no longer in the mood to fight. A group of people chased after the dice cup and surrounded the cultivator with the fan. "You're a spineless coward who hides behind women. You better be sensible. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Affection, young master? You're just a piece of trash that spends all day in the prostitution house. How dare you snatch the golden peach rat?" Surrounded by such a group of people, Affection, young master, who was only at the golden core realm, could not escape. This rogue cultivator, 4th young master in Phoenix Sun City, was very famous. However, the most hated person was not the slaughter young master who had killed countless people, but this elegant young master. No one knew what methods he relied on, but this person could hook up with all sorts of women, causing hundreds of them to mourn and yearn for him. At least 90% of the male cultivators thought that he must have used some strange bewitching spell technique. Otherwise, with just his face, it was impossible for him to succeed without spending spirit stones. This affection young master who appeared out of nowhere made the young cultivators grit their teeth in hatred. Taking this opportunity, they attacked together. Leaving this person's corpse here should be a satisfying thing. However, Mu Chunyeo, who was in the crowd, looked at this affection young master with a puzzled expression. Who are you? As soon as he finished speaking, he had already walked out of the crowd and reached out to grab affection young master's face. He did not care if he would destroy the surrounding peach trees. The power of a nascent soul cultivator was vividly displayed. However, affection young master was not flustered. As he waved his fan, he blocked Mu Chunyeo's force. His figure floated back and was actually as steady as a pillar before Mu Chunyeo's attack, not at all at a disadvantage. Where did you learn the Mu family's cultivation method? Tell me quickly. Otherwise, you definitely won't be able to leave today. When Mu Chunyeo said this, everyone realized that it was no wonder this person was so agitated. On a closer look, the spiritual chi that the two of them emitted was exactly the same. This scene drew the attention of all the higher UPS outside the arena. It was originally a small conflict, but since it involved the leakage of the family's cultivation method, the matter became serious. The Mu family's current head, Muse Shu, who was sitting at the center of the room, had already disappeared from his seat in a daze. When he appeared again, he was already standing above everyone. With a wave of his hand, a sharp Yangwood spiritual chi roared like a tsunami. Affection young master, who was the first to bear the brunt, was blown 1,000 feet away even if he tried his best to resist. The fan in his hand was tattered, and the human skin mask on his face could not withstand this spiritual chi and was directly blown away. The face exposed from under the mask stunned all the Mu family cultivators. That person shook his head and smiled helplessly. He threw away his tattered fan and cupped his hands towards Muse Shu and Mu Chunyeo as he said, "Greetings to father and brother." Chapter 354, Forming a Good Relationship. Chunyang? How can it be you? Under the human skin mask, the face exposed was one of the children of the Mu family's current head, Mu Chunyang. Zhang Li had seen this second-generation young master before he became the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance. At that time, he was still in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region and had caused a huge commotion. He had relied on the Mu family to come out and cheat others. He wanted to gain something without risking anything and take down the Medicine Garden mystic realm of the Great Mountain region. After being stopped by Zhang Li, he found the Mother River's graveyard and fell inside. After he was saved by Zhang Li and the others, in order to prevent this fellow from returning to the family and stirring up trouble, they secretly locked him up. During this period of time, he had been locked in the Shu Mountain Demon Subduing Pagoda. This was also because of the Mu family's peach blossom cultivation method that the spiritual root seed could not parasitize him. Zhang Li did not have any extra parallel mind to waste at that time, so he could only lock him up and stall for time. A few days ago, Mu Chunkong and the others had also gone to the Great Mountain region to ask about many details about Mu Chunyang. He already had some doubts about the safety of this group of people. Although they had not suspected the Great Mountain Alliance for the time being, they still could not contact the son of the family head, Mu Chunyang, at the longevity peach banquet held once every 9 years. This made the Mu family even more suspicious. It was even to the extent that there were already a few people who sought out Zhang Li's clone to inquire about the situation. He believed that Elder Mu was in the same situation. If not for the fact that his soul lamp token had not been extinguished, the Great Mountain region would have antagonized another medium-sized divine judgment faction. However, this kind of thing could not be investigated, especially in the cultivation world where there were countless magical methods. As long as they really wanted to investigate, it would be very difficult for the Great Mountain Alliance to hide it. Fortunately, Zhang Li had broken through to the Golden Core realm earlier and the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra had advanced. He had long created the fifth parallel mind. This was why he had come out of seclusion earlier and rushed back to the Great Mountain region to forcefully convert this Mu Chunyang into one of his own. He turned into the rogue cultivator young master of the vicinity of Phoenix Sun City and appeared at the Mu family's banquet. As for where this affection young master's identity came from, who was this rogue cultivator who was popular among thousands of young girls? A certain eldest senior brother who had a good relationship with Zhang Li and had once gone out to the eastern region to wander the pugilistic world expressed that he should let the past go. He handed this identity to Zhang Li only because he wanted him to do things more conveniently here. Zhang Li might as well use it at this moment. That's right. After going out to train for a year, your cultivation has improved quite a bit. The figure of the Mu family's head, Mu Shu, flashed again and appeared in front of the fifth clone, Mu Junyang. He reached out and grabbed his shoulder, probing everything on Mu Junyang in the next moment. However, he did not find anything wrong. The parallel mind of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra was completely capable of turning anything into reality. What have you been doing during this period of time? The family contacted you but did not reply. You even wore such a mask and are always causing trouble here. Forget it, you did well this time. The first prize of this longevity peach banquet is yours. The Mu family's master said a few words to Mu Junyang, but he was clearly not really angry. Instead, he was very satisfied with this ordinary son. Earlier, Mu Junyang had attacked Mu Chunyeo for more than 10 breaths without being at a disadvantage. This method was enough to make Mu Shul look at him in a different light. He was his son after all. Since he had already captured the golden peach rat, he naturally would not force him to hand it over. With the decision made, the clone won the first prize. Sixth brother, you're so impressive, I'll consult you again after the banquet ends. Mu Chunyeo was furious, but he could not show it. He could only say this before turning around and leaving. To this eldest young master, this was the worst situation. It would have been one thing if it was a rogue cultivator or a cultivator from another sect who snatched the golden peach rat, but it had to be his own brother. This would undoubtedly cause a certain degree of competition for his status. A single peach was completely enough to allow his brother to break through to the nascent soul realm. Mu Chunyeo usually looked like a generous elder brother. However, that was in front of outsiders and no one could threaten him. However, this person was actually extremely petty and could not tolerate others. Once he thought that someone wanted to snatch something from him, he would use all kinds of methods to defeat his opponent. Mu Junyang was originally only considered average among his brothers. He did not expect that after returning from a year of training, his entire bearing would undergo a huge change. The cultivators who had surrounded him could only give up in embarrassment. After all, the family head had already spoken. Could they still kill his son in front of everyone? As soon as Mu Junyang, who had not returned home for a long time, appeared in front of everyone in such a dazzling manner, this caused his name to appear in the eyes of the other sects and powers. Perhaps another outstanding figure would appear in the Mu family. Mu Shu personally brought him to sit beside him, causing Mu Junyang's mother, who was sitting at the side, to be extremely happy and gratified. The cultivators were extremely disappointed. However, although the competition was intense just now, there were actually dozens of grey-furred rats and 4 silver-furred rats that had yet to be found. It was important to capture those peach rats as soon as possible. After another round of competition, they each obtained quite a bit. Among them, drunken young Master Tang Yan and an unknown rogue cultivator captured the most rats. However, they were very cautious. Before they were completely surrounded, they had already left the peach forest area. The hunt lasted for a few hours before it finally ended. Most of the people found nothing and could only sigh and leave the forest. A small number of people with both strength and luck obtained the longevity peach corresponding to the peach rat. These longevity peach spiritual fruits were excellent choices whether they were sold to outsiders or kept for oneself to consume. Zhang Li, who was mixed in the crowd, relied on the cooperation of his main body and clone to secretly obtain many peach rats, and he could be considered to have profited greatly. However, until the end of the banquet, the great chaos that Zhang Li was looking forward to did not appear. Thinking about it, it made sense. There were so many external forces invited to this banquet. It could be said that there were countless experts. Moreover, most of them had friendly relations with the Mu family. Attacking at this time was the stupidest choice. He was not in a hurry. He was ordinary among the rogue cultivators. After the banquet, many forces left in an orderly manner, and some young rogue cultivators who had outstanding performances in this banquet were invited to stay behind and be received by the Mu family. Those who had an interest in these people could choose to join the Mu family. It was even possible that they could become Dao companions with the disciples of the Mu family and become members of the Mu family. After the banquet ended, Mu Junyang, who had won the first prize, was pulled to the side by his birth mother and got nagged at for a long time. This caused Zhang Li to be slightly embarrassed. After all, the soul of the original owner of this body had completely vanished. The other party also asked the few elders who went out with Mu Junyang. At that time, there was a group of people going out, but now, only one came back. The people on that ship were all affiliated with Mu Junyang's mother. One of them was a soul formation elder, Mu Junyang's uncle and also her younger brother. As the temporary fifth clone, Mu Junyang naturally would not say that the few vassal elders were basically dead, and that uncle was still locked in the Shu Mountain Demon subduing pagoda. He could only fabricate a reason and say that they had discovered some clues and could not give up easily. They were still outside helping search for the 9 netherwood and could not rush back for the time being. It was not a very good reason, but the other party did not doubt it at all. She only kept nagging that Mu Junyang had gone out and suffered too much. After a long time, he left his mother's residence and walked on the small road in the clan. When the maids and servants on the road saw him, they all bowed respectfully. Their attitude seemed to be much better than before. This was the internal style of the Mu family. In such an environment, naturally, everyone would try their best to climb up. At this moment, a pure white spiritual cat ran to him. After rubbing Mu Junyang's pants twice, it ran towards a remote courtyard. Mu Junyang followed without hesitation. He knew this cat and the owner of it. Sure enough, he soon saw the person who had been waiting for him. "Sixth brother, you've really changed a lot in a year." The white cat jumped into the arms of a young girl. Apart from her long hair, that girl was 60 to 70% similar to Mu Junyang. "Jingnan, why aren't you accompanying mother? Why are you here?" This young girl was called Mu Jingnan, and she was the closest sister to Mu Junyang. That white cat from before was obviously this person who wanted to lure him here. "Brother, did you find the demon wood tree heart?" Mu Junyang shook his head. It was naturally impossible for Zhang Li to hand over his 9 nether clone. On the other hand, Mu Jingnan had long expected this. The Mu family had been established in the eastern region for 8,000 years, and all the 9 nether wood branches they could find in the surroundings had already been plucked clean. How could it be so easy to find another one? "In that case, Jingnan will give you a gift." She brought Mu Junyang into the inner room and took out a small box from a pouch-shaped storage artifact. Just through the box, Zhang Li already knew what was inside. The box opened, and a dense 9 nether spiritual qi immediately leaked out. Inside was a wooden figure sitting cross-legged with a vivid and lifelike expression. It was the heart of a 9 nether wood. "Where did you get this?" The 5th clone, Mu Junyang, cried out in surprise. At the same time, he sighed with emotion at the boldness of the person in the underwater graveyard. He had a tree heart burned away by Zhang Li, causing his vitality to be greatly damaged. If he relied on this tree heart, he would definitely be able to recover faster. However, he took the initiative to offer it at this moment. It was obvious that he had great ambitions. "I bought this from an old Daoist who doesn't know anything. If brother presents this tree heart to the ancestor and father will definitely look at you in a different light. At that time, brother, you will definitely not lose to Mu Chunyeo." Their branch had always been a little hostile to Mu Chunyeo. This was probably the reason why the 9 netherwood in the graveyard targeted them. One could imagine that if Mu Junyang did not return after a long time, Mu Jingnan would probably go on stage and hand over the 9 nether tree heart. However, her cultivation level was even lower, and as a woman, she was not suitable to be the successor of the family head. This time, Mu Junyang had stolen the limelight at the banquet. If he pursued and offered a tree heart, he might be able to suppress Mu Chunyao in the patriarch's mind. Is it really just an old deist that we don't know? However, Mu Junyang did not immediately take the box. Instead, he stared at his sister and asked. Sure enough, there was a hint of panic in her eyes. This bit of temperament was still too shallow. As expected of the first place winner, young Master Mu. We found this tree heart by accident and are willing to form a good relationship with you. From the back of the small courtyard, 4 mysterious cultivators led by an old deist walked out. They did not hide and stood in front of the 5th clone openly. In another place, Zhang Li, who had his vision synchronized, narrowed his eyes. This was because the old deist who walked out looked almost identical to the tree heart on the 9 nether wood in the graveyard. It turned out that this old fellow had been hiding here all along. In that case, he had given Zhang Li the leaf through Mu Jingnan. The two sides looked at each other for a moment. The other party did not recognize Mu Junyang. When Mu Junyang and the others broke into the underwater graveyard, he had actually been in the flying ship because his cultivation was too low. Therefore, his appearance was not seen by the other party. Form a good relationship? Why didn't you find Mu Chunyao instead? You should know that he's the eldest son. Mu Junyang was like a normal person as he cautiously raised his question. Because we feel that the icing on the cake cannot compare to timely assistance. 6th young master, what do you think? If you have any doubts, I believe many people will be interested in this tree heart. The old deist priest took the box back from Mu Jingnan. Clearly, they had the initiative. What do you want? His 5th clone, Mu Junyang, acted as himself. According to his identity, it was impossible for him to give up on this tree heart. We want your immortal peach. The moment the other party spoke, he made such a request. No, I can't give you the immortal peach. However, I can exchange it for 10 90-year longevity peaches. I can give you 2 per year, for a period of 5 years. The immortal peach in his hand had long been given to his main body. He did not have a single one left. Deal. After both sides reached a consensus, the tree heart landed in Mu Junyang's hands. Just thinking about it, it was obvious that this tree heart had been tampered with and could not be used by him. However, Zhang Li did not intend to expose him. Instead, he planned to continue cooperating with the other party. Just as the other party had said, the Mu family's patriarch and the 9 Netherwood were natural enemies. If he became stronger, Zhang Li's life would not be easy. On Zhang Li's side, he was studying the new immortal peach, 2 90-year-old longevity peaches, 10 30-year-old longevity peaches, and several 9-year-old longevity peaches. After the 9 nether clone absorbed these 90 years of longevity peaches, they could also transform into the 9 nether earth fruit. A 90-year-old longevity peach was roughly equivalent to the full cultivation of a void core cultivator. As for the lifespan of decades, it was not comparable to the 9 nether earth fruit. Although this bit of cultivation was actually nothing to Zhang Li, the earth fruits transformed like this had no attributes. In other words, cultivators of any attribute could consume it. This was slightly more useful than ordinary earth fruits. As for the immortal peach, it was a little different. It was far above the longevity peach and had almost reached the same level as the 9 nether earth fruit that grew from the branch. Moreover, these two types of spiritual fruits were natural enemies, and yin and yang countered each other. After absorbing a single peach, a small bump actually grew on the back of the 9 nether clone's tree heart. It was nurturing the second tree heart. Chapter 355, Immortal Peach Ancestor. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The next day, more than 200 rogue cultivators who were thought highly of for various reasons were communicating with the disciples of the branch family. This could increase their sense of belonging and perhaps introduce some new blood to the family. The fifth clone, Mu Junyang, walked towards the deepest part of the peach forest under the lead of the Mu family's head. This was said to be the residence of the Mu family's patriarch. Even to them, it was an absolute forbidden area that they could not enter. The closer he got to the center of the peach forest, Zhang Li could sense that the terrain was continuously falling. Unlike many mountain spirits and demons who like to live higher, the Mu family's patriarch seemed to be in a low place. Mu Junyang thought of something and kicked the peach leaves on the ground, revealing the soil below. The soil quality here had already begun to be a little different. It was even more fertile. While the granules were fine, there were also some white ores mixed in the soil. This did not seem to be ordinary soil. This kind of soil situation often appeared beside the mineral-rich hot spring water. The spring water that emerged from the ground transported a large amount of minerals to the surface and condensed them into salt. Could it be that the core of this peach forest was actually a large hot spring lake? The fifth clone's actions landed in Mu's Shu's eyes. He nodded without a trace, looking satisfied. You discovered this the first time you came. You're more meticulous than your elder brother. Before my Mu family was established, this used to be an ancient hot spring spiritual lake called the Stainless Spring. Unfortunately, it dried up 8,000 years ago. Our Mu family's patriarch lives in the core of this spiritual lake. The Mu family's master explained some of the details of the family's past to Mu Junyang. As a large family with a history of 8,000 years, very few juniors would understand these past events. However, when Zhang Li heard this name, he was indeed reminded of some distant memories. Stainless Spring? Could this name be one of the legendary 9 Yang springs in his previous life? Legend had it that in ancient times, the 10 suns burned the ground while Yi shot out 9 arrows. The 9 golden crow suns fell into the mortal world and transformed into the 9 Yang springs. This was the origin of the 9 Yang springs. If Zhang Li did not remember wrongly, this was once the place where the 7 fairies bathed. However, because there were mortals led by the cowherd, they often came to peep. Later on, it even evolved to the extent of stealing clothes to threaten the goddess to submit. The 7 fairies gradually disliked coming here to bathe. Later on, 7 spider demons who were disciples of an unknown mighty figure built a cave abode at the side, and the spring water became the territory of the coiling thread cave. They also liked to bathe here like the 7 fairies. However, the mortals who came to peek were not so lucky. They were all eaten after being grooms for a night. These were the knowledge that Zhang Li had learned in Journey to the West. However, thinking about it, this made sense. With the power of that unknown mighty figure, who could even get the Bodhisattva to save a disciple, the centipede demon. Clearly, it was at least a famous first-rate god. It was not a big deal to obtain a few immortal peaches for the disciples at the peach banquet. This might be the reason why the immortal peach seed that created this peach forest was left behind. Only by hiding in the stainless spring formed by the golden crow could the peach blossom peach core survive the long cultivationless age and sprout under the recovery of spiritual qi. Even the Mu family did not know this. Don't be surprised or speak nonsense when you see anything later. Listen carefully to the patriarch's teachings. This will be greatly beneficial to your future. Mu's Shu carefully reminded his 6th son about some things to take note of when meeting the patriarch. He then bowed respectfully to the center. Ancestor, I, Mu's Shu, bring my 6th son to greet you. After walking through the last small path, there was an empty space ahead. Then, in the center of the empty space, there was another peach tree. It was a little different. This peach tree was not very tall and was located in the center of the dried-up stainless spring. The terrain was even lower, so one could not see it directly from the outside. The entire peach tree emitted a thin layer of golden light from top to bottom. The dense spiritual qi of the yang wood attribute filled the branches and peach blossoms. On every petal and leaf of the peach tree, there were some subtle and profound golden patterns. Zhang Li even sensed a trace of an aura similar to the Dao essence fruit on it. This immortal peach tree had actually cultivated the leaf Dao rune to this level. The 9 nether wood, which was also a spiritual root of heaven and earth, could naturally grow Dao patterns. However, that could only be done slowly after producing the third tree heart. Zhang Li's 9 nether clone and the 9 nether wood branch here were far from that level. Looking down, among the curled and thick tree roots, an old man was sitting cross-legged beside a peach tree. That was the so-called Mu family's patriarch. Come forward. Mu Xia did not step forward. Only Mu Junyang bowed and carefully walked in front of that old man, sitting down on a mat. Then, he took out the small box. Ancestor, your descendant, Junyang, offers you something. The 5th clone was very straightforward. The 9 nether spiritual chi spread out, and the undisguised aura made the entire immortal peach tremble. Not bad, not bad. Looks like the concubine gave birth to a filial child. You're called Junyang, right? I'll remember. A tree vine reached out from the treetop and wrapped around the box in the clone's hand, pulling it back. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer a loss. Another branch took the initiative to reach out. On it hung a crystal-clear immortal peach. From the looks of it, it was even better than the one he had obtained earlier. I heard you snatched the first prize and already obtained an immortal peach. If you consume it now, I can help you refine it. The Mu family's patriarch was clearly very satisfied with this gift. It was not difficult to hear the joy in his voice. This was also the main reason why he established the Mu family. This family had not disappointed him in all these years. Thank you, patriarch. However, I have just broken through not long ago. My foundation is still unstable, so it's not suitable for me to consume the immortal peach now. I wish to listen to Patriarch's teachings and am already satisfied. However, after taking the immortal peach, this reward was rejected by Mu Junyang. Because Mu Junyang's body was not very special, and he would probably be unable to continue living in the Mu family after today, Zhang Li did not intend to use him as a long-term clone. It was a waste to give him such a good thing to eat. Neither arrogant nor rash. Not bad indeed. After putting away the things, this ancestor felt comfortable no matter how he looked at it. Even when he met with a refusal, he was not angry. Instead, he praised Mu Junyang. Since you want guidance, I'll do as you wish. The old man's body, which was clearly just for show, did not move at all. On the peach tree, a peach blossom emitted a golden light before floating down and slowly floating into Zhang Li's palm. Take it and meditate. The clone opened his mouth and sucked it in. Immediately, the parallel mind was pulled into an illusion. The Empress of the Heavenly Palace, the jade pool bestowed by the 9 clouds, the cloud-soaring cactus, and the pure and flawless holy water. The first layer of heaven and earth. The scene in the illusion was actually the legendary Heavenly Palace jade pool. This Mu family's patriarch was once a heavenly peach, so he had naturally participated in the jade pool heavenly peach banquet. To think that he would keep this scene in his memories until now. Zhang Li could only see some scattered images that looked a little blurry, and the images of the immortals and gods in the banquet were even more blurry. However, just looking at the corner of the jade pool made the 5th parallel mind begin to become stronger and clearer. After the creation of the world, the clear chi floated up and the turbid chi sank. After the path to heaven was cut, the heavenly realm became an immortal land formed by pure chi. As for the jade pool in the heavenly palace, it was even more pure. Just by visualizing the ancient jade pool, one's soul would become pure and clear. The Yang Peach Dao scripture in the 5th clone's body also began to circulate at extreme speed, and his cultivation constantly rose. This could completely be considered a fortuitous encounter, but unfortunately, it was completely opposite to the cultivation direction of the main body. The 9 nether Dao scripture was born from the netherworld's 9 nether. The nutrients it needed were basically non-existent in the jade pool illusion. If it was his main body, his cultivation would probably regress. This opportunity could only be enjoyed by his fifth clone. After giving the reward, the immortal peach ancestor started to look at the 9 nether tree heart impatiently. This 9 nether wood was not very strong originally. It did not accumulate much power in the tree heart, but it was still an absolute supplement to the immortal peach ancestor. As long as he had 3 more, he could break through his current realm again. He roughly checked and did not find any problems. A tree hole automatically opened on the tree and swallowed the tree heart. Just as the 9 nether clone had done previously, the spiritual roots of heaven and earth swallowed each other, and yin and yang complemented each other to strengthen themselves. The immortal peach ancestor was originally a branch of the immortal peach spiritual root. In terms of bloodline grade, it should be inferior to the 9 nether branch. However, during these years, he had swallowed more than 10 9 nether branch and had already replenished his bloodline to the level of the low-grade immortal peach. If he continued to devour the tree heart, he might evolve into a medium-grade immortal peach tree or even a high-grade one. However, just as the yang peach spiritual chi soaked into the outer layer of the 9 nether tree heart, a large amount of filth suddenly leaked out. Among it was a large amount of the filthiest soul residue. This was simply an extremely targeted gift to trick the patriarch. From the location of the immortal peach garden, it could be seen that the immortal peach tree could only survive in a pure environment. Under normal circumstances, the human world was not able to satisfy the conditions of the immortal peach tree. However, this stainless spring not only contained the power of extreme yang, it also had the power of the sun to cleanse the turbid filth and barely grow. Even at his current level, the immortal peach ancestor still hated this filth very much. This sudden filth caught the immortal peach wood off guard. He had originally thought that even the 9 nether wood would not place these dirty things in his body. Therefore, he did not check deeper previously, but this was clearly done by someone. He immediately wanted to spit out the tree heart. The tainted power was extremely sticky and corrosive. The dirty thoughts and malice in those souls also began to pollute the mind of the immortal peach ancestor. As long as his spiritual chi and thoughts touched this side, they would be polluted and bitten. As a result, even with his cultivation level, he could not eliminate these things immediately. The spiritual chi around the peach tree was visibly dyed with a layer of haze. In the middle, a ball of dense black was trying to corrode the surroundings. Not only that, but the immortal peach ancestor was the core of the entire Mu family's peach forest. It was located in the center of the dried-up spring. As soon as something happened to him, the entire Mu family's peach forest started to surge violently. The originally multicolored sky changed along with it. A ball of black chi rolled above everyone's head. What's going on? The Mu family head, who was guarding not far from the core forbidden area, instantly appeared beside Mu Junyang. However, Mu Junyang was currently in an illusion realm and the immortal peach ancestor was disturbed by the remnant soul, so no one could answer him. As a result, he could not figure out the reason immediately. This was also the reason why Mu Junyang had to hand the tree heart to the immortal peach ancestor in person. If something happened through Muzazu, he would immediately be suspected and die with a slap. Boom! At this moment, a violent spiritual chi explosion sounded from afar. Surging demonic flames lit up several peach trees. Black smoke soared into the sky. Someone was actually stirring up trouble in the Mu family. He looked at the dense black chi on the core peach tree and then at the commotion in the distance. For a moment, he was uncertain if he should leave the core to save the situation. However, his communication spirit stone soon rang. The Mu family head's expression immediately became even uglier. It was the elder from the Mu family's life token room. Under normal circumstances, even if 1 or 2 disciples of the Mu family died, the life token room elder would only record it down and report to him according to the normal process. To directly contact him through the communication spirit stone meant that the situation should have been terrible to the point of having no choice. Sure enough, the guard elder who picked up the communication token told him that the life tokens of the descendants of the Mu family suddenly shattered on a large scale. In just a moment, hundreds of them shattered and were still increasing. Due to the longevity peach banquet, no matter how close or distant the descendants of the Mu family were, they were all recalled to the family. They were gathered together and should be interacting with those rogue cultivators. Damn it! There was something wrong with those rogue cultivators. Muse Shu immediately thought of this. Although there was a problem with the patriarch and he wanted to help him out, he did not know how to help the patriarch for the time being. Moreover, he could not afford to lose so many of the Mu family's descendants. Moreover, the ancestors' cultivation was extremely high. Even if he was temporarily ambushed, he definitely could not be badly injured or hurt his foundation. Thinking for a moment, he decided to deal with the culprits. After dealing with them, the rest could be done slowly. Having made up his mind, Muse Shu's figure instantly disappeared, leaving only the fifth clone, Mu Junyang, in the core forbidden area. After he left, Mu Junyang, who was supposed to be comprehending in the illusion, immediately opened his eyes. He spat out a petal that was already a little dim and decisively gave up on the jade pool illusion that could compare to the effect of epiphany. Seeing that there was no one around, he did not hesitate to jump into the treetop of the immortal peach ancestor. Chapter 356, Stop While You're Ahead. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Muse Shu left the core forbidden area and rushed towards the few places where something happened near the peach forest. At his level, the distance of less than 5 kilometers was traveled in an instant. The venue of the incident was mostly the venue arranged by the Mu family for the banquet. There was no doubt that someone with ulterior motives had already set up a backup plan during the longevity peach banquet. The reason why they detonated it at this moment was to make the Mu family cultivators chaotic and let them put out the fire everywhere to scatter their strength. The power of these demonic flames was not small, and the burning speed was extremely shocking. If it was not dealt with in time, it would complete a terrifying loss to the Mu family's peach forest. With a wave of his hand, domineering and pure Yang peach spiritual qi poured down. The Yang would attribute spiritual qi should have stimulated the flames to continue rising, but in his hand, the surging demonic flames were forcefully extinguished. After removing the pollution of the demonic qi, the remaining spiritual qi could nourish these longevity peach trees that had been burned. It could protect them from death and quickly sprout, allowing them to regain their lives. Muse Shu was indeed Muse Shu. This son of a concubine that no one thought highly of had successfully won the previous competition for the position of the family head. With the help of ancestor Immortal Peach, his cultivation level rose rapidly. After breaking through several hurdles in a row, he was already the strongest person in the Mu family and was extremely famous in the entire eastern region. After he attacked, the flames in the 10-mile peach blossom forest were quickly suppressed. His efficiency alone was even greater than all the cultivators in the Mu family combined. It did not take long for the figure with peach blossoms embroidered on its body to appear in the sky above the area where many Mu family experts and demonic cultivators were fighting. There were actually not many demonic cultivators who had been discovered here. There were a total of 9 people, and there were only 2 soul formation cultivators. Logically speaking, such a number of enemies should be able to destroy the Mu family's base, the 10-mile peach forest. On what basis did they dare to offend the Mu family and why had they resisted the experts for so long? The reason was naturally the nearly 1,000 Mu family juniors below. They had originally been called here for a gathering and were not guarding against it at all. In the end, there were a few wolves with ulterior motives hidden in the rogue cultivators group. In a few blinks of the eye, they had all been captured. Through some unknown method, the demonic cultivators hidden among the rogue cultivators were clearly organized and planned. They were using strange demonic methods to control a large number of Mu family disciples. The experts and elders of the Mu family were concerned about this, so they did not dare to attack. They did not dare to attack, but Muse Shu did. As long as they acted quickly, not many people would die. Let go of them. Tell them who's behind this. Muse Shu said this, but before the demonic cultivators below could clamor, his figure instantly appeared behind a demonic cultivator. With a crack, he twisted his neck and removed the other party's head. His attack was so fast that no one could react before their heads moved. Swoosh! An essence soul flew out of the head held by Muse Shu, turning into a black light that was about to escape. This was the manifestation of the essence soul. After abandoning his body, the speed of his essence soul was extremely fast, almost an unimaginable speed. Immortals from ancient times had their essence soul leave their bodies and wander the world at high speed. Although soul formation cultivators could not reproduce the scene from back then, it was already a speed that surpassed the understanding of ordinary cultivators. Unfortunately, the Mu family's head, Muse Shu, was faster. When a demonic cultivator's essence soul left their body, he could still see a trace. However, how did Muse Shu move? Not far away, Zhongli did not even notice a trace. When he saw it again, the other party was already waiting on the path that his essence soul had to pass through. He raised his hand and grabbed it. A soul formation demonic cultivator had fallen to his hands just like that. This was the power of a medium-sized divine judgment faction's leader. Zhongli, who was obediently staying in the rogue cultivator crowd, was extremely shocked by this. It was hard to measure the gap between them. He did not know when he, the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, would be able to possess such strength. However, even so, Muse Shu was still unable to save those Mu family descendants. Muse Shu did not relax at all while holding the demonic cultivator's essence soul in his hand. Instead, his brows furrowed even more tightly. Below, the group of Mu family disciples who were originally controlled by this demonic cultivator collapsed with wails. The Mu family cultivators came forward to save him. However, talismans that could forcefully stabilize injuries and retain souls were useless against them. Their soul origin had been affected by a special method in advance. A strange grass rope passed through all their hearts and finally connected to the heart of the unlucky guy who had his head removed. The other demonic cultivators also did the same. The mechanism behind this ensured that as long as the demonic cultivators died, all the disciples of the Mu family who were pierced by the grass rope would have their souls dissipate and die. Muse Shu landed among the corpses of the dead disciples with a livid expression. He grabbed the grass rope and immediately understood the reason. Vine-binding grass. This was a special spiritual grass that looked no different from ordinary weeds. Its name originated from the classic legend of gratitude being repaid with the vow of vine-binding. However, the requirements for cultivating this spiritual grass were actually quite harsh and vicious. They needed 100 ghosts that were grateful to the murderer even after they were killed by the refiner to throw them all into a blade of grass and cultivate them for a year throughout the 4 seasons. The grass rope woven from this vine-binding grass had a magical effect on the soul. It could be used to bind souls and could not be removed by external forces. Once it was removed, the bound soul would dissipate on the spot. It was difficult to save even an immortal. The enemies did not kill them directly but pulled these juniors to threaten the Mu family's experts. If they wanted to forcefully attack and kill them, these descendants would all be buried with them. More than 300 of the original 1,000 family members had died. The higher UPS of the Mu family present were either close or distant to most of the juniors, but there were definitely descendants among them. They really could not do that. Although Muse Shu was ruthless, he could not do this. If he really forcefully killed these demonic cultivators and caused the remaining disciples to die, then even if he could rely on his strength to suppress the Mu family, these elders and higher UPS would be disloyal to him in the future. Therefore, these few demonic cultivators who could not be considered very powerful made many stronger experts of the Mu family not dare to act rashly. Not far away, Zhongli, who was controlled by the Mu family along with the other innocent rogue cultivators, used his fingers to press his nose, and a seed that was even more subtle than a grain of sand was dug out. Was this the seed of the vine-binding grass? The 9 netherwood in the graveyard had really worked hard for today. This kind of subtle seed was simply impossible to guard against. However, Zhongli had the immaculate body. Under normal circumstances, he was not afraid of these things invading his body. However, the person beside him needed some help. He reached out and placed his hand on Mu Yulan's shoulder, his spiritual qi entering her body. This action was almost equivalent to stripping the other party naked, but it was not resisted. After probing, she discovered that there was indeed a seed burrowing into her body towards the soul. However, inferior nascent souls were still nascent souls. Without the enhancement of spiritual qi, it was not easy to break through her natural resistance. Zhongli swept it with his spiritual qi and took out the seed. These demonic cultivators were clearly used as cannon fodder to stall for time. They were destined to die. Once the Mu family thought of a solution and dealt with them, these suspicious rogue cultivators would probably not have a good ending. Therefore, Zhongli wanted to find an opportunity to leave this troublesome place. The entire Mu family was shocked by the commotion. In the chaotic situation, only the core of the forbidden area could barely be considered quiet. The fifth clone, Mu Junyang, jumped into the treetop of the immortal peach ancestor without any hesitation. After pushing aside the lush peach blossoms, 18 huge immortal peaches appeared before his eyes. These were spiritual fruits that many famous cultivators could not obtain. Mu Junyang, what are you doing? Time was of the essence now. The Mu cultivators were still plotting the trip to the Mu family's graveyard, the 9 nether wood. No one knew if anyone would enter the core forbidden area at any time. Therefore, he had to end this quickly. He reached out and was about to pluck a peach from the ground. However, this immortality peach was different from ordinary peach trees. Even if Zhongli used a metal attribute artifact, it was extremely difficult to pluck one. However, this action instantly woke up the immortal peach ancestor who was trying his best to remove the filth in his body. The immortal peach ancestor was just too busy to care about the outside world, not really ignorant about it. After discovering that someone actually dared to pluck his peaches, Ancestor Immortal Peach still paid attention. In the end, he realized that the person picking the peaches was actually the junior of the Mu family who had made him very satisfied just now. There was something wrong with the tree heart he gave him. He even secretly plucked the immortality peach. Ancestor, what pollution has this peach tree suffered? If this continues, these peaches will be damaged. Ancestor, don't worry. Chunyang will help you pluck all these heavenly peaches. Before the immortal peach ancestor could attack, Mu Chunyang explained to the old man under the tree. It was as if he really thought that the empty shell was the true ancestor. Moreover, his words were sincere, reasonable, and convincing. The immortal peach ancestor was tricked by his acting and actually hesitated for a moment. Could it be that the tree heart earlier was not tampered with by this descendant? Was he only tricked? Then, at this moment, a fatal energy erupted from the 9 nether tree's heart again. The Mu family's patriarch's words stopped abruptly. It was a ball of boiling blood filled with killing intent. It contained a chaotic power that was completely different from the spiritual qi of the continent of the 9 provinces. The power of chaos was abnormally violent. As soon as it came into contact with the high concentration of the coiled sun's spiritual qi, it did not even give him time to react before an extremely intense reaction occurred. Boom! A muffled sound came from the inside of the immortal peach tree. With the immortal peach tree as the center, the ground below was shaken until a large area cracked. A huge bump suddenly appeared on the immortal peach tree. The combination of 2 types of high-purity energy directly swelled several times in the body of the immortal peach tree, forming a terrifying energy explosion. The destructive force completely exploded within. Even Zhongli, the culprit, could not imagine how terrifying the immortal peach tree had suffered. But that was not the end. The blood of madness that flowed out had not been completely exhausted. There were a few more muffled sounds. The blood of madness in the other parts of the immortal peach tree reacted to the spiritual qi again. A few huge hollow bumps appeared on the trunk of the immortal peach tree that was originally floating with immortal qi, looking strange and terrifying. If not for the fact that this spiritual root branch's foundation and spirit were sufficiently strong, it would have exploded into pieces. This was naturally Zhang Li's backup plan. It was because the Mu family's patriarch was too powerful in the rumors. Since he had decided to make a move on this person, he naturally had to be prepared. He was afraid that the 9 nether wood in the graveyard was not enough, so he could only double it. When the tree heart was in his hand, he stuffed the highest level blood of madness into it. With this explosion, there was no need for Mu Junyang to expend effort to pluck the fruits. The immortal peaches hanging on the tree branches began to fall automatically. Huge peach blossom petals also scattered down. It could be seen how much damage that strike had done to the Mu family's patriarch. Zhang Li was quick-witted and firmly caught these falling immortality peaches. All the scattered flower petals and leaves were also swept up by a gust of wind and put into the bag. On each of these flower petals and leaves, Dao runes appeared. As long as it was handled slightly and used as a spiritual material to refine pills or talismans, it would definitely be a top-grade existence. However, he still felt that it was not enough. He reached out and quickly plucked the branches, removing the leaves and peach blossoms that were still on the branches. After emptying a large area, the immortal peach tree beneath him also changed. Cracks appeared on 7 or 8 large bumps. Destructive energy mixed with smelly and poisonous filth was spat out from inside. Just the stench was enough to make plants wither. As long as he spat out this power of chaos, the Mu family's patriarch would definitely be heavily injured, but he would be able to recover again. Zhang Li could only look at the immortal peach tree reluctantly. The completely straight center branch in the center of the tree crown turned around and left helplessly. If he could break off that branch and refine it, he could completely make it into a top-grade 8,000-year-old peachwood sword. It was not an exaggeration to say that as long as the person did not deliberately ruin the material, it was not a problem to reach the earth rank. Unfortunately, the strength of the immortal peach ancestor's main body far exceeded his imagination. He did not have the ability to break branches in a short period of time. If this continued for any longer, he would not be able to escape as long as the immortal peach ancestor paid attention. At that time, not to mention the central branch, everything he had just obtained might be left behind. He could only endure the pain and stop while he was ahead. Zhang Li controlled his 5th clone to quickly leave along the original path, but halfway through, he happened to encounter a familiar face. Chapter 357, Foul Demon. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Jingnan? Why are you here? The young girl, Mu Jingnan, was carrying a white cat and running along the peach forest path towards the Mu family's core forbidden area. 6th brother? Weren't you paying your respects to the patriarch? Why did you come out so quickly? Mu Jingnan had secretly entered the forbidden area and was already very nervous. She was even more shocked when she was suddenly found. Fortunately, the person opposite was Mu Junyang, causing her to feel slightly relieved. However, his next words shocked her greatly. Jingnan. There's something wrong with the demonwood tree heart that those people gave us. We were tricked. Now that the patriarch is in trouble and the family has been attacked, let's leave quickly and leave this place. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, it was impossible to be spared after causing such a huge loss to the family. They could only leave the Mu family as soon as possible and lie low. How is this possible? How is this possible? Mu Jingnan's eyes flickered with fear. She seemed to have known something in advance. She did not look shocked, but rather unwilling to accept the truth. You lied to me. Why did you lie to me? The girl, Mu Jingnan, actually threw away the white cat in her arms. Then, she questioned her favorite pet loudly. The white cat flipped in the air and landed lightly on the ground. Then, it stood up like a human and looked at the pair of stupid siblings with its beast eyes. What? Don't you want your brother to become the family head? I've been helping you all this time. This cat was only a spiritual beast with a trace of the white tiger bloodline. It was not an ordinary demon. Logically speaking, it should not know how to speak. However, at this moment, its expression was as lively as a human. In that short body, there was also a strong pressure. No, you're lying to me. As long as he has the tree heart, my brother can become the family head. You never said that you would harm the patriarch or our family. Swoosh! As Mu Jingnan was hysterical, a peachwood sword flew over from the side and stabbed at the white cat's head. It was the fifth clone who wanted to strike while he was unprepared. However, the white cat only raised its claws and casually waved them. As if it was pushing aside a toy, it sent the peachwood sword flying. Clearly, this seemingly harmless cat was far stronger than a golden core cultivator like him. This strike did not have any effect. Instead, it attracted this person's gaze. That cold gaze made the clone shiver. He could not help but gulp. Brother Chunyang, leave quickly. Mu Jingnan cried out in surprise when she saw this, but the white cat was faster. A white light flashed in front of them. They did not see any movements of the white cat. A huge hole appeared in the chest of the fifth clone, Mu Junyang. The heart that should have been inside was now empty. A large amount of blood flowed out from inside. The fifth clone lay down stiffly. No. Sixth brother. Mu Jingnan was so angry that she wanted to take revenge for her brother, but her cultivation level was even lower. The white cat spat out a familiar 9 nether yin wind that blew Mu Jingnan away. She hung on the tree, her face pale and her body stiff. On the account that you brought me into the forbidden area, I won't kill you this time. Going in from here is where the demon wood took root, right? Old fellow, you've occupied such a good position for 8,000 years. I want to see how much wealth you've saved up. With that, the white cat ignored the two of them and rushed towards the core. Mu Jingnan, who was hanging on the tree branch, also cultivated the Mu family's cultivation method. She was naturally not parasitized and was only tricked. In fact, even the 9 nether wood in the graveyard did not expect that the children of the two Mu family heads would be so gullible. As long as they were in front of the 9 nether tree heart, the intelligence of most of the Mu family disciples would basically fall to zero. Then, they were willing to believe anything just by casually promising the huge allure of becoming the successor of the family head. This was especially true for Mu Jingnan. She even took the initiative to let him possess her favorite white cat and bring the main body into the Mu family's peach forest. She fed it day and night with her own blood, using the blood of the Mu family to conceal its aura. Otherwise, the 9 nether wood in the graveyard did not have the power of chaos and spiritual chi mixed together. He did not have the ability to rely on himself to enter the Mu clan like Zhongli and not be noticed. This move even deceived Zhongli. It turned out that the other demonic cultivators, including the old Daoist priest who looked like the core of the 9 nether wood, were all cannon fodder controlled. The main body of the 9 nether wood in the graveyard had always been hidden in the inconspicuous white cat. On the other side, Zhongli was slightly surprised when he heard the news. It was no wonder that the old Daoist who looked like the center of the 9 nether wood in the graveyard had a grass rope woven from vines. Not far away, Zhongli had been staring at him the entire time, and he was waiting for the other party to reveal some shocking trump card and shock everyone. However, he did not expect that although this guy had the face of a villain boss, he was also cannon fodder. In this world, how could one expect others to be stupid? Fortunately, he, Zhongli, liked to be prepared and not worry. He was also a little wary. Mu Jingnan was first sorrowful, then stunned, and then pleasantly surprised. Mu Junyang, who was originally lying on the ground with his heart dug out, should have died. At the very least, he should be on the verge of death. He actually opened his eyes, rolled over, and stood up from the ground as if nothing had happened. He even ran to Mu Jingnan's side and untied her from the tree branch. He grabbed her collar and ran out quickly. His speed was very fast and his movements were agile. He did not care at all. Blood was continuously flowing out of the huge hole in his chest. Brother! Brother Chunyang, are you, all right? Mu Jingnan asked in uncertainty. Don't worry, I'm fine. Quickly regulate your breathing and recover your mobility as soon as possible. However, his heart had been dug out. Even if he had a golden core in his body, he should at least be heavily injured. Without top-notch medicinal pills, he would not be able to return at all. How could such injuries really be fine? In terms of death, Mu Junyang indeed could not die for the time being. However, after 24 hours, even if he placed the heart back to its original location, he could not save it even if he wanted to. It was because what Mu Junyang swallowed just now was not only saliva, but also a unique medicinal pill of the 100 Tempering Mountain, the one-day death pill. It was precisely this miraculous medicinal pill that Zhang Li had consumed all those years ago that forcefully kept Mu Junyang's body alive, and it was even unaffected by most of the injuries. This was why he could still move freely after suffering fatal damage. However, his clone could not cheat like his main body. After a day, he would still die. You stole my heart. If I don't reciprocate, wouldn't I be too embarrassed? He held Mu Jingnan in one hand and formed a seal with his other hand. Immediately, dozens of red bolts of lightning buried around the immortal peach tree were shot into the sky. The white cat controlled by the 9 Netherwood was shuttling through the forest and had yet to see the true form of the immortal peach ancestor. When he looked up, he saw dozens of red fireballs rising into the sky not far away. The red flames generally represented emergency help. A cat face covered in white fur immediately turned green. One could imagine that the Mu family experts who had asked for help would rush over immediately. He had yet to start stealing, so how was he exposed? The white cat's figure flashed in the air and extinguished more than half of the fireball at an unbelievable speed. However, he gave up immediately. With the current height of the lightning cracker, as long as the Mu family cultivators were not blind, it was impossible for them to not discover it. There was no longer any meaning in extinguishing the lightning cracker. What went wrong? The 9 Netherwood in the graveyard was puzzled. Could it be that there was a hidden bloodline detection array underground? If the Mu family did not enter, would the alarm be triggered? It was already too late to understand. Now, he could only hurriedly pluck all the immortal peaches and escape as quickly as possible. After abandoning the other bolts of lightning, these rising red flames also exposed the location of the immortal peach ancestor. He turned around and landed on the immortal peach ancestor who was still expelling the foreign energy and filth in his body. Why is the trunk of this old demon like this? Are you too old? The petals and leaves are all gone. The huge hollow lumps on the tree had already changed the shape of the immortal peach tree. Moreover, most of the branches were bare without any leaves or peach blossoms. It did not look like an immortal plant at all. Compared to the many plants on the Baekhyun mountain, it was not inferior in terms of hunting. However, he did not have the time to consider these miscellaneous things for the time being. Lights rushed over from all directions. He had to seize this opportunity to snatch the immortal peach that he needed. That was his confidence in recovering from his injuries and advancing further. However, when the white cat jumped into the treetop, it looked around in confusion. The tree was empty. There were no immortal peaches at all. Impossible. With the accumulation of immortal peaches foundation, it was impossible for it to be such a miserable scene. There were traces of being plucked on this tree branch. Someone had gotten here first. Was it Mu Junyang? All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. He quickly locked onto the Mu family disciple whose heart he had taken out. Only he had this possibility and opportunity. He was now extremely regretful that he had not conveniently taken Mu Junyang's storage bag. However, the problem was that he had never imagined that a disciple of the Mu family would actually dare to attack the divinely respected immortal peach tree. This old demon immortal peach had lived for thousands of years. He could not even control a junior. How dare you, foul demon! You actually dare to attack our Mu family's forbidden area. How can that be? What did you do to my Mu family's sacred tree? Ancestor! Ancestor! Are you all right? My Mu family's immortal peach tree! Demon! My Mu family will definitely crush you to ashes. The higher UPS of the Mu family, who had rushed to the core of the Holy Land, felt as if their hearts were bleeding when they saw the ruined immortal peach tree. All of them looked furious. The 9 Netherwood hiding in the black cat's body felt a chill in its heart. After all, it was the Mu family's headquarters. At this moment, there were many experts. As long as there was a mistake in the plan, it was very easy to be surrounded by such experts. He happened to choose a partner that he should not have chosen the most. Not only did a problem appear, it was also very large. There were at least 15 soul formation cultivators outside surrounding him. The stronger Mu family's master, Mu's Shu, could rush back at any time. The Mu family's peach forest array had already been completely activated. This time, there was really no way out. When he returned to Zhongli's side, the situation had already changed again. Due to the vines and grass ropes in their mouths, they were unable to directly kill these demonic cultivators. However, there were many methods in the cultivation world, and they were not simple methods like attack and defense. In next to no time, Zhongli noticed that the peach blossom fragrance that suffused the surrounding air had become even denser than before. The peach trees around them actually had quite a few peach blossoms blooming, but now that they looked carefully, the petals had already turned terrifyingly red. Then, beside them, a rogue cultivator with a low cultivation suddenly fell to the ground. Then, as if there was a chain reaction, cultivators continuously collapsed without any warning. It was the same for the hostages tied to vines and grass. The people who lay down were not dead. Instead, they were sleeping soundly. For a time, there were snores everywhere. As such, how could the remaining demonic cultivators not notice anything amiss? They shouted loudly to stop the Mu family from doing this, or they would start killing the hostages. However, with the hostage in hand, they still had a chance of survival. Killing the hostage would only make them die faster. They threatened to kill a few, but most of their spell techniques were blocked halfway. With only a few disciples of the Mu family dead, most of the demonic cultivators could not hold on anymore and collapsed. Since they could not be killed, it was fine to faint. The methods they executed this time were impossible to guard against. Even Zhongli noticed that he was slightly dizzy. First of all, this fragrance was not poisonous. Therefore, the resistance effect in his body was not effective. However, the change did happen after the fragrance was absorbed into his body. At this moment, Zhongli noticed that Mu Yulan was already unable to persist by his side, but the sword cultivator clone not far away was still able to barely support himself with his sword. The sword cultivator clone was stronger than cultivators of the same level. 80% of it was due to the high-intensity spiritual qi that Zhongli had given him. His golden core had been refined twice, so its potential and power had been greatly reduced. In essence, the resistance of the sword cultivator clone should be much weaker than Mu Yulan. What was the difference between them? Soon, without Zhongli needing to think, the negative status that popped up told him the answer. The difference between them was in their alcohol tolerance. Peach Blossom Immortal Drunken Wine. This status appeared on Zhongli's interface. It was the special spiritual wine and peach blossom brew they had drunk these few days. After combining the current peach blossom fragrance, the power of the spiritual wine increased exponentially. Even cultivators who had cultivated the liquor fire sword song could not completely endure it. Under normal circumstances, it would not be considered negative. Some top-notch cultivators could not easily get drunk. Using this method to make themselves drunk was not a bad choice. However, at this time, using this method to defeat the foreign enemies and not injure their own people was indeed the best method. The Mu family of the Peach Forest was indeed a medium-sized divine judgment faction. As long as they reacted, they had ways to solve the problem. However, Zhongli, who was lying on the ground pretending to sleep with everyone, was not in a very good mood. They had resolved the matter so quickly, but how could he escape safely? It was indeed a little difficult to escape with the immortal peaches on him. Chapter 358, Merit Blessing, Medium. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. We will completely seal their chi and spiritual sea, shatter their bones, sever their meridians, and twist their muscles and souls. We can't give them any more chances. All medical cultivators and rune masters, stay behind and think of a way to untie these grass ropes. In fact, without needing Muse Shu to say anything, the other elders of the Mu family had already rushed up. Branches that emitted a unique yang attribute aura stabbed into the bodies of these demonic cultivators, instantly turning them into hedgehogs. These longevity peach branches would not take their lives, but they were also pointed at vital points, causing their spiritual chi flow to be completely blocked, and it was almost impossible for them to connect on their own. Coupled with the few needles on their heads, these demonic cultivators could not even wake up in this situation. As long as they controlled them and studied them slowly in the future, they would sooner or later be able to undo this vine-binding grass. Master, what about these people? What should we do? A higher-up of the Mu family pointed at a pile of rogue cultivators not far away. They were guests of the Mu family before. Regardless of whether they chose to join the Mu family in the end, they would form a good relationship. However, after this happened, the rogue cultivators naturally became the least trusted group. No one cared if they were all innocent. They were controlled on the spot and watched closely. They had all drunk quite a bit of spiritual wine and peach blossom brew previously, so they naturally lost consciousness now. This was a lesson to never drink other people's wine. Seal the chi and search their soul. There's no need to hold back. Investigate carefully one by one. We can't let anyone suspicious escape. Soul searching was not in line with the tacitly agreed moral standards of the cultivation world. Just the mortality rate was as high as 50%. This kind of method that usually only demonic cultivators used might not be used often in secret by these large sects. These demonic cultivators from before were hidden among the rogue cultivators. No one could guarantee that there were no hidden enemies among them. The Mu family, who had been completely angered, no longer cared about this small matter. This might cause rumors in the cultivation world that their Mu family had killed guests they invited. It could cause their reputation to be damaged to a certain extent. However, this incident was serious. They would rather kill wrongly than let it go. Master, something happened in the forbidden area. Things had just barely ended when something happened. As soon as he finished speaking, intense battle fluctuations erupted in the core area. There was actually someone who was bold enough to attack their core holy land. The group of experts immediately abandoned this place and rushed towards the location of the immortal peach ancestor. Watch them. The others follow me. Most of the cultivators left behind ran to study the method to save their disciples. The remaining few would throw these rogue cultivators into the Mu family's dungeon. They controlled the rogue cultivators to use the branches of the longevity peach to stabilize them. However, the depth was slightly shallow, so it did not directly pierce through their chi and cut off their meridians. However, some damage was unavoidable. A branch of a longevity peach stabbed into Zhongli's lower abdomen, but the front end directly broke, releasing a light sound. Clearly, it was not easy to break through Zhongli's defense, even if he did not take the initiative to defend himself. However, Zhongli still contracted his muscles in time, forming a depression on the surface of his body. He grabbed the tree branch to prevent it from falling and being exposed. Coupled with the mixed illusion technique of the Shu Mountain, this abnormality was completely covered. The cultivators who attacked and the experts standing at the side did not discover it. Zhongli lay on the ground and did not move at all. He allowed them to tie him up, and then he piled up on a wooden frame and pushed it towards the area of the Mu family's cell. There were still 2 soul formation cultivators guarding here, so he could not act rashly for the time being. Zhongli only quietly opened his eyes after the surrounding environment became dark and moist. There did not seem to be any powerful aura nearby, and there were not many guards. The Qi Si and the 7 major acupuncture points in his body had all been stabbed into the longevity peach branch with the seal runes. Perhaps the Mu family was very confident in their control methods, and no experts followed them into the dungeon. Soon, all the rogue cultivators were thrown in. They still had to deal with more troublesome demonic cultivators, so they could not care about them for the time being. After the last group of cultivators was thrown in, the 2 Mu disciples in charge of escorting them were about to leave. However, at this moment, Zhongli suddenly jumped up from the crowd. The tree vines binding his body loosened, and the branches hanging on his body fell along with it. Under the guidance of the illusion technique earlier, the binding on Zhongli's body was utterly useless. 2 hand sabers slashed at their necks from behind. The 9 nether spiritual chi mixed with the power of chaos rushed into their minds. The 2 Mu cultivators were average in strength. They did not resist much and directly fainted. What happened inside? Why aren't the 2 of you out yet? The person outside heard a commotion and the inquirer walked over. In the end, a figure approached quickly from behind. The 2 black hands struck the back of their heads at the same angle. It was the 5th clone that had run out of the forbidden area. At this moment, Mu Junyang had already changed his clothes, covering the huge hole in his chest. "Brother Junyang? What are we doing here?" Mu Jingnan, who was beside him, had just barely recovered her mobility. She was in a state of panic and did not know why her brother had come here. "Jingnan, after this is over, say that you don't know anything. You were only tricked. You didn't do anything, understand? No matter who asks you, don't say anything." Mu Jingnan did not know why her 6th brother said that. However, before she could react, he knocked her out with a knife. After entering, he handed everything to Zhongli. He could be considered to have completed his mission. The problem now was how to leave this troublesome place. Right at this moment, Zhongli suddenly felt that the spiritual qi that coiled around him seemed to have suddenly become much denser. Even though he did not actively absorb it, the spiritual qi in the environment approached him. With a thought from Zhongli, the spiritual qi in the surroundings gathered, and a green plant that was filled with vitality grew in his palm. He was very surprised by this. He had not used any of his spiritual qi just now. When had the spiritual qi of heaven and earth become so obedient? With just a thought, he could use the surrounding energy to unleash his spell technique with no obstruction. Moreover, the surrounding world became clearer in his eyes. The surrounding rocks were different in fine structure. How the spiritual qi in the array formation spirit carvings on the cage circulated in an orderly manner, these things that could not be seen originally became visible in front of his eyes. He took out a spirit stone from the coffin. Originally, it was only a white translucent crystal in his eyes, but now, he seemed to be able to see that the spiritual qi inside was swimming energetically. Resisted the invasion of the Azura world. Receiving the reward of heaven and earth. Added status, merit blessing, medium. Merit blessing, medium highly increased natural affinity with heaven and earth, full recovery, enhanced talent, reduced spiritual qi expenditure, reduced accumulation of negative karma, and reduced power of the heavenly tribulation. Probability of breaking through is increased, enhancement of low-grade auspicious qi, the Dao essence barrier of heaven and earth will weaken, and enlightenment is strengthened. Duration, 14 days. Plus. It turned out that after experiencing the merit points farming for half a month, the merit blessing status on his body had finally refreshed to a higher level. All the effects were much stronger than the merit blessing, small. There were also a few additional effects like increasing the probability of breaking through the realm, the enhancement of auspicious qi and the weakening of the Dao essence barrier of heaven and earth. He could not sense its exact use for the time being. However, it should not be bad. Fortunately, he had completed the status advancement at this moment. Otherwise, the blood pool that the Yaksha clone had secretly built would really not be able to last for long. The remaining blood of madness in the blood pool would be completely exhausted in at most a day or two. This bit of time was already unable to continue supporting the spatial crack and let Zhongli continue to farm high merit points. There was no hope of the merit blessing status being elevated again. Continuing to open the spatial crack would only be a waste of energy. However, Zhongli did not close it. If he could not leave normally from here, this spatial crack would be his last escape route. After putting Mu Jingnan and the 4 unconscious cultivators together, Zhongli started to rush out of the peach forest under Mu Junyang's lead. In the current 10-mile peach blossom forest, it could be said that there was a sentry every 5 steps, and there were guards patrolling from time to time. The lockdown was extremely tight. Fortunately, the things that Mu Junyang had done had not been exposed yet. They could still rely on his identity as the 6th young master to fight for some time. Zhongli changed his appearance and wore the peach blossom clothes of the Mu clan cultivators. Under Mu Junyang's lead, he rushed towards the outer area of the peach blossom forest. 6th young master, eldest young master said that no one can leave this place without his orders. After passing 2 checkpoints, they were finally stopped. This was the boundary between the 10-mile longevity peach forest and ordinary peach trees. After leaving this place, the defensive array formation outside would greatly weaken, and their chance of escaping would be higher. However, the person who stopped them was a cultivator under the 1st young master, Mu Chunyao. He usually did not get along with them. At this moment, if some elders with authority came over, they might not dare to stop them. However, the target was Mu Junyang. They had to cause some trouble no matter what. Move aside. Can't you see who I am? Mu Junyang reprimanded loudly. I'm sorry, young master Chunyang. The elder young master said that no one is allowed to leave. The other party was very determined. The eldest young master's authority could not suppress others, but he could still suppress the 6th young master. Mu Chunyao hasn't become the family head yet. What right does he have to restrict me? I'm working for her father. Can you shoulder the responsibility for delaying the important matter? At this moment, he was stopped, and Zhongli was weighing whether he should make a move or not. There should not be many hurdles after this place. If he killed his way over, how many chances of winning would he have? I'm sorry, 6th young master. You can't go out. After the cultivator blocked the way and rejected again, he even held the saber on his waist this time. You dare to hold a saber against me? You're just a servant, how dare you? According to the family rules, I can cripple you now. Who dares to cripple my guest? Mu Chunyao had actually come here at this time. 6th brother, aren't you cultivating in the core secret area? Why are you here? Did you do something shameful to leave the peach forest at this time? There's something strange about the demonic cultivator's appearance in the family this time. 6th brother, aren't you, the affection young master, always with them? Could it be that you brought them into the Mu family? I advise you to obediently surrender and wait for father to punish you. Mu Chunyao saw Mu Junyang follow his father into the Holy Land to meet the patriarch. He, who was afraid that his status was threatened, had been angry for the entire day. Now that he had a chance, even if there was no evidence, he had to put the blame on this outstanding 6th brother first. I've already said that I'm working for our father. You can't afford to delay matters. This is the token of the ancestor. Let's see who dares to stop me. As he spoke, he took out a peach leaf with mysterious golden patterns on its surface. Mu Chunyao was also shocked when he saw the leaf. He had seen this leaf before. It was indeed the leaf on the ancestor's body. Although the family did not seem to have any precedent of using this kind of leaf as a token, things were urgent. Removing a leaf was already enough to prove his identity. Humph! You're lucky. Mu Chunyao gritted his teeth but still did not dare to disobey the orders of the patriarch and family head. He ordered his subordinates to move aside. Zhang Li, who was controlling Mu Junyang, also heaved a sigh of relief. He and Mu Junyang crossed the checkpoint and walked out. As long as he left this place and used the same trick again, he might be able to leave this place safely. However, it was unknown if his luck was good or bad. The continuous collision of spiritual qi behind seemed to be getting closer and closer to them. It was the 9 nether wood from the graveyard that was fleeing towards them. It could actually escape from the siege of so many top-notch cultivators. Was it the reverse domain of the Bakyan mountain? What a troublesome ability! He was coming for the heavenly peaches. Zhang Li quickly thought of the other party's goal. He actually wanted to snatch something at this time. Zhang Li only wanted to scream, "Don't come over!" However, he could not hesitate anymore and did not hide his goal. The force beneath his feet exploded and he ran out with Mu Junyang. "Wait, there's something wrong with them. Stop them!" When Mu Chunyao saw this, how could he not know that the two of them were guilty? He hurriedly called for people to stop them. However, the dozens of streaks of light that were chasing after them had already flown here in an instant. Mu's Shu's figure appeared above the black shadow. He shot out a peach blossom sword finger towards the 9 nether wood below. The white cat body had already been abandoned. Now, he had transformed into his main body, an old Daoist priest whose entire body was covered in wooden patterns. His body emitted a layer of light. After the peach blossom sword finger struck this layer of light, the stalemate lasted for a moment before it bounced back the same way. However, his strength was inferior to the Mu family's patriarch after all. Even if he reflected a portion of the attack, he was still ruthlessly smashed into the ground by the irresistible force. The landing point was just nearby Zhang Li and his clone. Chapter 359, Dangerous Retreat. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. You're indeed not dead. The 9 nether wood with a pile of broken branches and vines looked miserable. However, for him to be able to persist for so long under the siege of many experts of the Mu family, it could be seen how powerful he was. He saw Mu Junyang, who had his heart dug out earlier, standing here perfectly fine. He immediately understood who had ruined his plan. He utterly disregarded the attacks of the surrounding experts that landed on his body and pounced towards Zhang Li with all his might. Boom! Zhang Li, who was standing behind Junyang, flashed to the front and raised his palms to face it. Between his hands, the destructive force formed by the combination of spiritual qi and the power of chaos surged towards the other party. Neither party had the time to use any fancy spell techniques. In a flash, they could only collide with each other with the purest body and spiritual qi. The quality of Zhang Li's purple-red destructive energy was far above ordinary spiritual qi. His body also contained the power of 100 beasts and the son of the dragon. In a head-on battle, he had an enormous advantage in all aspects. Previously, he had used his body to lock onto the armored troll equivalent to the soul formation realm. No matter how the other party struggled, he still did not break free. It could be seen that under the enhancement of the hundreds of buffs on his body, Zhang Li already had the ability to resist soul formation cultivators. However, the armored troll's ability was relatively simple. The armored troll's ability was coincidentally suppressed by the deep-sea environment, so it was easier to deal with it. If it was a human soul formation cultivator, just their ability to flicker and jump over short distances could not be limited by such simple physical methods. On the other hand, the 9 nether wood in the graveyard was far from what ordinary soul formation cultivators could compare to. He could keep his life in the hands of at least 30 soul formation cultivators and the head of the Mu family, Mu Shu, who was stronger than them. Moreover, he could escape for 15 minutes. This was already quite ridiculous. If it was before, when the other demonic tree heart was still around, this fellow would only be stronger. It was no wonder that the lineup of the Great Mountain Alliance that had destroyed the 100 Tempering Mountain earlier was still so strained against this demon tree at his peak. They were completely suppressed. The foundation of the spiritual root of heaven and earth, the 9 nether wood, was extremely rich. The total spiritual chi in his body was at least 100 times that of those of the same level. At the same time, he could even forcefully suppress 10 or even 20 soul formation cultivators. In the Battle of the Mother River earlier, if it was not for Zhongli's ghost lantern cold flame lighting up the tree heart, the one who would have lost would have probably been the newly established Great Mountain Alliance. Now, after a few months, Zhongli, the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, was still at a disadvantage when he fought him again. The energy shockwaves from the collision of the two sides revealed purple, red and green black. After a short moment of stalemate, the torrent flowed towards Zhongli. Zhongli could only rely on his higher level energy and physical strength to barely nail himself on the spot. The dual-colored torrent flowed past him. Mu Junyang, who was hiding behind, only endured a little shock wave before being thrown far away. His body was already tattered and useless. Zhongli forcefully endured it, but his feet were also pulled up inch by inch from the ground. After persisting for a few breaths of time, his entire body was still sent flying backwards. Without using the ghost lantern cold flame, he was already at a disadvantage. However, the 9 nether wood in the opposite graveyard was not much better. Zhongli's 9 nether azura power had an extremely strong corrosion and destruction effect. When his palms collided, the 2 wooden hands of the 9 nether wood in the graveyard had already lost their vitality and became 2 pieces of dead wood. This aura! I'll eat you! Let me eat you! After eating you, I'll definitely become the strongest 9 nether spiritual root. After striking the palm, looking at the 2 hands that had already turned into 2 pieces of dead wood, the 9 nether wood in the graveyard was not shocked but delighted. Although he did not know why, his body's instincts told him that this person in front of him was simply perfect for him. Even absorbing 100 immortal peaches might not be as beneficial as eating Zhongli. In fact, it was precisely because of this that the energy system in Zhongli's body had already surpassed the energy of the 2 worlds after he fused with them. One of the energies was the 9 nether spiritual chi. If he ate Zhongli completely, he might be able to convert all the energy in his body into the 9 nether azura chi. He had just been targeted by the 9 nether wood in the graveyard when several pressure descended on him. You're not a disciple of the Mu family. Speak. Who are you? Why have you appeared in my Mu family's peach blossom forest? The enemy of an enemy might not be a friend. However, an unfamiliar cultivator of this level had suddenly appeared on his territory. No one would be so magnanimous as to treat him as a friend. Looking at Mu Junyang, who was standing beside Zhongli earlier, it was obvious that this person was brought in by his son. Mu Shu had already made up his mind. After this matter, he would definitely tidy up the family and eliminate all these hidden dangers that might threaten the family. I'm just a lone cultivator of an uninhabited mountain. There's no need for family head Mu to take it to heart. I'm a friend of the 6th young master. It's not convenient for the Mu family to trouble you today, so I'll take my leave. Zhongli stood up from the ground. The clothes on his body had already become a pile of rags from the collision earlier. Fortunately, to ordinary cultivators, the 9 nether spiritual chi that was sufficient to blow away lives would not cause any additional harm to Zhongli. In the collision just now, he only had a slight scratch on his palms and bones. However, this slight injury was completely healed without waiting for Zhongli to check. He wanted to continue fleeing, but he discovered that the way out was already firmly blocked by a few Mu cultivators. Looking at the spiritual light emitted from the artifacts in their hands, it was obvious that their attitude was firm. Once Zhongli made any abnormal movements, the other party would definitely attack swiftly. Zhongli could only stop in his tracks, indicating that he was on their side and was not in danger. Since you're a friend, don't be in a hurry to leave. It's best to stay in the Mu family for a few days. Let us be hosts. His tone was polite, but his tone was not. If he really stayed, he would be at their mercy. Swoosh! Mu Shu waved his hand, and the surrounding peach trees moved one after another, forming a 9-palace array that surrounded Zhongli and the 9 netherwood in the graveyard. Peach blossom petals scattered in the wind, looking beautiful beyond imagination. However, the risk was definitely terrifying. Zhongli watched as a breeze blew past, sweeping up a flower petal that collided with a rock that was over the height of a person. The stone was cut into pieces on the spot, as if it was made of flour. Although he spoke politely, he did not show any mercy when attacking. More than 30 top-notch Mu family cultivators stood separately at the important points of the array formation. Spiritual chi spewed out one after another, controlling the increasing number of flower petals to strangle the 2 people in the array. There were too many sharp and dangerous peach blossom petals. It was impossible to dodge when surrounded. Moreover, there was a lunatic beside Zhongli. Those greedy eyes stared fixedly at him, causing Zhongli to not dare act rashly. Amidst a series of crisp metallic sounds, hundreds of peach blossom petals collided with his body. These petals were very similar to the 5 elements sword tied in the Shu Mountain sword cave back then. However, the difference in power was more than 1,000 times. White scars appeared on the places where Zhongli's body was struck. On some of the white scars, there were even some fine blood beads. If the number of blood scars that collided with Zhongli's body exceeded a certain number, they would surpass the upper limit of Zhongli's overlord body art's defense. Then, deep bone-deep scars would appear on his body. This sort of pain caused Zhongli's mood to become unsightly. After all, it was an array formation controlled by so many top-notch cultivators. No matter how strong his defense and recovery ability was, he would be forced to the limit. On the other hand, the 9 netherwood in the graveyard opposite Zhongli was slightly easier than him. A layer of colorless light suddenly spread out from the wooden old daist. All the peach blossom petals that approached would turn in the opposite direction. This was the reverse domain that he had used to escape back then. He had relied on this ability to last for so long under the hands of so many Mu family cultivators. Right now, the Mu family planned to trap them. In any case, it seemed that they had a feud with Zhongli, so they could use him to exhaust the power of the 9 netherwood in the graveyard. This kind of domain-type ability was powerful, but its expenditure was the same. As long as the light disappeared, this guy would definitely not be able to escape. The 9 netherwood in the graveyard had his own thoughts. He decided to eat Zhongli first. As long as he ate him, the power of his 9 nether spiritual chi would more than double. At that time, not to mention destroying the Mu family, it would not be a problem for him to escape from here. Zhongli's feet suddenly tightened. More than 10 9 nether roots grew out from the ground and wrapped tightly around Zhongli's feet. Zhongli was slightly speechless. In the past, he had always used such methods, but now, it was actually used on him. Don't resist. Let me eat you. Become the strongest spiritual root with me. After restraining Zhongli's movements, the other party's main body had already arrived before him. From the wooden face, it could be seen that he was determined to win. Under the influence of the reversed domain, all human actions would be reversed. He punched forward, but the result might be that his arm was twisted backward. The more he tried to correct himself, the worse the distortion would be until all his limbs were broken. This was not a rule that could be adapted with just a slight adjustment. In front of such a domain, the best solution for ordinary cultivators was to stay where they were and not move at all. However, that would only cause him to be beaten to death by the enemy. Without a tree heart, the power of the 9 netherwood's inverted domain was reduced. However, it was not a problem to affect the enemy within a close range. The 9 netherwood in the graveyard had already abandoned the 2 hands that had become dead wood. Another new arm grew out. The palm was like a withered branch as it grabbed towards Zhongli's chest. However, this claw that was about to hit was dodged by Zhongli with a twist of his body. The withered branch claw landed on the ground, and even the ground was corroded until it dried up and cracked, turning into dust on the ground. Under the other party's shocked gaze, Zhongli's righteous fist landed accurately on his face. With a bang, the wooden face was smashed into countless pieces. Zhang Li's punch was extremely heavy. Originally, the other party should have been sent flying, but in the reversed domain, the rules of flying back became tightly stuck to Zhang Li's fist. This caused the damage of his punch to almost double. Before the other party could react, Zhang Li took advantage of the situation and smashed 3 more heavy fists onto his wood, causing wood shavings to fly everywhere. It was not until the 9 nether wood in the graveyard reacted that it jumped back to distance itself. This person could actually resist the reversed domain? The immortal slaying flying sword appeared on Zhang Li's finger. He raised his hand and drew a sword rainbow, cutting off all the vines beneath his feet. After forming the golden core with the 9 nether Dao scripture, although Zhang Li had yet to comprehend the reversed domain, the habits of the 9 nether wood had gradually fused into his body's instincts. It was as if Zhang Li had lived on the Baekyan mountain for more than 100 years. The reversed domain could no longer trouble him. The sword light waved again and cut off all the tree roots under his feet. However, in the next second, he was lashed out by a whip. All right, even without the control of the inverted domain, Zhang Li was not his match. He crashed into a large pile of flower petals. Dense flower petals cut Zhang Li's body, and the number was several times more than before. The accumulated attack damage directly broke through Zhang Li's defense limit. A large pool of blood flowed out from the flower petals. When Zhang Li came out again, there was no longer any intact flesh on his body. After avoiding a peach blossom tornado that chased after him, Zhang Li was struck by another vine whip. After binding his ankle, he instantly smashed into the peach blossom pile on the other side. If this continued, he would die here. However, right when the higher UPS of the Mu family controlled these thousands of petals and intended to kill Zhang Li, the peach blossom forest suddenly shook, and all the pink petals floating in the air stopped. Zhang Li lay on the flower petal pile and stabbed an order flag into the ground. In the next moment, the Mu family's peach forest array changed owners. Zhang Li, who was already covered in blood, formed hand seals, and the surrounding flower petals that were originally pursuing him turned around on the spot and surged towards the higher UPS of the Mu family. The higher UPS of the Mu family did not expect that such a thing would actually happen and were caught unprepared by their array formation. These peach blossoms could block the Mu family for about 30 breaths of time. It was enough. It seemed that it was no longer possible to escape in a normal way. Zhang Li no longer hesitated. He summoned a large number of peach blossoms and spun around his body, completely covering his figure. If he did this, it was possible that the cultivators of the Myriad Slaughter sect would know the news and follow the clues to find him. Perhaps there would be more trouble. Moreover, although this could resolve an emergency, this retreat path itself was very dangerous. However, he had no other choice but to expose his identity now. In 30 breaths of time, Zhang Li opened the yin burial coffin and took out the karma cleansing lotus. After locating the spatial crack in front of him, he put away everything and plunged into the crack. As soon as the flag was pulled out, all the array formations returned to normal. After the peach blossoms scattered, only a narrow passageway appeared in front of him. Chapter 360, Decisive Battle in the Azura World. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What happened just now? Even the 6th young master doesn't have the family's array formation key. How did he control the array formation? Oh no, there's one less aura. One has escaped. Attack together. We can't let the other one escape. Be careful of the spatial crack in the middle. Don't touch it. The powerful effect of the Earth Command flag caught the Mu family cultivators off guard. The peach blossom array that reversed sides made them feel troubled. Fortunately, that strange situation only lasted for 30 breaths of time before the array formation returned to normal. However, the cultivator who had clearly changed his appearance had already disappeared. That person had not used any special spell techniques just now, so they did not even know who he was. With such a cultivator who could control their family's array formation, it was like a fishbone stuck in their throats. After this matter, the entire family's array formation would probably have to be reconstructed. Otherwise, if such a thing happened again, their entire family might be in danger. However, the most important thing now was to capture the remaining guy. This guy was the culprit who had caused such losses to their ancestor Immortal Peach. No matter what, they had to capture him and let him experience the most terrifying punishment in the world. Furthermore, they had already smelled that the aura coming from this fellow was the 9 nether demon wood that their family had been searching for many years. They did not know if he could calm the patriarch's anger after offering its tree heart to him. Take him down. More than 30 soul formation cultivators and the Mew family had attacked at the same time. It was as if a terrifying natural disaster had descended. The fertile ground was instantly destroyed. The air was compressed into a solid state and shattered by the violent energy. The most commonly used visual senses of humans had completely lost their effect at this moment. Under the circumstances of high energy concentration, even light could not be maintained in a straight line. More than 30 experts of the Mew family surrounded the 9 nether wood in a ring and continuously blasted out terrifying yang wood attribute energy. The power that could destroy everything collided and compressed in the center, but it could not spread out. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The extremely compressed energy finally turned into a pillar of light that pierced through the clouds formed from demonic chi above. After a long time, the chaotic energy gradually dissipated. A hole was pierced in the sky. The high-energy air formed a phantom like an aurora under the sunlight. Below the pillar of light was a bottomless hole. The soil and rocks above melted into magma that dripped down. When it touched the underground river that was pierced through below, steam rose. In this pillar-shaped space, the only thing that could maintain its shape was the small spatial crack. There was also a lump of charcoal floating in the air. Under the pressure of the spiritual chi just now, his reversed domain could not withstand it and was directly broken. The entire tree trunk was burned into a lump of charcoal that could not show any signs of life. Is the demonic tree dead? Let's see if its tree heart is still here. A soul formation cultivator of the Mew family approached the lump of coal floating in the center warily. He reached out and planned to shatter it to see if there was any tree heart that the patriarch needed. Crack! At this moment, a crack appeared on the coal. Then, it suddenly exploded, turning into 99 identical seeds that exploded in all directions. Stop all the seeds! Needless to say, the 9 nether wood in the graveyard was definitely not dead yet. His true body must be inside. They attacked together. The high-speed flying seeds were blocked and shattered, but one seed shot into the narrow spatial crack. The random crack slowly healed and completely disappeared from this world. After passing through the spatial crack without any luck, in a blood-colored world, there was a cave. A seed shot in with a whistling sound and collided with the stone wall in the cave, deeply embedded in it. Around it, some strange-looking monsters were attracted by the sound. The 9 nether wood in the graveyard was overjoyed. After being surrounded by those guys for so long, his losses were already too great. Now, there was a group of weak creatures for it to absorb and quickly recover its combat strength. The seed in the stone wall immediately shot out and into the body of a monster. However, this monster was not quickly sucked into a mummy like he had imagined. Boom! The monster with 2 heads that walked upright exploded like a lizard. The seed that contained the main body of the 9 nether wood jumped out in exasperation. What is this? Fortunately, he reacted quickly and spat it out in time after sucking a mouthful of flesh. Otherwise, his outcome would only be slightly better than ancestor Immortal Peach. The seed floating in the air looked at the surrounding monsters and realized that the aura on their bodies was completely incompatible with the continent of the 9 provinces. He could not smell any spiritual chi around him. The world was huge, and he did not know where such a place could exist. Hello, welcome to the Azura world. At this moment, the spatial crack had completely healed. Zhongli, who had arrived first, also walked out from the shadows. What emitted from his body was the aura of the extremely high-grade blood of madness and the power of chaos. Apart from being not so strange-looking, he looked completely like a high-level Asura. Zhongli possessed the 9 nether Asura Qi. When he was in the continent of the 9 provinces previously, he basically displayed a focus on spiritual Qi. As long as he was willing, he could completely display the characteristics of the chaotic power of the Asura world. In the eyes of the creatures of this world, they might even think that he was a noble Asura lord. It's you. Delicious nutrients, since you delivered yourself to my door, I won't stand on ceremony. Although the aura on Zhongli's body had changed drastically, the 9 netherwood in the graveyard still recognized him immediately. When he entered the spatial crack earlier, besides using this to escape, he also had the intention of capturing Zhongli and swallowing him. Green-black spiritual qi spat out, and the entire seed flew towards Zhongli. However, what appeared in front of him was a pale cold flame. The 9 netherwood in the graveyard was shocked. It hurriedly turned around and smashed into the stone wall on the other side. It's you. You're the other one. A shocked voice sounded from next door. Only at this moment did he truly recognize Zhongli. Zhongli had been enduring it for so long before this, and he was unwilling to use the ghost lantern cold flame even if he was suppressed by it. He was afraid that the other party would recognize him and not dare to follow him into the spatial crack. Now that he was here, there was no place for him in the entire world. As long as Zhongli did not agree, it was basically impossible for him to return. Therefore, there was no need to hide it anymore. After recognizing Zhongli, or rather, recognizing his flames, the seed did not say anything and bounced out of the stone wall, quickly shooting towards the outside of the cave. Wherever it passed, the monsters of the Asura world blocked and attacked, but they were all pierced by the seeds. These cannon fodder summoned from the wilderness were not his match at all. However, the blood of madness in their bodies still caused a lot of trouble for the 9 netherwood. In order to not be corroded by this kind of dirty and crazy blood, he could only continuously expend spiritual qi to form a barrier on the surface of his body. However, in this world, there was no such thing as recovery without spiritual qi. Previously, he had been surrounded and beaten up by the Mu family for a long time and had even suffered the final blow. His physical condition had actually fallen to the worst situation in hundreds of years. Now, he was only expending without recovering. Even if his foundation was deep, it would be exhausted sooner or later. This was Zhongli's plan. He was not in a hurry and followed closely behind. With the ghost lantern cold flame in hand, Zhongli basically had no possibility of defeat. However, the other party was indeed powerful. If they collided head-on now, it was inevitable that it would be like last time. They would ignite the other party's tree heart and burn it back to its original state. That was an accumulation of at least 1,000 years. It was a pity to burn it like this. Moreover, Yan Hong and some of the people in the Hidden Rock army were still in his hands. If he killed them directly, he would not even have a place to find them. In next to no time, the seed formed from the 9 netherwood flew out from the hidden cave where the Yaksha clone had built the blood pool. He had originally thought that this strange environment was only a trap specially created by Zhongli. As long as he left a certain range, he could escape. However, the surrounding wilderness was covered in such a blood-colored desert, every wisp of air in the air was not familiar to him. It was impossible for anyone to make such a trap. Could this really be another world? Before he could hesitate, a pale flaming snake shot out of the cave and chased after his butt. It was a tongue of fire. He had already experienced the power of this flame before its color changed. Once it was tainted, this life and the 1,000 years of accumulation would probably be buried here. Although it was a completely unknown world, no matter how terrifying it was still much better than the fire snake behind him. He turned into a green-black stream of light and flew into the distance in any direction. A fire snake and sword light chased relentlessly from behind. Apart from the reversed domain of the Bakyan mountain, Zhongli basically knew everything about the 9 netherwood. The 9 nether wood was good at the 9 nether escape technique and could be more agile than fish under the ground. In ancient times, if one cultivated it to the depths, they could even use it to descend into the netherworld. However, the land of the Azura world was not suitable for escape techniques powered by spiritual chi. How could a piece of wood that had taken root in the ground for more than 1,000 years be good at flying? Especially in the Azura world where there was no spiritual chi at all, anything controlled by spiritual chi was suppressed. He could only use the most primitive method to spew spiritual chi in the opposite direction. This method was not the fastest, and it was unable to shake off Zhongli, who possessed the immortal slaying flying sword. Furthermore, the expenditure was extremely shocking. Zhongli had precisely thought of this. His body turned into a sword as he followed closely behind. From time to time, he would release the ghost lantern cold flame to continuously pressure the other party. On the bloody plains filled with killing everywhere, two figures were flying at high speed. A group of huge blood-colored vultures with 7 or 8 lumps on their heads smelled the aura of the 9 nether spiritual chi and enveloped them like a blood-colored dark cloud. However, they completely ignored Zhongli, who was like a high-level Azura and only stared fixedly at the seed that was flying. Countless sharp claws and beaks pounced at the seed, but they were easily shattered by the small seed. Clusters of flesh and blood exploded in the air, causing a small rain of blood to fall on the plains. After killing more than 100 strange birds in a row, the 9 nether wood finally broke through the encirclement and continued to escape into the distance. However, his speed decreased again. This situation of chasing and fleeing had already lasted for 3 days. Even a reservoir could not withstand such an open floodgate. The spiritual chi reserves in the body of the 9 nether wood in the graveyard had already fallen to an extremely dangerous level. He knew that with his speed, he definitely could not escape like this. However, he had been burned by the ghost lantern cold flame earlier and really did not want to fight head-on. He could only rely on his deep background to crush Zhongli in this way. After consuming most of Zhongli's spiritual chi, the terrifying flames might not be able to be used. However, after chasing for 3 days without stopping at all, even this old piece of wood that had accumulated for 1,000 years was already close to death. Yet, this kid could actually still persist. Although this guy was also from the 9 nether branch, he was still a sapling a few months ago. Where did such an exaggerated spiritual chi reserve come from? No more running. Even if this fellow clansman still had spiritual chi, he must be an arrow at the end of its flight. He might not necessarily lose. The 9 nether wood in the graveyard made up its mind and stopped shooting forward. Instead, it swelled from a seed the size of a mahjong tile to a wooden humanoid shape. With a wave of his hand, 5 tree vines that were thousands of feet tall tore through the air and lashed over. Sure enough, Zhongli was no longer using the ghost lantern cold flame. Instead, he struck out 5 9 nether demon hands from behind and collided with it. The two attacks collided in the air, and the vine whip and wooden hand shattered into pieces. This time, Zhongli had the enormous advantage of terrain, and both sides could only fight to a draw. It could be seen that there was still a considerable gap in strength between him and his opponent. But that was good. You really can't use that kind of flame anymore. Come. We're both 9 nether branches. Let us devour each other. This is our destiny. When he saw that Zhongli no longer used the ghost lantern cold flame, the battle intent of the 9 nether wood in the graveyard was reignited. The spiritual chi that he had been saving was no longer stingy, and it transformed into his main body, a 9 nether giant wood that was born in reverse. Zhongli was similarly not afraid of him. He pressed his palms together and mixed energy surged out. 9 nether. True several thousand hands. Top transformed Azura. Under his summoning, a huge Azura demon idol rose from the ground and smashed towards the huge tree opposite with 1,000 hands on its back. The 9 nether wood in the graveyard thought that both sides were exhausted, but in fact, Zhongli's condition was far from as bad as he had imagined. The spiritual chi in his body was completely filled. He could even instill a large amount of top-grade dual-colored energy into the yin burial coffin at all times. Comparing endurance with someone who was not even afraid of the cultivationless age was the greatest mistake of the 9 netherwood in the graveyard. Chapter 361, Amity. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The 1,000 hands Azura wood statue that rose from the ground was not much different from the huge tree floating in the air. The materials of both sides were made of the 9 netherwood. The cultivation of the 9 netherwood in the graveyard was higher and its foundation was deeper, whereas the quality of Zhongli's 9 nether Azura chi was higher than the other party. From the first collision, every breath, dozens or hundreds of wooden hands would shoot out and collide with the other party's roots and branches. Amidst the explosion, dust and debris flew everywhere, and circles of air waves wreaked havoc on the vast plain. Even the hard and bloody plain could not help but tremble under such a battle. Zhongli used true several thousand hands this time without relying on the power of the statue clone or absorbing energy from the blood-fighting arena. This was because the statue clone was not in his coffin at all, so it was naturally unable to transmit power to him. Since he used the Azura world as his escape route, he naturally planned a way to return. If there was no support on the other side, he could only return through the spatial crack of the blood-fighting arena. On the other side, he would only be surrounded by the cultivation world of the Rock Mountain Range. He was not prepared to face the sect master of the Myriad Slaughter sect. The statue clone that could be used as a sacrificial statue to directly communicate with the altar and open the crack was the best person to receive them. Therefore, this clone with the karma cleansing lotus's ability to fight soul formation cultivators had to stay in the safe area of the eastern region in case of emergencies. He could only try his best to absorb energy from the air and ground to increase the power of this move. Because he was in the Azura world, he directly used the complete Azura demon idol instead of half of the Buddha statue. This was more convenient to draw strength from the environment. Amidst the continuous explosions, the 1,000 hands on the back of the Azura wood statue were already empty in just 10 breaths of time. Zhongli continuously instilled spiritual qi into it, and after growing new wooden hands, he continued to slap them out. After 3 consecutive rounds, the 5 golden cores that Zhongli had fused with felt quite a bit of pressure. If he continued, it might affect the speed of the fusion of the 5 cores. Only then did Zhongli stop. The wood shavings and dust dispersed, and there were no more wooden hands behind the Azura idol of Zhongli's. As for the inverted giant tree, it was as if it had been ravaged by a hurricane. The branches were broken, and a large amount of the thick tree bark fell off, revealing the core of the deity statue tree. There were already not many green-black leaves left hanging on the tree. After the collision, the 9 netherwood in the graveyard finally could not withstand it. After such a huge loss in the collision, it finally suffered a considerable loss. Just as the 2 sides were temporarily confronting each other, 2 spears that were several times thicker and longer than telephone poles shot over from the distance, drawing a long trajectory in the air. Their targets were the 2 9 nether branches that were in a predestined battle. After the 1,000 hands behind him finished attacking, the 2 even larger palms in front of the Azura wood statue were still there. It raised its hand to block. After the spear pierced through the left palm, it was stabbed into the ground in front of the Azura wood statue. The 9 netherwood in the graveyard opposite was the same. A thick root urgently grew out and blocked the sneak attack. I am Amity. Who is fighting in my territory? Submit or die. A monster half human and half lion ran from afar at an extremely fast speed. Every time the beast's palm landed on the ground would tremble. The hands on the upper half of his human body each held a similar energy spear. Clearly, the sneak attack earlier was his doing. This was an Azura from the nearby area. He was disturbed by the battle between the 2 and ran over, wanting to teach these 2 unreasonable people a lesson. However, what greeted him was a joint attack from both sides. The 9 netherwood in the graveyard used a seed machine gun that carried the seed of the 9 nether spiritual chi. After it shot into the body of the lion-faced Amity, it did not absorb its nutrients, but released the dense liquor ghost artifact. As soon as the two opposing energies mixed together, they directly became the most terrifying bomb. The interior exploded, and the flesh of the lion-faced Amity vanished in pieces. Although this person had just arrived in the Azura world, he had already deeply understood the intense reaction between the two energies. However, he did not know how Zhongli could fuse these two completely different and even opposite energies. On the top of Zhongli's Azura idol, he held a 9 netherwood sword that had just condensed. After taking a few steps closer, he swung it and instantly caused the other party's head to fall to the ground. Zhongli had actually noticed the sound of running on all four legs before the other party threw the spear. He thought that it was a powerful Azura lord. In the beginning, he planned to abandon the graveyard's 9 netherwood and quickly escape. In the end, he discovered that the power of the two spears was limited. As expected, it was only a rather powerful Azura. What territory? He was not very capable, but his tone was quite proud. Under the combined attack of both sides, he did not resist for long before being killed on the spot. After dealing with the enemy that had suddenly appeared, Zhongli patted the Azura demon idol beneath his feet, and the 9 nether clone entered through his arm. The 9 nether clone continued to control the Azura idol. He held the huge wooden sword and fought with the 9 netherwood in the graveyard, entangling most of the other party's strength. After the two of them approached, Zhongli's main body took the opportunity to jump out from the top of the giant statue and nimbly jump in the air, approaching the 9 netherwood's main body in the opposite graveyard. A few green-black vines twisted over. Zhongli waved his hand and scattered a handful of leaves. Clear golden patterns appeared on the long and narrow immortal peach leaf. When these leaves stuck to the tree vines of the 9 netherwood, they immediately emitted a hissing sound. The completely opposite yang peach spiritual chi immediately cancelled out the 9 nether spiritual chi. The vines that swept over lost their mobility and froze in the air. Even if these flower petals and leaves that had been removed from the body of the immortal peach ancestor had not been refined, their power was far greater than ordinary talismans. Especially when it was targeted at the 9 netherwood, the effect was even more outstanding. Zhongli stepped on the vines to borrow strength. After a few maneuvers, his figure had already approached it. More peach blossom petals and leaves were scattered by him. All the vines and branches that approached to intercept him exploded. Over 100 peach blossom petals were stuck to the tree. The bark that had just grown on this layer was directly burned into a dead piece by the yang peach spiritual chi. After that, Zhongli closed in and ruthlessly stabbed his index fingers into the tree bark. He used his brute force to tear off a large portion of the tree bark. The heart of the tree covered in wooden patterns was exposed again. Zhongli used the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra on the eye that was larger than his entire body and sent a parallel mind into it. Mu Junyang, who had been a temporary clone, had died 2 days ago because he had consumed the one-day death pill. Zhongli's fifth parallel mind naturally returned to his body. His life experiences in a few days were quickly digested by Zhongli, and he even obtained the Yang Peachwood scripture that was not inferior to the 9 Nether Dao scripture. At this moment, Zhongli used it again, wanting to possess this tree demon. Only then could he retain the greatest benefits and at the same time know the whereabouts of Yanhong and the others. However, the 9 Netherwood was too powerful in the domain of souls. In essence, Zhongli's parallel mind was also a split soul. Regardless of whether it was the tree roots, branches, leaves, or tree bark, they could easily block Zhongli's parallel mind. Moreover, the other party had accumulated for 1,000 years and had reached a terrifying level equivalent to a soul formation cultivator. He could not simply burn it clean with the ghost lantern cold flame. It was easier said than done to defeat the other party on the mental level. Zhongli could only expend so much effort to exhaust the other party. After breaking through layers of obstructions, he stuck his face close to the other party and sent his parallel mind in. On the other hand, after the palm-sized fifth parallel mind entered the consciousness of the 9 Netherwood in the graveyard, the scene it saw was like a demonic realm that was filled with demons and ghosts. In the moist and dark mental world, a dark cloud with an unclear boundary was spinning around the inverted tree in the middle. On a closer look, he discovered that there were countless dense and incomplete ghosts. When Zhongli subdued the 9 nether clone all those years ago, there were a total of over 100 scaled demon ghosts hanging on his body. Compared to the countless dark clouds now, the difference between the two was really extraordinarily large. Even with the help of the other parallel minds, the fifth parallel mind could not last for more than 15 minutes before it was defeated. The surging ghosts were actually more than the soul burial ghost soldiers in Zhongli's coffin. This fellow had occupied the underwater graveyard for 1,000 years. It was indeed normal for him to accumulate all this. However, to Zhongli, it was a huge problem. When he subdued the 9 nether clone back then, he had first tied it home and slowly drained its strength for a long time before succeeding. Now, it seemed that this huge wooden block could not be taken down in a short period of time. However, besides Zhongli's main body and the 9 nether clone, the other 3 parallel minds attacked the mental world together and caused a huge problem to the 9 nether wood in the graveyard. His main consciousness was dragged back to the mental world, so his control outside was naturally much weaker. In the outside world, in a short period of time, the battle between the giant tree and the Azura above fell into a disadvantage. Most of the roots and branches were cut off by the huge wooden sword that was 1,000 feet long. Without the protection of the tree branches and roots, it would be difficult for him to stop Zhongli's methods. A strand of dark light flew out from Zhongli's waist, and it stretched out countless times before wrapping around the entire 9 nether wood. On every iron ring, the ancient runes emitted a bright light. The spiritual chi strength of the 9 nether wood in the graveyard was quickly suppressed. In the end, he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. No one had been able to escape from his dragon imprisoning lock until now. The 9 nether wood that he had fought several times in the graveyard was finally defeated by him. Affected by the aura of the 9 nether spiritual chi, the monsters on the blood plains gathered once more. Zhongli did not take a breather and could only carry the entire huge piece of wood into his coffin step by step. In his coffin, Zhongli and his parallel minds could wear it down day and night. No matter how thick the soul foundation was, it could be worn down completely. He sat on the ground and rested for a moment. After the exhaustion on his body completely recovered, Zhongli stepped on the ground and intended to rise into the sky and leave. However, after flying for dozens of miles, he recalled something and turned around. If he melted the corpse of an Azura equivalent to a human soul formation cultivator, he should be able to refine quite a bit of high-quality blood of madness. However, after returning to the spot, he strangely discovered that the half-human half-lion Azura's corpse seemed to have moved its location. Although the blood plains looked no different and it was very difficult to find any reliable landmarks, the large pool of blood had not dried yet. The location of this fellow's corpse was at least 17,000 feet away from the original bloodstain. Was the corpse sleepwalking? The more Zhongli looked at it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Since when could a corpse heal wounds? The large amount of flesh that had been blasted out by the spiritual chi of the 9 netherwood seed machine gun disappeared. It did not take long before it looked like it had mostly healed. From the looks of it, this Azura's life was extraordinarily tough. He did not die even after his head was cut off. Zhongli reached out and took out a 3-pointed steel trident that looked like magma from the coffin. Earth-rank demonic weapon, bloodthirsty trident. Zhongli raised the bloodthirsty trident high up and aimed it at the heart of Amity before stabbing down forcefully. Clang! The bloodthirsty trident landed on empty air. This half-human half-lion Azura nimbly flipped over and darted out like a gust of wind. As expected, this guy was still alive. Amity hugged his head and ran away immediately. As the mane on his lion's neck was blown by the wind, Zhongli discovered that there was actually the head of a lion hidden in his mane. This guy had 2 heads. No wonder he was not dead after losing one. He had nearly gotten away. Amity ran ahead. A straight red light chased him from behind. Amity's huge figure began to run as it flickered, sometimes left and sometimes right, trying to escape the bloodthirsty trident behind it. However, an Earth-rank demonic artifact was not just powerful. After being locked onto, it was extremely difficult to dodge. Zhang Li used the Shu Mountain Sword Kinesis technique to throw the bloodthirsty trident. It followed behind Amity. No matter how this guy flickered, it flickered and followed. It bit closer and closer. Finally, the trident stabbed into Amity's butt without any deviation. The lion roared and jumped up, rolling on the ground. The pain was heart-wrenching. Then, the ground beneath it suddenly split open. More than 10 netherwood dragons burrowed out of the ground and rolled, wrapping around the half-human, half-lion, Amity. The lion's 4 claws tore crazily. Even the 9 netherwood dragon was continuously torn apart by it. However, being tied up like this for a moment was sufficient for Zhang Li to torture him. His hands grabbed one of Amity's wounds that had yet to heal, and then he tore it open with violence from both sides. In Amity's terrified eyes, Zhang Li stuffed another huge 9 nether earth fruit into the wound. Chapter 362, Geocentric Passage. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It would take a long time to use the spiritual root seed to control a nascent soul creature and completely control it. It was even harder to control a monster of this level. Currently, he had never succeeded. Previously, in the deep sea near the armored troll island, Zhang Li had risked his own injuries to capture an armored troll equivalent to the soul formation realm. The other party had been heavily injured by him and was on the verge of death, and he had been locked in the coffin since then. With Zhang Li's personality, he naturally would not waste anything useful. During this period of time, he had been using the spiritual root seed of the 9 nether clone to try and control this guy to turn over a new leaf. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, he failed. Unless a second tree heart grew out like the 9 nether wood in the graveyard, the spiritual root seed would obtain an advancement. At that time, it would be possible to control such a powerful creature. The reason why Zhang Li used the 9 nether earth fruit on Amity was because it was a controllable item that contained the most spiritual chi. He would stuff this thing into the monster's body to see if he dared to play any tricks. As long as he controlled the 9 nether earth fruit to release spiritual chi inside, when the two energies mixed, he could detonate this guy remotely. After stuffing the earth fruit, he closed this person's wound. It did not take long for the hideous wound to completely heal. It had to be said that humans had really lost in terms of racial traits. He controlled the earth fruit to leak a trace of spiritual chi, causing a muffled sound in Amity's body. The reaction of the remote control bomb was sensitive, and the effect was obvious. You should know what this means, right? Zhang Li pointed at the wound and spoke in the Azura language. Through the Yaksha clone, he obtained the language of this world, allowing him to avoid an awkward communication barrier. Amity clearly understood Zhang Li's words, and his struggle gradually calmed down. This was because if the thing in his body really acted up, it was hard to say if he could still keep his life. Which lord are you under? Zhang Li asked again. The pair of eyes on the lion head hidden in the brown fur turned quickly. It was obvious that he was thinking of lying. Amity thought he had hidden it well. However, he did not know that the human head that had fallen to the side also had the same expression. It just so happened that Zhang Li saw it clearly. I am the subordinate of Lord Akathoth, the one who exists throughout the past and future, the ruler of fate and the unknown, the great lord of space and time. Lord! Please let me off on account of Lord Akathoth. The other party revealed a name that was extremely famous in the Azura world. Even the fallen blood Yaksha, who had never seen the world, had heard of it several times. The titles that Amity said were only a small portion. It was said to be a powerful demonic dragon that controlled the power of time and space. Among the many Azura lords, it was also the top few. It was a level that Zhang Li was unable to figure out, but it did not scare him. Hemp! I've been working under Lord Akathoth for more than 300 years. Why haven't I seen you before? Reveal the mark of the Lord you serve. Zhongli questioned the other party boldly as if he was really the subordinate of the demonic dragon, Akathoth. When a lie met a lie, the more determined one was undoubtedly the truth. This time, the lion did not dare to speak. Zhongli controlled the wooden dragon to look at this fellow over and over again. There was only a battle tattoo that represented the clan on his body, but there was no mark of an Azura lord at all. You actually don't serve any lord. Humph, how did you come to the Blood Plains without any glory? The Azura world and the 9 provinces continent were 2 completely different worlds. Zhongli had been very curious previously. This world was similarly vast, and the Blood Plains were even more boundless. It seemed to be the surface that covered the entire world. However, the buildings on the plain were very sparse, and they were all distributed on the Blood Plains without any pattern. There were no roads or traffic between them. It was as if they were all developing independently in this world and did not interact with each other at all. However, in the blood fighting arena, this was clearly not the case. Apart from the low-level monsters summoned from the wilderness as cannon fodder for the spatial crack and blood fighting arena, there were also many spectators in the blood fighting arena who wore specific clothes and used various types of demon soldiers. These audience members were clearly not from the wilderness. The various signs on their bodies indicated that there was definitely a complete Azura civilization behind them. Later on, as the fallen blood Yaksha's status became higher and higher, Zhongli obtained more information through this clone. It was not that there were no roads in the Azura world, nor was it that there were no cities. Instead, they were all underground in the huge space system. The entire Azura world was divided into 2 worlds, the ground and the underground. There seemed to be an extremely vast hollow space underground in this world, and a complete and flourishing Azura civilization had developed below. Countless huge Azura cities were established in various underground chambers. They could reproduce and have a complete cultivation system. However, it was different from the 9 provinces continent that was still intact. After the creatures of the Azura world died, their souls and the blood of madness that symbolized their origin would float to the surface of the ground. They would turn into blood eggs there and hatch into ignorant monsters that would wander aimlessly in the blood plains. After an eternity, they might sink forever or slowly regain their former glory. In the end, they would return to civilization through the geocentric passage. The ones controlling these geocentric passages were the Azura lords. Through the region of the blood plains, they could recruit those ignorant monsters and quickly develop and replenish their forces. He could also use that passage to intercept the origin of some of the dead. After turning them into reality, it would be the most important core blood pool in the territory. On the other hand, this Amity in front of him had a set of clan battle tattoos on his body. Clearly, he was the kind of Azura warrior that had been formerly from an underground city. He came from underground and was not the subordinate of a certain Azura lord, so Zhongli was very curious how this fellow came to the blood plains on the surface. According to the rules, no Azura lord should agree to let him come to the ground. This lord, I can pay blood crystals as the price for offending you. Amity was still looking forward to it. It would be best if he could get it over with. However, it was obvious that Zhongli was not so easy to fool. As he moved, branches pierced into the body of the half-human, half-lion Amity, bringing great pain to the lion. Amity, look at those poor guys. Every time you see them, they wander around like this forever. Do you want to become like them? How long do you think it will take to find yourself after becoming one of them? Die 10 times? 100 times? 1,000 times? Or stay here forever? I'm very curious. Do you want to give it a try? In this world, the lower the grade of the Azura, the lower the price of death. It looked like they were just that fearless. However, if they possessed powerful forces, such as after reaching the level of Amity in front of them, as long as they had a little intelligence, they would understand the price of death and find it difficult to face it calmly. Tell me, how did you come here? How dare you claim this is your territory? This fellow had been attacked by him and the 9 Netherwood in the graveyard earlier, and because he did not know the details, they had used the 9 Nether spiritual chi to enter his body, causing him to be heavily injured. Now that it was in his hands and the 9 Nether earth fruit was stuffed into his body, he had no ability to resist. Now, more than 10 wooden dragons were binding his body, and the remote-controlled 9 Nether earth fruit was stuffed into his body like a bomb. The blood-devouring trident was still continuously seizing his strength and life. It was even to the extent that Zhongli did not have to do anything. As long as he waited for a period of time, he might be sucked dry by the bloodthirsty trident. If he was really so stubborn, Zhongli did not mind killing an uncooperative captive. Sure enough, after hesitating for a long time, this person still opened his mouth. I came up from a narrow path that was not discovered. That's really a very small narrow path. It won't be of any use to Lord Akathoth. Lord, please let me go. Zhongli's eyes immediately lit up. Since the narrow passage he mentioned could connect to the underground world, it was undoubtedly a qualified geocentric passage. The benefits represented by the geocentric passage were huge. Basically, all the known passageways were under the control of the various lords. However, they could not rule out the possibility that some new geocentric passageways had appeared because of geological changes or other reasons. If they managed it well, they could completely create a new Azura territory. Through special buildings, they could even directly seize the blood of madness and establish a blood pool. There was no need to create small-scale blood pools like the Yaksha clone. This Amity was clearly such a lucky person. He discovered a new underground passageway and began to consider himself a lord. In the end, extreme joy turned to sorrow and landed in Zhongli's hand. Very good. Bring me to that narrow path. I swear on Lord Akathoth's name that as long as you bring me to it, I will let you go and even introduce you to Lord Akathoth's subordinates. You should know that establishing a territory is not so easy. With your strength, you can't do it. Instead, you might lose your life. The best choice is to join Lord Akathoth's subordinates. Zhongli gave an empty promise. Perhaps because the smarter human head was cut off, this Azura's intelligence did not seem to be high. Earlier, he had only wanted to trick the other party and say that he was Akathoth's subordinate. He did not expect that this guy would really believe his nonsense. Now that he swore in the name of Akathoth, it could greatly increase the other party's trust. As expected, Amity's unlucky expression became much better. After hesitating for a moment, he agreed. Although he could not become a lord himself, it was acceptable to become the subordinate of such a powerful lord. This Azura, who was not much weaker than him, could use an earth-rank demonic weapon. If he joined Akatos, he might be able to obtain a weapon of this level. He only hoped that this senior could give him some credit for the underground passageway. After the two sides came to an agreement, Zhongli waved his hand and released some of the restrictions. After that, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on Amity's body. A strand of blood energy that came from a top-grade blood crystal flowed into the other party's body through his arm. Amity's body immediately shook. Even he could not enjoy top-grade blood crystal energy like this. However, Zhongli could share it with him so generously and casually. This made Amity believe even more. It helped this half-human half-lion beast recover some injuries. Lead the way. Zhongli leaped onto the back of the half-human lion and ran in a certain direction. He had originally planned to return to the vicinity of the blood-fighting arena. The remaining blood of madness in the blood pool built in the temporary cave could probably open a spatial crack again and last for a few hours. It was enough for him to return to the continent of the 9 provinces. However, from the looks of it, if nothing unexpected happened, he probably had a better choice. Amity ran in a straight line for 4 hours before finally discovering a sinkhole that seemed to have appeared not long ago. The hole was bottomless. From time to time, whistling wind would sound from underground. Zhongli used his hearing and relied on the wonders of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra to actually be unable to reach the bottom of the cave. It seemed that Amity was really not lying to him. This cave was basically a passageway between the two sides. To an Azura that was dozens of meters tall, this could indeed be called a narrow passage, but to humans, this passage was already quite large. It was enough for the two flying ships to fly side by side. Now that this place had not been discovered by others, if he hid well, perhaps he, a human, could secretly become a noble Azura lord. Amity, where does this lead to? Zhang Li was asking about the underground space that was connected to the other side of the passageway. If they were discovered here, it would be a waste. Lord, don't worry. On the other side is the gathering place of low-level Batman. No one is willing to look at the dirty den. I heard that a high-grade member of the blood race appeared there recently, so I went to take a look. I didn't expect to discover this geocentric passage instead of seeing the high-grade member of the blood race. Zhang Li did not immediately enter the geocentric passage to explore. After all, as long as he avoided the territories of those Azura lords in the blood plains, he was basically safe. However, if he entered the underground city of the Azura world, he would not know anything about it. If he clashed with a powerful Azura, he was unwilling to experience the feeling of being slapped to death. He had to plan before making a move. At the very least, Zhang Li had to leave a way out for himself before he would attempt to take the risk. The 100 or so technical monsters that he had tricked out of the blood fighting arena were really skilled. As long as there was a geocentric passageway and provided enough relevant materials, they could even establish an Azura territory from nothing. Previously, when he was filling his pockets in the blood fighting arena, he had put everything useful and useless into coffins. It had always taken up space. Now, it was really useful here. After letting out the coffin, more than 100 Azura subordinates returned to their hometown, but hard work was still their life unchanged. Chapter 363, Retreating from the Rock Mountain Range. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the Azura world, Zhang Li, who was free, finally had the time to use the power of virtuous merit of the merit blessing to fuel the fire in his body. Then, he used the even more vigorous human fire to refresh the status of refining the golden core. Human fire is refining the golden cores. Added status, golden core refinement, 5:1. Added status, merit infusion. Golden core refinement, 5:1 increases the fusion progress by 1% every day. Current progress, 21.5%. Duration, 48 hours, plus. Merit infusion, infused with the merit of the human race. Gains 2 points of merit per hour. Duration, 48 hours, plus. The medium-grade power of virtuous merit doubled the intensity of the human fire. It had been more than a month since he formed his golden core. The constant 0.5% refinement status allowed the progress of the golden core smelting to increase by more than 1/5. Now that the refinement speed had doubled, it would take about 78 days to succeed. At that time, his golden core would obtain a long improvement. It was unknown to what extent it could reach in the end. However, the constant state of refinement actually did not require him to expend much effort to control. Zhang Li had been idle for a long time. He simply took out the yin burial coffin and began to draw the runes from the square heaven seal on it. Moreover, after Zhang Li's spiritual qi infusion status was refreshed into top-grade spiritual qi, the speed at which spiritual qi accumulated greatly increased. The concentration of spiritual qi and the total amount of spiritual qi in the coffin was already 10 times higher than before. The 2 coffin nails refined by the Great Mountain Alliance had already reached his hands. After inserting the coffin nail into the coffin, this artifact that he had invested the most in might be able to rise to the medium-grade earth rank naturally. Apart from that, Zhang Li was still doing construction here. However, because the blood fighting arena was about 3 days away from here, he could fly at full speed. Therefore, it was no longer convenient for him to happily steal the resources, population, and energy of the blood fighting arena. This made the construction speed of his territory very limited. While alliance leader Zhongli ran to the Azura world to secretly pluck the wool, in the other world, the Rock Mountain Range's Blackstone City, which had also developed a close connection with the Azura world, had already been reduced to a bloody mess. Due to the reminder of the Yaksha clone, the blood-fighting arena had made very thorough preparations in advance. A group of small-sized high-level Azuras crossed the spatial crack in an instant and blocked the experts of the Myriad Slaughter sect in Blackstone City to gain a foothold. Moreover, there were Vimacitran and the Evil Eye High Priest, who were using their might through the spatial crack, at the core of the defense. Although the Myriad Slaughter sect had attacked several times, the results were minimal. Only twice did he barely break through the layers of obstructions and shatter the altar on Blackstone City's side. However, because the information was incomplete, they did not know that they had to destroy the blood pool on the other side as the energy source in order to completely close the spatial crack. As a result, after defending for a period of time, they were once again seized back by the blood-fighting arena. This was similar to the first time the Great Mountain region faced the invasion of the Azura world. Back then, the Black Lotus Divine Sect had opened the door to the other world, exposing the entire Great Mountain region to the threat of the endless Azura. In order to close the spatial crack, the first Valley Master of the Scripture Storage Valley, who was the super expert who used the Square Heaven Seal to wipe out the Black Lotus Divine Sect Master's altar, smashed out a huge basin and died on the spot. The Shu Mountain Five Elements Peak, a large cultivation sect with a complete ancient legacy and limitless potential, had been beaten until their talents withered. How many of the talented Shu Mountain sword cultivators of the previous generation had died? Under their sacrifice, they finally found a way to close the spatial crack and end the calamity. If not for that meat grinder-like war, the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region would have had several powerful inheritances after all. Even if it was not as developed as the entire cultivation dynasty, there would be no need to fear the Myriad Slaughter sect. Now, it was the Myriad Slaughter sect's turn to worry. The former largest city in the Rock Mountain Range, Blackstone City, had completely changed. The buildings that were originally built from hard black stone had already been completely destroyed by the aftermath of the Long War. In its place were many strange buildings quickly built with flesh, blood, bones, and hornhair as materials. The style was different from the continent of the 9 provinces, emitting strange fluctuations. The effects of these buildings were similar to the Demon Lotus array back then. The fluctuations that were released repelled the power of this world. In the area covered by these buildings, the lightning clouds of heavenly punishment could not be produced here. Instead, they could suppress the human cultivators who entered to fight. As a result, the counterattack of the Myriad Slaughter sect cultivators became even more difficult. The sect master of the Myriad Slaughter sect, Wu Fan, stood outside the domain that was corroded by the blood color. On his originally gentle face, there was a terrifying wound that cut off the bridge of his nose and split his entire face into 2. The ugly scar tissue on the wound swelled up and wriggled from time to time, looking disgusting and terrifying. This wound came from a powerful existence. It was definitely not an injury that could be completely eliminated so easily. Even the sect master of the Myriad Slaughter sect suffered such a terrifying injury. It could be seen what the people below had experienced during this period of time. 8 soul formation cultivators had died. That was a heavy loss that they had not suffered in many years. Countless disciples of the Myriad Slaughter sect who were at the nascent soul realm and below died. Their recruitment elders had already run to the various main cities of the eastern region during this period of time. A large number of rogue cultivators were recruited in batches, and one batch died in batches. The speed was extremely fast. This also caused the reputation of the Myriad Slaughter sect to be extremely notorious in the cultivation world of the eastern region recently. Rogue cultivators were all shrewd fellows. If they wanted to join a large faction, they only wanted to make use of the status and bully people. Joining the Myriad Slaughter sect was clearly courting death. As a result, later on, the myriad slaughter sect used the artifacts of the dead disciples as rewards for joining but could no longer recruit many people. However, after this period of continuous intense combat, the myriad slaughter sect masters seemed to have deeper control of the earth rank artifact, the Blood King crown. Two blood-colored figures with extremely sinister auras had already appeared beside him. They were the undying blood soldiers summoned through the Blood King crown. Sect Master, those monsters are attacking again. An old man flew over from afar. As he had said, a torrent of flesh and blood spread out in all directions from the core of Blackstone City. All the cultivators of the myriad slaughter sect had numbness and despair on their faces. They had seen too many such scenes. Only Wu Fan's expression could be considered calm. "Let's retreat." He seemed to have said something insignificant. "Yes, I'll organize the disciples to defend now." "Sect Master, what did you say? Retreat?" But the Divine Judgment Hall already knows the situation here. The Cloud Guards of the Cloud Manor have already come to see the situation of the calamity. If we give up on dealing with the spread of the influence, we will definitely be questioned by the Divine Judgment Hall. We might even lose our status as a medium-sized Divine Judgment. That old man's performance was extremely unbelievable. To most cultivators in the eastern region, the status of the Divine Judgment Hall could affect the direction of a faction. It was something more important than life. How could he give up just like that? However, when the elder looked up at his sect master, he met a pair of cold eyes. This made his heart tremble and he did not dare to say anything. "Send my orders to everyone to retreat from the Rock Mountain Range. We are going to the Great Mountain region." The emotionless words of the myriad slaughter sect master spread throughout the entire battlefield. Although some people laughed in disbelief, most of the low-level cultivators still felt like they had survived a calamity. After all, if they stayed here any longer, none of them had the confidence to survive. The myriad slaughter sect master, Wu Fan, waved his hand. The two blood-colored figures behind him rushed into the corroded domain and displayed extremely powerful combat strength. Wu Fan reached out and touched the red crown on his head. The crown seemed to have grown completely with his flesh and blood. When his palm touched the crown, he could even feel the throbbing of blood vessels. As the two blood-colored figures were killed, the crown was transmitting power to him. After reaching this realm, any improvement was difficult. Wu Fan, who had not felt his cultivation increase for a long time, was already immersed in the beauty of the Blood King crown. With this power, what's the Divine Judgment Hall? As long as I have strength, authority, and status, everything will eventually return to me. After the two blood-colored figures killed the monster in front of Wu Fan, he turned around and left. A large number of myriad slaughter sect's flying ships carried their population supplies. They abandoned their original defense area and drove in another direction. Without their suppression, the endless monsters rushed into the wilderness of the Rock Mountain Range without any fear. The wilderness of the Rock Mountain Range was indeed dangerous in comparison, but in the face of the carpet-like torrent of flesh and blood, this ecosystem seemed a little fragile. If this continued, it would probably only be a matter of time before the entire Rock Mountain Range was corroded by the Azura world. If other Azura lords entered, the entire cultivation world of the eastern region, the Azure Cloud continent, and even the 9 provinces continent might be in danger. After all, opposite the spatial crack was a complete world. It was possible to have powerful enemies. The myriad slaughter sect abandoned the territory of the Rock Mountain Range and headed towards the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. However, as the instigator, the Great Mountain Alliance leader, Zhongli, was still staying in the Azura world to experience the strange scenery of the other world. He did not know that the enemy was about to invade his hometown. Moreover, the Pandora's box that he had personally opened was already beginning to go out of control. Zhongli, who had been in the Azura world for half a month, had been guarding the underground passageway that he had accidentally discovered. On this day, an unexpected guest arrived. From underground, a pink bat flapped its wings and quietly flew up from the bottomless cave. The little bat opened its mouth, and a series of sounds that ordinary people's ears could not capture spread out. That was an ultrasonic wave that ordinary bats could emit and capture. After possessing great power, this ability also became stronger. It could easily penetrate obstructions and obtain information in a large area. Moreover, this method was very hidden, ordinary people could not sense it. If the frequency was mobilized to a specific range, it could also cause an irresistible blow to the organs in the creature's body. It was a very practical ability. However, to Zhongli, who cultivated the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, such sound waves were simply running naked in front of him. There was like a 500-watt light bulb tied to the body. It was difficult to ignore. At this moment, there was already an inconspicuous small mountain at the entrance of the underground passageway. There were only a few holes in the small mountain as passageways for airflow. This was the result that Zhongli had specially arranged. This small territory that was being established did not need any gorgeous appearance or resounding reputation. His only request was to be hidden, safe, and inconspicuous. Keeping a low profile was the way to go. However, inside the small mountain, although it was small, it had everything. All the functional buildings in the Azura territory were built here. The pink bat came from the passageway below. Through the sound waves, it quickly figured out this territory that was being built. There were only 100 people. It was simply shockingly simple. If she discovered that the Azura in this underground cave was too powerful, she would definitely turn around and leave, even abandoning those low-level clansmen who did not have much intelligence and leaving far away. However, with only so few subordinates, it seemed that he was a lucky and downtrodden Azura who dreamed of becoming a lord. Such an Azura might be her puppet and allow her to control this underground passageway more safely. After making up his mind, the pink bat silently flew to the back of a succubus who was drawing special patterns on the bloodstone and bit her neck. The succubus did not seem to notice that 4 teeth had already pierced into its neck. Its body turned pale at a visible speed, and then its vision turned black as it lay on the ground. After absorbing the blood, the fur on the pink bat became a little brighter. Then, she silently flew towards the next victim. However, at this moment, a silver metal net enveloped the pink bat. Dense metal threads shone with silver light. Then, in the next moment, the silver net was torn clean by the pink bat. It was actually a net made of silver threads. The soft silver threads could not even trap an ordinary mortal for long, let alone the high-grade Azura, night bat blood race. Are silver items still useless? Are you afraid of sunlight or garlic? Zhongli's figure appeared from behind the pink bat, saying something that no one could understand. In this Azura world, there was no such thing as sunlight or garlic. This blood race was also completely different from the vampires in his previous life. All right, esteemed female bat. What are your intentions for visiting my territory? Chapter 364, Night Bat Blood Race. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Squeak. When it heard Zhongli's sudden voice, the pink-furred bat was first shocked, then immediately erupted with an extremely sharp ultrasonic sound wave. The air in front of her was like a liquid that was spreading vibrations. Fish scale-like creases could be seen with the naked eye. This kind of high-energy ultrasound was extremely difficult to resist and was extremely fast. It arrived within a short distance in an instant. Zhongli only felt the internal organs and bones in his body tremble violently, as if countless steel needles were stabbing into his body. The resonance frequency of the organs in the body was different. Once the resonance frequency was found, the power of the tremor would continuously accumulate in the body. However, the internal organs would rupture and the bones would shatter. In just a moment, cracks appeared in many parts of Zhongli's body, and there was internal bleeding in his chest and abdomen. Zhongli's ears and eyes were the most injured. As the ripple swept past, a few blood threads flowed down uncontrollably. However, Zhongli was unmoved. His feet shattered the ground as his figure pounced towards the bat. The pink bat flapped its wings and wanted to dodge. Her high-energy ultrasonic wave patterns were a sharp weapon for kiting. She had never liked to fight close combat. However, at this moment, the silver metal threads scattered around it had unknowingly formed an array formation. How could Zhang Li waste such an opportunity to launch a sneak attack just now? However, the commotion of the powerful attack was too great, and it was easy for the other party to dodge. He did not even need to use inconspicuous things to cover up and secretly cast an array formation to control this uninvited guest. An array light appeared from the ground and temporarily bound the bat, so its dodging speed was naturally slower. At this moment, Zhang Li held a coffin the size of a brick in his hand and had already moved forward. He slapped the immobile pink bat. The temporary array formation below was a little fragile after all. In the blink of an eye, it was forcefully broken. What followed was a binding force produced from the coffin that continued to trap her on the spot. He took a few steps closer and used the coffin as a brick. The strength contained in his small body was more than 10,000 kilograms. He slapped it. With a bang, a ball of blood splattered. The heavy coffin did not lose momentum as it smashed into a stone wall behind. The stone wall shattered, and the air wave swept back, almost destroying the blood pool that had yet to be completed. The might of using an Earth-rank artifact to smash people was naturally not bad. However, Zhang Li did not let down his guard because of this. The blood mist in front of him should have splattered backward, but at this moment, it floated towards him without any external force. Moreover, he felt a faint threat from this blood. With a flash, he retreated a distance, avoiding the blood fog that splattered at him. As expected, the blood fog that landed on the ground corroded a large depression in the ground. It could be seen that the toxicity was extremely strong. In the shadows not far away, the pink-furred bat from before flew out almost unscathed. The yin burial brick did not injure her. It was not because the power of the coffin was too small. With the size of this coffin, even if they were both Earth-rank artifacts, there were very few that could have such accumulation. Millions of ghosts that turned into clouds, tens of millions of corpses that turned into soil, and top-grade spiritual chi that was filled with spiritual veins. Using it to smash people would definitely be no less powerful than a crashing mountain. However, it was a pity that the square heaven seal on the yin burial coffin had not been completely carved and did not have the powerful square heaven effect. Zhang Li did not know the throwing technique of the square heaven seal, and his cultivation level was far from the soul formation realm. He did not have any concept of the ability to touch space. Even if he was given a complete square heaven seal, he would not be able to unleash its power. Although he seemed to be able to fight against an enemy at the soul formation realm, he could not understand their ability of flickering around in a short distance, also called inch. Compared to human cultivators, Azura actually had more talent. After the night bat blood race reached this level, they also had a similar ability called shadow leap. In the dark and narrow terrain, it was probably even harder to deal with than ordinary soul formation cultivators with the movement ability, inch. Earlier, this bat had left the spot with a shadow jump, leaving behind a poisonous blood clone that wanted Zhang Li to fall into its trap. Every action could be said to have completely suppressed Zhang Li. Zhang Li grabbed the coffin bricks and rushed up to smash it again and again. He smashed the territory that had yet to be built until it was unbearable, but he did not grab a single hair. On the contrary, the other party's sound wave attack annoyed Zhang Li greatly. He did not need to care about those slight injuries and could easily recover. Such continuous shock damage was a kind of refinement of the body. Over time, it could even make his physical internal organs stronger. However, the sensitive ears and eyeballs were injured, and the continuous unilateral losses were also quite uncomfortable. He reached out and formed a few seals. A large area of the Nine Nether Tree realm immediately spread in this space. Zhang Li tried to obstruct this bat through this method. Although ordinary tree worlds could not cause obvious damage to the pink bat, they could still fill the space to reduce the other party's chances of dodging. However, this little trick was still useless. while the pink-furred bat was petite and looked extremely weak. Shattering the trees and tearing apart Zhongli's 9 nether tree realm was only a matter of moving their claws. Zhongli chased relentlessly with the coffin. As he chased and dodged, the bat in front of him moved indeterminately while moving through the tree world, and it actually seemed to be rather satisfied. While continuously sending out high-energy ultrasonic waves to attack Zhongli, they would transform into a group of bats and scatter at times. At other times, they would transform into young girls who would play in the forest. It was as if Zhongli's attack was not worthy of her attention. It was said that the men of the Azura race were extremely ugly while women were extremely beautiful, and they were severely divided. The men Zhongli had seen before was ugly, but he had never seen a female high-level Azura before. Those succubus witches were beautiful, but their bloodline was still a little low. On the humanoid body, there were also some strange organs, making Zhongli feel very uncomfortable. This time, the blood race girl's human form from time to time was very suitable for human aesthetics. Her hair and eyes were pink. Not only did it not make her look strange, but she looked like a beautiful woman who had jumped out of a caricature. She had a different kind of charm. Zhongli did not show any mercy and smashed the coffin again. However, this time, the night bat blood race girl seemed to have seen his path clearly. She no longer dodged and approached at an extremely fast speed. With a swoosh, the abnormally fast pink figure brushed past Zhongli. In this instant, Zhongli's face was slashed by a sharp blade, and a shallow bloody mark appeared. He pressed the wound on his face and almost did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt numb and stiff. In the status bar, a negative status called bloodlust popped up. This status was resisted by Zhongli's multiple resistance until there was only a slight effect. However, it only took a moment to break through Zhongli's defense and even cursed him. This young woman's strength was probably above Zhongli's. He turned around and saw that the woman was holding the curved fangs of an unknown creature in her hand. It was the fangs that had cut open Zhongli's skin just now, and it had definitely dyed him with the bloodlust status that was rather troublesome for others. The blood race girl stretched out her tongue and licked the blood on the dagger. Then, her pink eyes looked at Zhongli in surprise. If one did not know her background, they would think that she was a girl who wanted candy. The taste of this blood is really wonderful. Can you let me eat more? Zhongli had disguised himself as an Azura world creature and relied on the Azura blood tattoo on his body and the power of chaos in his body to emit an aura. However, in fact, the blood in his body was still human blood, not blood of madness. As for the temptation of human blood, especially the blood of high-quality human males like him, there was no need to say more about it. Fresh human corpses were more precious and reliable than blood crystals here. Therefore, after discovering that Zhongli's blood tasted extremely wonderful, the blood race young lady who originally only wanted to control Zhongli and make him into a puppet coveted his body. After the probing earlier, she felt that she had already understood Zhongli's background. He only knew how to smash people with decent power, but his speed was inferior to the agile blood race. This kind of clumsy attack could not hit her at all. Instead, she could suck the other party's blood bit by bit. If she could prey on this strange Azura, she would definitely become stronger after absorbing his blood. Therefore, this blood tribe cultivator began to attack Zhongli frequently. Due to her extremely fast speed, Zhongli quickly fell into a disadvantage. From time to time, hideous wounds would appear on his body. The wounds that were torn open would often be tainted with various blood toxins. The bleeding was much greater than normal, and the wounds were extremely difficult to heal. As they fought, Zhongli noticed that the blood that flowed out of his body was turning into beads of blood that floated towards the other party's lips. The blood that flowed out was sucked into her mouth through the gap. She really could not bear to waste it at all. The high-quality human male blood made the other party even more excited. In fact, this was also Zhongli's true battle with a complete soul formation realm creature. Previously, he had also fought with opponents of the same level and seemed to be quite at ease. 4 unlucky soul formation cultivators had fallen to him. However, in fact, Zhongli was the one who had the absolute advantage when fighting them. It was not a fair and impartial battle. Zhongli was still far from being able to casually knock a soul formation cultivator to death. The armored troll, who had come to pursue him but was killed in the end, was caught off guard and suppressed by his brute force while wearing the black scale armor. He was also forcefully dragged into the deep sea and relied on the endless pressure of the deep sea to suppress him until he was on the verge of death. As for Mu Yulan, who was controlled by the Ghost King, be it her or Yang Ruoji, they were both in a rather bad state. Their body was about to collapse and they were unable to unleash their normal strength. Yang Ruoji's Ghost King technique was countered by the statue clone and Zhongli's Ghost Lantern Cold Flame. Coupled with Mu Yulan recovering her consciousness and causing trouble for Yang Ruoji from the inside, it caused Yang Ruoji to give up resisting so quickly. The third was the 9 Netherwood that could single-handedly fight more than 10 soul formation cultivators. This person was undoubtedly the top even among soul formation cultivators. However, at the same time, the 9 Netherwood in the graveyard was beaten up by the Mu family cultivators and suffered heavy injuries. After that, it was tricked by Zhongli to the Azura world that it was unfamiliar with. After 3 consecutive days of continuous expenditure without any replenishment, it even competed with Zhongli, a freak with infinite energy, at the end of its flight. In the end, it was tragically defeated by the unreasonable ability of the dragon imprisoning lock. The last was the half-human half-lion Azura Amity who had fallen into Zhongli's hands earlier. This fellow could be said to be the weakest creature of this level that Zhongli had encountered. He was still trying to provoke the enemy without thinking clearly. In just a single exchange, he was struck by the seated machine gun of the 9 Netherwood in the graveyard and was directly heavily injured by the intense reaction of the spiritual chi and the power of chaos. Of these 4 guys, 3 of them had heavily injured bodies. The only one who was still in good condition was crippled by the pressure of the seawater. Moreover, none of them had spatial abilities like the soul formation's inch. Therefore, the battle with them was not enough to completely measure Zhongli's strength. Zhongli's actual combat strength was naturally not weak. If this blood race girl was willing to fight him head-on, Zhongli was confident that he would not fall into a disadvantageous position. If he delayed for too long, the one who would be dragged to death would definitely be the other party. However, his cultivation level was far inferior after all. Even if he relied on his status to reach his current strength, his shortcomings in all aspects were still unavoidable. If there was a huge gap in one aspect, this flaw could be infinitely magnified. This blood race member had now decided to wear Zhongli down bit by bit with the relative shortcomings of speed and agility. With Zhongli's recovery speed, he was not afraid of this bit of blunt force. However, this could not continue. He had to think of a way to capture this person. Zhongli could not even let her escape. This girl had tasted his blood. Once this blood race girl escaped, regardless of whether it was the location of the geocentric passage or Zhongli's true identity as a human, it would bring him considerable trouble. After thinking for a moment, Zhongli did not take out any other artifacts to try. He decisively gave up on the useless attack and leaped into the passageway. The night bat blood race girl was naturally unwilling to let such a wonderful blood food escape. It opened its mouth and absorbed the blood that splattered to the side, transforming into a pink bat that chased after Zhongli. After they went down, the large number of 9 nether trees that remained on the spot spontaneously gathered together, tightly blocking the entrance to the underground passageway. At first, the pink bat was only excited to encounter top-grade food. However, the lower she went, the more she gradually felt something unusual. Chapter 365, Abandoning the Mess. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What was wrong? The blood race girl acutely sensed something. The air in the passage was different from when she came up. What did that guy do? No matter what you did, a human actually appeared here. Since I, Atari, discovered you, you should obediently become my food. Atari licked her lips as her figure continued to descend, chasing after the aura Zhongli had left in the air. As long as it was a prey that she had sucked blood from, she could easily find it even from thousands of miles away. However, the surrounding changes did not stop. Instead, they continued to intensify. The chaotic power that originally filled every corner of the Azura world seemed to be thinning. Then, an energy that made her feel excited and restless began to become richer here. It was top-grade spiritual qi from another world. This kind of high-quality top-grade spiritual qi could not produce much even if one dug up a spirit vein. In Green Mountain residence, it would cost a lot. However, at this moment, Zhongli was very generous. He poured out a large amount of spiritual qi without any cost. In the depths of the passageway, it was similarly filled with huge trees by Zhongli. Zhongli stood on the 9 nether giant tree. As he opened his mouth to spit out a large amount of top-grade spiritual qi, he shook his hand and threw out the coffin. Surging yin burial spiritual qi surged out from it and quickly filled the space in the passageway, completely repelling the power of chaos. It was not without reason that this underground passage was called a narrow passage by Amity. It was really not difficult for Zhongli to fill a pillar-shaped space that was less than 50 meters in diameter. Currently, in order to ensure that he could return to the continent of the 9 provinces, the strongest helper, the divine statue clone, could only stay there and not bring it over. As for the others in his coffin, their strength was relatively poor, so it was very difficult for them to provide sufficient help in a battle of this level. The time, place, and people were in harmony. Without time, Zhongli could only try his best to create some geographical advantage to increase his advantage. The density of the spiritual qi continued to rise. From the beginning, it made the blood race girl feel excited and restless. Soon, it became uncomfortable, and it even reached the point where one breath would burn oneself. After all, that was the spiritual qi of a top-grade spirit stone. It was not surprising that it could cause such an effect. The power of chaos could suppress the vitality of the continent of the 9 provinces to begin with. If it was the blood energy of a top-grade blood crystal, even a weakling would probably die upon contact. The situation of spiritual qi was not much different for creatures of the Azura world. However, this kind of expenditure was extremely huge and ordinary people could not use it. This kind of nouveau riche tactic was only suitable for Zhongli, who could spend spiritual qi for free without any cost. The effect of his actions was obvious. Any high-level technique needed to interact with the spiritual qi of the outside world. For example, the simplest form of flying was not so easy to achieve without the support of environment and spiritual qi. Perhaps the effect of spending several times the spiritual qi was not as good as before. This principle was the same in the Azura world. A high-level technique like Shadow Leap was also greatly suppressed when the power of chaos disappeared in the environment and was instead filled with a large amount of top-grade spiritual qi. The blood race girl had already clearly sensed that something was wrong. Now, she could only hold her breath as the distance between the shadows was suppressed. In contrast, the sense of danger coming from below became stronger and stronger. In the end, her rationality urged her to stop falling and fly up. However, at this moment, a red light shot up from below and arrived in front of her in an instant. This time, it was the bloodthirsty trident that flew over from below. Zhongli had actually long learned about this uninvited guest, the night bat blood race, from Amity. She had originally appeared at the gathering place of the night spirit bats on the other side of the passageway. It was very normal for her to discover this passageway. Even if she did not find him, Zhongli would find her. His plan to make a fortune secretly could not be ruined like this. Earlier, this Atari was probing Zhongli, but Zhongli was similarly probing her. As expected, the speed and shadow leap ability were much stronger than the heavily injured Amity. Although the bloodthirsty trident had a certain tracking ability, it was just like the square heaven seal. He did not possess spatial type abilities, and since he knew nothing about it, he could not unleash the power of the artifact. It was one thing to bully the injured and clumsy half-human half-lion, but it was better not to bully the agile blood race. There was a high chance that he would not be able to hit it. Instead, it would expose this Earth-rank demonic weapon and make the subsequent battle even more difficult. If he scared her away, it would be troublesome. It was not until he spent a large amount of spiritual chi to create a suitable combat environment that Zhongli finally attacked. The bloodthirsty trident was thrown with Zhongli's full strength, and its speed was extremely swift. Even the explosive sound of the trident tearing through the air was left far behind, and it was already extremely close when it was noticed. Atari could no longer dodge and was hit in the chest by the bloodthirsty trident. However, the moment the young girl was stabbed by the trident, she scattered into 10 pink bats. The trident only struck 4 of the bats and continued to fly back with them. It only stopped when it nailed itself to a stone wall above. The remaining 6 bats gathered into the figure of Atari again, but she looked terrified and angry. The young woman's face was pale as paper after regathering, and the aura on her body was obviously nearly half weaker than before. That was because the 10 bats were formed from her origin blood essence. As long as a bat was alive, she would not die. It was a life-saving measure in an emergency. However, every time she lost a night bat, she would lose 10% of her blood essence. If she lost more, she might even lose a grade. Although the bloodthirsty trident did not kill with one strike, it still caused serious injuries that could not be healed in a short period of time. Atari hurriedly turned around and flew up, trying to pull out the bloodthirsty trident and retrieve her 40% origin blood essence. However, Zhongli followed closely behind. How could the heavy fist and the even heavier coffin brick give her this chance? Without any mercy, he sent blows at the other party. This time, the Night Bat Blood Tribe girl clearly did not dodge as easily as before. If she used the blood energy in her body, she could barely use Shadow Leap. However, the distance she could jump was less than a third of before. It was utterly insufficient to kite Zhongli as easily as before. After dodging a few rounds, Zhongli finally grasped the flaw and could only raise the dagger in his hand to parry. However, in a head-on collision, the agile and fast blood race showed weakness in strength. If the 40% of blood essence was still there, it would not be much. However, she, who was already weak, now lost nearly half of her blood essence. All the attributes in her body decreased in a straight line, so how could she be Zhongli's match? His fist smashed into the sharp fangs. The fist covered in black scales was not injured at all, but the blood race girl was sent flying by the heavy force and smashed into the stone wall behind her. A large number of cracks spread out on the stone wall, but it did not shatter and fall. This was the geocentric passage. After being washed by the Azura energy all year round, the hardness was really extraordinary. Even a battle at the Soul Formation realm would only cause cracks to appear on the stone wall. However, this also meant that it would be very difficult to widen this narrow path. As soon as the blood race girl hit the wall, another coffin smashed over. She hurriedly dodged to the side, and in the end, her figure was shaken by the aftershock to the point of being unstable. This time, she was struck by Zhongli's fist. The punch landed on her face as her beautiful head tilted back, and her large teeth flew everywhere. Since she did not stop using the high-energy ultrasound for a moment, he shut her up by force. Zhongli did not even have the mood to tackle Shen Shan Kaihua, so how could he have any thoughts towards an Azura? His fists struck out continuously. The feeling was tough to the touch. This blood race girl looked weak, but her body was as tough as a monster. After receiving more than 10 heavy punches from Zhongli, his bones crackled like beans being fried. However, she could actually recover from this. The tenacity of a monster that had reached this level was simply unbelievable. She dragged her body that had at least dozens of broken bones and continued to fight Zhongli to the death. The pink figure flickered repeatedly as it dodged Zhongli's fist and desperately brandished the fangs in its hand to stab and cut Zhongli's body. The blood race girl, Atari, was sufficiently decisive. She directly abandoned her defense and tried her best to cause all kinds of wounds on Zhang Li's body. She was a member of the blood race and could quickly recover from her injuries through Zhang Li's blood. This was probably her only chance of winning. Zhang Li's dragon imprisoning lock was still on the 9 nether wood in the graveyard. There were no artifacts that could quickly end the battle. He could only slowly wear her down like a normal soul formation cultivator. At most, he had a few earth rank artifacts on him, so the battle would end faster. 2 days later, her face was beaten into a pig's head, and the young blood race girl who was like a pile of soft mud was ruthlessly smashed to the ground. Her pink eyes stared at Zhang Li, but she was unable to get up anymore. In fact, if he had been fighting in the underground passageway that Zhang Li had sealed off, Zhang Li might not have needed to spend so much time. The main reason was that the geocentric passage was connected to the 2 worlds underground. The interior was extremely long and narrow. With the energy level or air temperature at the 2 ends of the passageway, as long as there was a slight change, a powerful pressure would be produced in the passageway. That change was like a volcano eruption. It was almost impossible to forcefully stop. In just half a day, the stopper formed by Zhang Li's 9 nether wood was shattered by the airflow in the passageway. Only then did the blood race girl obtain the replenishment of the chaotic power in the environment. At that time, Zhang Li had almost let her escape. Fortunately, after fighting for a long time, this night bat girl had already been beaten until she was exhausted and injured. Coupled with the 4 blood essence bats that had been taken away by the bloodthirsty trident, even if she could use Shadow Leap again, the distance and speed were far from her original speed. After chasing for a long time, he finally shot her down. Zhang Li landed in time and grabbed her neck with one hand. Then, the coffin lid opened automatically and covered him and the blood race girl. The space changed, and Zhang Li had already brought Atari into the coffin space. He casually threw the girl to the side of the coffin, and a foot-long coffin nail appeared in his hand. Zhang Li raised his hand and struck. The coffin nail pierced through her heart and pinned the blood race girl to the sideboard. In this coffin, she was not alone. On a sideboard on the other side was the half-human, half-dead Amity that had fallen into Zhang Li's hands a while ago. With the 2 of them as sacrifices, it could greatly increase the effect of the coffin nails striking the coffin, greatly increasing the possibility of the artifact advancing. If he was lucky, he might be able to add an attribute of the power of chaos to the coffin. It was not as strong as Zhang Li to be able to use 2 types of energy freely. However, if he wanted to create a space with the power of chaos in the coffin space to let the creatures of the Azura world stay, it would be much easier. Zhang Li heaved a sigh of relief and walked to the front of the 2 Azuras. He held 4 dying bats in his hand. This nail will go deeper every day. After 33 days, it will completely enter the coffin. At that time, it will be your death. If you think it through before you die, tell me everything you know. I might spare your lives. Think about it carefully. We still have time, don't we? He stuffed the 4 bats back into Atari's mouth, quickly restoring the girl's vitality, but this also cut off her last chance to live. In the continent of the 9 provinces, something major had happened in the cultivation world of the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent recently. The Myriad Slaughter sect, which was originally ranked as a medium-sized divine judgment in the Divine Judgment Hall, was announced to have been demoted to a low-level divine judgment. Whether they would be expelled from the Divine Judgment Hall and pursue the matter was still under discussion. It was said that the Myriad Slaughter sect had used some unknown method to sacrifice the cultivation world of the Rock Mountain Range to the evil demons of the other world. In a short period of time, the population of the Rock Mountain Range, which was not flourishing to begin with, practically suffered a destructive blow. Now, the demonic creature that not many people had seen before still had to wreak havoc in the cultivation world of the Rock Mountain Range. The range of corrosion was becoming larger and larger, and sooner or later, it would affect other places. Not only did the Myriad Slaughter sect not actively deal with the calamity and retreat, but they also transferred a large number of combat forces from the front line of the armored trolls and headed towards the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. Their ambitions were self-evident. This information immediately attracted the attention of the Great Mountain Alliance. After the news was sent to the statue clone through the Alliance leader token, Zhongli naturally knew everything. He really did not expect that those demonic cultivators would be so decisive. They abandoned the mess in the Rock Mountain range and went to find trouble with the Great Mountain region. With a thought, he contacted the Yaksha clone who had rushed back to the blood fighting arena. The Yaksha clone ran to the bottom of the blood pool to take a look. Even someone as calm as him could not help but tremble. The true owner of the blood fighting arena, Vimacitran, was at least 3 times larger than he had seen before. His aura had also risen to a level that a clone did not dare to probe. Invading the continent of the 9 provinces, which was the Lamb world mentioned by Azura, could really bring incomparably terrifying benefits to the Azura Lord. In just a few days, Vimacitran had already become so much stronger. Zhongli's actions delayed the invasion of the Myriad Slaughter sect and weakened their overall strength. However, such a dangerous plan was indeed not so easy to grasp. He had really accidentally created an incredible enemy. Chapter 366, Myriad Slaughter Enter the Great Mountain. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the headquarters of the Great Mountain Alliance in the Misty Mountain Range, due to the temporary absence of the Alliance leader, the leaders of the 3 major sects were presiding over this Great Mountain Conference. Swordhead Shen Shan of the Shu Mountain, Deist Washi of the Scripture Storage Valley, and Master Le Ku of the Benevolent Travel Temple. These 3 important figures who rarely left the sect had appeared here in unison today. It could be seen how important the discussion of this Great Mountain Conference was. Below were all famous figures in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. Basically, only a portion of the leaders of the sects, family heads, and rogue cultivators were sitting in the hall. Recently, various major events had frequently appeared in this once remote cultivation world. After establishing the Great Mountain Alliance, it greatly increased the ability to distribute resources and transfer authority. With the production of a large number of aged medicines in the Medicine Garden Mystic Realm, the Great Mountain region entered a new era of cultivation where everyone had pills to eat and medicine to consume. However, this time was still too short, not enough for the new generation of cultivators to grow. At this moment, the huge danger that followed the benefits had already barged into the house. Tell us about the situation. One of the 3 people at the top spoke. From the shadows in the corner, a few cultivators in black clothes and masks appeared. They appeared in front of everyone. When the people present saw these masked cultivators, they all revealed different expressions. Some were serious, some were solemn, some were respectful, and some looked forward to it. This was the Hidden Rock Army that enjoyed the best treatment and had extremely high authority in the Great Mountain Alliance. They enjoyed the supplies provided by the first batch and the highest grade standard artifacts. The Great Mountain Alliance even picked out a set of high-quality manuals from the various large sects for them to learn. When carrying out missions, they had the right to request the full cooperation of the cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance. Many people disagreed with the benefits they enjoyed. However, the existence of the Hidden Rock cultivators greatly improved the internal conflicts during the creation of the Great Mountain Alliance. Moreover, their efficiency was extremely high. It was indeed an irreplaceable force. Those who were dissatisfied would usually choose to register after clamoring, letting Zhongli absorb many outstanding talents. After the few Hidden Rock cultivators cupped their hands and bowed, they no longer delayed and began to narrate what had happened in the Great Mountain region recently. 7 days ago, the Blood Saber Guards of the Myriad Slaughter sect appeared at the western border of the Great Mountain region. 3 million people from the 100 Kingdom were slaughtered, and less than 1 in 100 survived. On the same day, the 230 ships of the Myriad Slaughter sect's flying ship fleet invaded our Great Mountain region. The masked hidden cultivator used emotionless words to report information that made people tremble in fear. The atmosphere of the entire venue became more and more oppressive, and there was absolute silence. In the next 3 days, the 7 mortal gathering places such as Puning County, Zhengjing City, Jinwu Southern County, Chengui Kingdom, and so on were slaughtered one after another. There were countless casualties. At the location of the accident, there were traces of a large-scale operation of the mortal army. I speculate that they might have the ability to control the mortals to slaughter indiscriminately. In the next 3 days, the Heavenly Dog Association, the Twin Cult, the Snow Fox Building, the Thunderbolt Village, the Mountain City Crusher, the North Star Sect, and the other 13 Alliance forces were attacked. Every attack lasted for less than an hour. The Great Mountain Alliance's patrolling flying ship has also encountered the enemy fleet 3 times and was destroyed immediately after. In the middle of everyone was a huge sand table, which was the rough terrain of the entire Great Mountain region. All the large and small factions were labeled on it. If one had enough authority, they could still see some secret ruins that cultivators dreamed of every day. However, Zhang Li no longer had interest in most of them. As the hidden rock cultivators reported the slaughtered human strongholds and sects that had died in battle, one person stabbed a small red flag into the corresponding sand table location. Many cultivators present were first sorrowful and furious. They gritted their teeth for the death of their compatriots. Then, they looked at the small flags that were getting closer and closer, and their hearts turned cold. The flags indicated that the myriad slaughter sects fleet was approaching the misty mountain range in a straight line. The destroyed human gathering places and sects were all slaughtered on the way. In front of a fleet of that level, a round of cannon fire could directly erase ordinary small sects from the map. Even the Great Mountain Alliance did not have the confidence to fight them head-on. How could those small sects established by nascent soul and even golden core cultivators be their match? It was estimated that after the myriad slaughter sect attacked together, they would not even be interested in cleaning up the battlefield. 6 hours ago, our people recently sent back the news that the myriad slaughter sect's fleet appeared 2,000 miles northwest of the misty mountain range. After saying this, the captain of the rock shadow cultivator touched a photographic crystal and projected the image of the myriad slaughter sect's fleet into the air. When everyone saw this, they could no longer calm down. The originally solemn scene began to clamor. 2,000 miles? 6 hours ago. Doesn't that mean they've flown above us now? You already knew about this 7 days ago. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Such a terrifying fleet. There are still so many people from the Great Mountain Alliance sent to the front line of that troll. How can we be their match? Below, there were all kinds of dissatisfied complaints and panicked whispers. Some people even began to complain about why they had gathered them at such a dangerous time. They all wanted to quickly return home and escape with their sect. In the face of such danger, there were naturally many people who had such thoughts. However, after enjoying the benefits distributed by the Great Mountain Alliance, they could not, and were not allowed to, do such a thing. Everyone from the Great Mountain region, we have already expected this situation. Although we've made a lot of preparations, we still couldn't stall for enough time. Now is the moment to face the war. The war we face this time undoubtedly concerns the survival of the cultivation world of our Great Mountain region. I hope all the forces can cooperate. Sitting at the top, the auras of the 3 supreme leaders of the Great Mountain region poured down, causing the noisy venue to become quiet and orderly again. They did not invite these people here to discuss with them. Next, Swordhead Shen Shan of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak will read the rules of the war. Shen Shan Jianyi took out a jade token and slapped it forward. Golden words of light appeared in front of everyone. It will be approved by the highest meeting of the Great Mountain Alliance. During the war, all sects, chambers of commerce, families, and individual rogue cultivators registered in the records must obey the orders of the Great Mountain Alliance unconditionally. All the forces must transfer more than half of their combat strength into the Great Mountain Alliance's wartime army during the war. The Chamber of Commerce is not allowed to stockpile all wartime supplies. You are not allowed to raise the price and ensure the smooth supply of supplies. All the mountain gate array formations and factions below the A grade must undergo an emergency migration during war. Leave the encampment for the time being and move into the 7 main defensive strongholds that have been set up. There are defensive strongholds, the headquarters of the Great Mountain Alliance, the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak, the Scripture Storage Valley, and the Benevolent Travel Temple. Under such circumstances where everyone had their own thoughts, it might be a good scene to talk reason with them. However, once they left the venue, at least half of these people would immediately turn around and escape. At most, they would leave behind some low-level disciples who were not valued to fool the Great Mountain Alliance. Their core combat strength and all the liquid assets that they could afford would definitely run away at an unimaginable speed. In the cultivation world, individual cultivators' flying ability was far above the modern transportation tools in his previous life. They could run to the deep mountains and forests, or they could simply move away from the Great Mountain region and find a place to start afresh. To them, this result was much better than defending the Great Mountain region with an unknown risk. Even many large sects would definitely send their core bloodline disciples out and act according to the situation. It was understandable but not acceptable. In that case, the strength of the Great Mountain Alliance would decrease by at least 30% before the battle began. Therefore, the moment they received the news, the Great Mountain Alliance began to use their authority and various reasons to gather all the disciples of the large and small factions of the Great Mountain region and more rogue cultivators. During this time, they allowed these cultivators to work with the Great Mountain Alliance's troops and had not announced the actual situation. Only now that the battle was about to begin did they reveal the truth. This did not seem right. Many people gritted their teeth in hatred. However, this was the only feasible solution. With such a powerful enemy in front of them, now was not the time to care about freedom. To let everyone make their choice freely was to put it nicely, but to put it bluntly, it was a pile of loose sand. As Shen Shan Jianyi read out the rules one by one, the expressions of the hundreds of leaders of the various factions present turned ugly. They knew that they had been tricked by the higher UPS, but at this point, other than being united, they had no other choice. If they won, they would all live. Everyone would enjoy the benefits and loot of the war. If they lost, those cultivators from the Rock Mountain range who had fled and become allies with them would be their best example. Soon, the Great Mountain Conference ended. These things had already been discussed in advance. Now, it was only to inform them. The disciples of the various sects and sects who had been summoned here in advance had already been assigned their own areas and missions, and they were placed in the various troops. However, the disciples who were at a loss did not know what had happened. They could only fight in peace when the leaders of these factions appeared together. Moreover, these famous cultivators in the Great Mountain region were also the group with the highest cultivation levels here. They were the backbone of this war. Reporting to the three lords, a strange cultivator took out the alliance leader token. At this moment, another shadow cultivator appeared beside the leaders of the three major sects. The news made the three of them frown. The Great Mountain Alliance leader token had always been held by Zhang Li himself. Now that it was in the hands of others, could it be that something had happened to their alliance leader Zhang? The other party doesn't seem to have any malice. He's currently waiting in the guest room. This hidden cultivator saw through the worries of the three big shots and added, only then did they feel slightly relieved. However, the three of them still rushed to the guest room and saw the strange guest. To be honest, even after some concealment, this person's appearance could only be described as strange. This face and the left and right sides were clearly made up of two completely different people. However, in this day and age, it was very normal for cultivation methods to make the user look neither human nor ghost. They had seen too much and did not say much. However, the lotus platform sitting under that person attracted the intense vigilance of the three sect masters. I am Thousand Hands Ananda. Greetings. It was Zhang Li's divine statue clone. He was in the Azura world and could not rush back for a while. Moreover, he was over there, and even the Great Mountain Alliance leader token was unable to break through the normal communication of the world barrier. Therefore, Zhang Li could only hand the Alliance leader token to the divine statue clone to hold onto it. He also let the divine statue clone come here first to help the Great Mountain Alliance participate in the battle. I am Shenshan Jianyi. May I know your relationship with my Great Mountain Alliance leader? Why is Alliance leader Jiang's Alliance leader token in your hand? In addition, if I'm not wrong, the lotus platform beneath you should also belong to our Great Mountain Alliance. They were truly unable to believe why Zhang Li would give the demon lotus to this stranger. Zhang Li, who had seen this demonic object before, should know quite well how terrifying it was. How could he make such a decision? Don't worry, I'm indeed Alliance leader Jiang's friend. I owe Zhang Li a favor. I came here this time to lend the Great Mountain Alliance a hand. There's a message left behind by Alliance leader Zhang in this Alliance leader token. He has something important to do now and can't rush back in time. He still needs everyone to resist for 10 days with all your might. In 10 days, the danger will be resolved. The three people opposite him hurriedly received the Great Mountain Alliance leader token. The information and brand inside was indeed left behind by Zhang Li. The information inside could not have been recorded forcefully, so they were mostly relieved. Although they felt that it was inappropriate, they could only choose to believe Zhang Li first. Zhang Li did not leave the information in the Alliance leader token in advance. He had not reached the stage of foreseeing the future. However, although his body could not return directly, his main body's consciousness descended on his clone and he personally left a message. Where's Zhang Li? What is he doing? Forget it, let him stay outside. If we can't defeat the enemy, with him surviving, our Great Mountain region will not completely perish. Thank you for your help, friend Ananda. They did not take that sentence of solving the issue in 10 days to heart. In fact, they did not intend to let Zhang Li return to preside over the situation. Zhang Li's current strength had not reached that level. They did not choose this alliance leader to send him to his death. They saw Zhang Li's talent. As long as he was given time, in the future, he might be able to help the Great Mountain region take revenge. However, before either party could say anything, an explosion sounded in the sky not far away. A powerful pillar of light had already struck the formation's light membrane. The myriad slaughter sect's fleet had arrived. As for Zhang Li, he was on his way. Chapter 367, Misty Mountain Range. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. 230 flying ships stood in the air. The pressure that covered most of the sky was enough to make the insects and beasts in the mountain flee. It was not until this moment that the cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance, who raised their heads, realized what kind of enemy they were about to face. The people of the Myriad Slaughter sect did not have any so-called attack plan. Their plan was to invade. From their blatant actions, it could be seen that these fellows did not take this remote cultivation world seriously at all. Wu Fan, the sect master of the Myriad Slaughter sect, was standing on a huge warship at the front and staring coldly at the buildings below. Previously, the Myriad Slaughter sect had sent out the Blood Saber Guards to enter the Great Mountain region to investigate. Although they were annihilated by Zhang Li and the cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance, it was impossible to hide this basic information from others. This was the center of the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. They planned to come here and directly cause trouble. Below Sect Master is the core of the Great Mountain region, the headquarters of the so-called Great Mountain Alliance. It's also the Lost Medicine Garden mystic realm of our Myriad Profound sect. As long as we defeat this place, the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region will no longer be able to resist. The spiritual materials that have been here for thousands of years will also be returned to their rightful owner. Standing beside Wu Fan was a saber servant with an ashen expression. Although his expression was ugly, he still had a flattering expression from the bottom of his heart in front of Wu Fan. That sharp voice sounded more like a rootless person in the palace. The earth-rank blood saber of the myriad slaughter sect master was not worn by him usually. Instead, there was a saber servant following him like a shadow holding the saber. This kind of saber servant was similar to the cauldrons of some yin absorption technique. The cultivation method was special and was completely used for others. All the cultivation of the saber servant was for the saber. A high-quality saber servant could greatly increase the grade and power of the saber. It was a very effective strengthening and nurturing method. However, after taking up this job, their shortest lifespan would be 3 to 5 months, and the longest would be 3 to 5 years before they were sucked dry by the saber in hand. Sect Master, should we give those guys below a chance to surrender? The saber servant was also Wu Fan's most trusted aide. Although his term was short, he could speak to the sect master and serve him at any time. He was also the target of many people's fawning. They were greedy for something they don't deserve. There's no need to waste our breath. Slaughter them. He spoke indifferently as if he was not facing a vast cultivation world with a long history. Instead, he carried a pot of water and was about to pour it into the ant nest. The sharp voice of a saber servant sounded, "The sect master has ordered us to slaughter them." Swoosh! The air trembled and rippled. Then, 230 flying ship cannons fired at the ground. 230 thick and thin pillars of light pierced into the buildings below. The thick array formation barrier was as fragile as a piece of paper. Under the bombardment of such a large-scale spiritual cannon, it was easily destroyed. The buildings that looked like paradise on earth were easily destroyed like paper shells. Under their cannon fire, those low-level cultivators could not muster up any courage to resist. They hugged their heads and squatted down, preparing to die. Then, under the ruthless destruction of their cannon fire, they were all buried along with those buildings. Those screams became the most fitting sound under their cannon fire. It was easy, simple, and too smooth. After fighting for more than a month, the cultivators of the myriad slaughter sect finally felt the wonderful feeling of bullying the weak. These fanatics who enjoyed killing people would not feel like they could not bear to attack. This bombardment lasted for an hour. It was not until the cannon's mouth became hot that the spirit stones on the ship cannon's charging array formation turned to waste that it slowly stopped. Below, the area they had just bombarded had long turned into a bumpy ruin. It was almost impossible to see even the remains of a building. Thick black smoke filled the air. However, other than those crazy and excited disciples, the higher UPS of the myriad slaughter sect, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, discovered that something was wrong. They had only captured the Rock Mountain range not long ago. They still remembered the process of invading the cultivation world. Although the cultivation world was unable to fight them head-on, the core Blackstone city was also captured by them within 7 days. However, the process was not so easy. Moreover, the entire area was so large, and the mobility of cultivators was strong. After splitting up, they ran alone. They hid in the mountains and forests and ran for thousands of miles. As long as they were careful, even Foundation establishment cultivators could do it. After losing the main battlefield, there were all kinds of guerrilla warfare, harassment, surprise attacks, and underground ambushes. It took a long time for them to stabilize the situation there. However, this great mountain region was a little strange. Why did it feel like they were not attacking the core of the cultivation world, but a mortal town? It was simply too fragile. Could it be that because they were afraid of the momentum of the myriad slaughter sect, the main force of the cultivation world had already fled? Get someone to go down and take a look. Under the order of the leader, the cabin of the 2 warships opened. The disciples of the myriad slaughter sect, who had long been prepared, rode their artifacts and swarmed down. The first group going down to clean up the battlefield was a huge job. As long as their luck was not too bad, they could obtain a lot of gains no matter what. However, when they stepped on the ruins, the excitement quickly faded. Why did this battlefield feel different from before? Here, they felt as if something was missing. There were ruins, fragments, and dust, but what about corpses and blood? This was it, why was there no familiar smell of blood? A disciple grabbed the remains of a building and casually squeezed. The remains shattered like foam in his hand. When had he become so powerful? No, he was only a newbie at the Foundation establishment realm. The problem should be with these building materials. On a closer look, the ruins on the ground did not look like the core of a region built with high-grade materials. They were clearly made of yellow mud and grass. They were casually built in the simplest manner. From a distance, it seemed to be very large. However, in fact, even mortals would not fancy such a crude house. If they just stood there and endured the wind and rain, they might collapse in a month. Earlier, the 230 flying ships had spent countless spirit stones and spiritual chi to bombard this place for an hour. At this moment, they, who had calmed down from their excitement, suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. They hurriedly rode their artifacts and wanted to rise into the sky again. However, a fog floated over from all directions and completely enveloped them. In this fog, the advance troops of the myriad slaughter sect lost all their sense of direction and rushed around in the fog in a panic. No matter what, they could not fly out. Then, screams sounded from the fog. The hundreds of myriad slaughter sect disciples were all killed below. It turned out that everything that the myriad slaughter sect had seen earlier was just a fake target. It did not take more than a day for the Great Mountain Alliance to build these things. There were no less than 10 fake headquarters like this in other directions. Coupled with the illusory formation of the Misty Mountain Range, using these clay tiles to exchange for the most ferocious first round of cannon fire was a very cost-effective thing. If they liked it, the Great Mountain Alliance would be happy to let them take turns attacking these targets. Far away from the myriad slaughter sect's fleet, where the true encampment of the Great Mountain Alliance was, a large number of disciples from the various sects who had been tricked to the Misty Mountain Range were rather nervous when they saw the arrival of such a large number of fleets. However, they quickly discovered that the myriad slaughter sect's fleet had inexplicably stopped outside the Misty Mountain Range and began to attack in empty space crazily. From afar, there were vibrations caused by the explosion. It clearly could not injure them at all. Seeing such a strange phenomenon, the cultivators gradually reacted. The myriad slaughter sect's fleet did not seem to be as terrifying as they had imagined. The Great Mountain Alliance was not stupid and planned to send them to their deaths. This battle seemed to have a chance. Luring people to the battlefield was the first step. The second step was to let these unwilling disciples have confidence, which was the so-called morale. Letting this terrifying demon sect fleet suffer in front of everyone was undoubtedly a very good method. Therefore, this happened. The Misty Mountain Range was a real mountain range. After thousands of years, it had only been accidentally discovered by the cultivators of the Great Mountain region. It could be seen how large the range was and how ingenious the Misty Mountain illusion was. That was under the circumstances that the array formation had been neglected for a long time and was already full of mistakes. Now, after the full repair of the Great Mountain Alliance, the defensive illusion array had already regained its former power. It was definitely not inferior to the mountain protection sword formation of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak. Looking out from the inside, it was indeed an endless space with no boundaries. However, from the outside, the thick fog that filled the entire mountain range was enough to block all malice. If they made some advance preparations, they could also show the enemy some images like a mirage. However, using such a small method to waste the enemy's reserves once or twice was fine. If they used it too much, it would not have much effect. At this moment, on the hundreds of array nodes of the Misty Mountain Range, there was a core elder holding a token and controlling the array formation. This caused the fog in the entire Misty Mountain Range to become thicker and thicker. The mountains that were hundreds of miles wide were all white, causing the cultivators of the myriad slaughter sect to not know where to shoot. The cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance, who had stimulated their confidence and courage, were quickly arranged to prearranged positions. They only needed to follow the orders and execute some simple actions to make the headquarters of the Great Mountain Alliance operate at high speed. Hidden in the forest was a group of brave soldiers filled with anger and hatred. They were already prepared to take revenge on these former enemies. Everyone, remember, listen to my orders later. After aiming, fire the crossbow together. Move immediately after firing the crossbow. Remember, if you're late, you'll die. Hidden under the thick fog in the mountain, among the rows of defensive fortifications, a young man was giving his companions a final reminder. Bastards of the Myriad Slaughter sect, we've been waiting for this day for a long time. Listen to my orders and counterattack. On a mountaintop on the flank of the Myriad Slaughter sect's fleet, 500 cultivators from the Rock Mountain range were staring intently at the fleet in the distant sky. The anti-aircraft crossbows set up on the ground fired at the same time. After a series of buzzing sounds, 500 anti-aircraft crossbows shot at the fleet in the sky. Some of the huge crossbow bolts were intercepted by experts, but there were many of them. From the side, a small number of crossbow bolts still struck the flying ship on the side. Then, the crossbow bolts exploded violently, causing considerable losses to the Myriad Slaughter sect's fleet. These air defense fortifications were all dismantled from various cultivation bazaars under the distribution of the Great Mountain Alliance. Even if it was used once, it could harass them for a long time. However, this also pointed out the direction of the attack for the Myriad Slaughter sect's fleet. Then, a wave of ship cannons swept across and erased the location of the attack. Even though they were prepared and more than 10 people could not escape the bombardment in time, this did not stop the cultivators of the Rock Mountain range from having the determination to take revenge. After the Myriad Slaughter sect fleet changed direction, they appeared from the other side and shot out the same crossbow bolts. The current situation was that it was not advisable to fight head-on. In the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region, no one could stop the Myriad Slaughter sect master who held the Earth-rank blood saber. Not even Shen Shan Jianyi, who held the ancient dust sword, could do it. However, they could not always rely on the illusion array to avoid the battle and let these guys run around. Therefore, they could only use this method to anger and delay them as much as possible. As for what should happen next, many of the higher UPS of the Great Mountain region could not think of a feasible solution to deal with the enemy. In the Azura world, Zhang Li was rushing through a blood-colored plain. In next to no time, an enormous bloody arena appeared before him. This was the blood-fighting arena that the Yaksha clone had been in for a long time. If he wanted to create a blood pool that could open the spatial crack, it was not something that he could find and do in a few days. The mini blood pool that he had forged previously had also been exhausted after escaping the Mu family and opening the spatial crack again. If he wanted to return to the continent of the 9 provinces in time, he could only use this spatial crack that he had personally opened. Although he was very worried, he could only abandon the geocentric passageway and let the parasitized Azuras continue working as subtly as possible. Before Zhang Li left, he had personally passed through the geocentric passageway to investigate the exit below. The night spirit bats below did not have any experts, nor did they have much intelligence. They did not even know how to clean feces. Over the years, a thick layer had accumulated. Presumably, if there was no accurate information, no one would deliberately enter this smelly place to investigate. After Zhang Li got the Yaksha clone to receive him, he immediately went over to watch. In theory, nothing would happen. Then, he rushed here. "What are you doing here?" At this moment, a vulture guard that was covered in feathers and had almost lost its wings noticed Zhang Li, and it flew over with a crude spear. Zhang Li stood alone on the huge rock and did not accept the summoning of the bell to enter the blood-fighting arena. This kind of action was more or less a little suspicious. However, before it could approach, a long tongue shot over from afar and instantly pierced through the heart of the guard. From the door, the Yaksha clone walked out with a group of subordinates who were only loyal to them. What shot out that tongue was a toad on the clone's shoulder. Chapter 368, Caught. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Zhang Li and his clone looked at each other. Because they were the same person to begin with, their parallel minds were interlinked in real time, so there was no need to communicate at all. Next, the Yaksha clone would lead Zhang Li to think of a way to safely pass through the spatial crack. Zhang Li was still human in essence, and he did not disguise himself at all. His aura could hide from ordinary Asuras, but it might not hide from Vimacitran. Therefore, the Yaksha clone had to disguise him. Not long after, a group of wild beasts with goosebumps were driven down the ring-shaped passage of the blood-fighting arena. These savage beasts were very strong, but their brains were not very smart. After some domestication, they could be used as the cheapest slaves. It was very convenient to feed them. Typically, even if there were rocks mixed in the grass, they could eat very well. In the wilderness, this kind of savage beast would eat whatever it picked up. Therefore, there were often strange things in the bodies of these monsters. Because they could not digest them, their stomachs would be very large. Stuffing something into their bodies would not arouse anyone's suspicion. At this moment, Zhang Li was hiding in the coffin which was in the stomach of one of the savage beasts. He retracted all the aura and transformed it into a piece of rotten wood. The aura concealment ability of this earth rank artifact was much stronger than Zhang Li, who had never been skilled in pretending to be weak. With a large pile of construction materials, the group of savage beasts passed through the layers of symbolic hurdles. Zhang Li was vigilant, but in fact, during this period of time, there were hundreds of thousands and millions of monsters rushing to the battlefield through this passageway every day. No matter what hurdle it was impossible to really be strict. Those Asuras standing on both sides of the passage were mostly guarding against these monsters from the wilderness and not running around. There was basically no checking process. The only thing that Zhang Li was worried about was the last level of the blood-fighting arena, which was also the most dangerous location. The great Asura Vimacitran, who he had not seen for 8 to 10 years, had been staying here every day recently, guarding the spatial crack. Zhang Li could not understand what kind of ability an expert of that level had. Even if they were fully prepared, they could not guarantee that they would not be discovered when they passed by the other party. Zhang Li did not dare to personally observe the great Asura. He would sense such an existence even from 50 kilometers away. Zhang Li did not dare to cause trouble. He stayed in the coffin and nervously contracted his mind. He could only observe the situation outside through the eyes of the Yaksha clone. In the outside world, after receiving the reward from the Asura world's wool, the level of the blood of madness rose again, and it was already faintly approaching the next level. At this moment, it suddenly turned its few eyes to glance at the group of slave workers below. This master of the blood-fighting arena usually did not care about these ants. Could it be that he had discovered something? This glance almost frightened the Yaksha clone, who was watching silently from afar. He hurriedly got a subordinate hidden among the monsters to crush a spirit stone. The spiritual chi that suddenly leaked out indeed attracted Vimacitran's attention for a moment. Then, the savage beast followed the other laborers through the spatial crack. After passing through the spatial crack and returning to the continent of the 9 provinces, the powerful great Asura Vimacitran could not do anything to him through this crack. Zhang Li heaved a sigh of relief in the coffin. Immediately, a coffin immediately burrowed out of the savage beast's mouth. It spun hundreds of times in the air, sending all the disgusting mucus on its body flying before landing on the ground. Zhang Li crawled out of the coffin and was just about to feel the fresh air of the 9 provinces continent. However, he discovered that the surrounding scenery was almost identical to the Asura world. Apart from the smell of blood, the air that entered his lungs was also filled with blood. Only then did Zhang Li discover that this black stone city that he had come here once had already become like this at some point in time. The original black stone buildings were now completely empty. All kinds of strange buildings built with bones, flesh, and fur were scattered here. For a time, it even made Zhang Li feel as if he was still in the Asura world. The spatial crack that was opened on the battlefield of the 100 Tempering Mountain did not last for a day. However, the pollution caused by the chaotic power of the Azura world could not be completely eliminated for a long time. The Great Mountain Alliance originally wanted to take in this holy land with high-quality earth fire for their own use. However, after a few attempts, they gave up. Up until now, there were still all kinds of strange blood-colored creatures entrenched there. They were all native creatures that had been deformed by the corrosion of the Azura world's energy. After sending people to clean up a few times, new aberrations would quickly appear. The cultivators who had been stationed there for a long time were more or less affected. Merely staying there would cause pollution to cultivators, let alone refining pills and artifacts. Who would dare to eat the medicinal pills refined there? Professionals speculated that if they did not find a practical way to deal with it, the pollution there might even last 300 to 500 years. That was already impressive. As for this rock mountain range, it had already been corroded by the Azura world for hundreds of kilometers and had been corroded for far longer than the 100 Tempering Mountain back then. From the current situation, even if the spatial crack was closed, the chaotic corrosion of this pollution area might last for 1,000 years or even longer. Zhongli looked at the spatial crack. After all, this was a Pandora's box that he had personally opened. It was a little unreasonable to leave it here and not deal with it. If he and the Yaksha clone worked together to destroy the blood pool and altar on both sides, the chance would be quite high. However, if he did that, the Yaksha clone would definitely die in the blood fighting arena. Moreover, Zhongli would encounter extraordinary danger himself. Looking around, he could clearly sense a few extremely powerful existences hidden around the altar that maintained the spatial crack. If he acted rashly, it was hard to say if he would succeed. At that time, he would definitely be pursued and attacked by these guys. With his current strength, he was not completely confident in escaping. In addition, Zhongli had his own selfish motives. To him, it was obviously more important to save the Great Mountain region now. Moreover, if the sky collapsed, there would be a tall person holding it up. The Divine Judgment Hall, which controlled all the important matters in the eastern region, would definitely deal with this matter, right? Zhongli took a few more glances. After memorizing the terrain here, he still disguised himself as an Azura and cautiously flew out. He would rush to Phoenix Sun City from here and accumulate 1,000,000 merit points to become a member of the Divine Judgment Hall. This was his plan. However, how could he accumulate 1,000,000 merit points in just a few days and skip the troublesome procedures of the Divine Judgment Hall to directly join? While flying in the air, Zhongli's consciousness passed through the coffin and looked at the armored trolls working hard inside. His voice entered the coffin. "Fran, how many armored trolls have you cultivated?" Fran, who had been working non-stop, was much shorter and thinner than when she was on the island. That was because every time she transformed an armored troll, she had to stuff a portion of the flesh and blood of the troll nobles or the tissues of the ancient Lingzi into the biological body for corrosion and modification. Fran had already concocted a medicine that could complement the flesh and blood tissues, so she only needed fewer tissues to complete the armored troll transformation. Moreover, she only needed to cut off the armor from the trolls. There was no need to use the human brain to enlighten them. The conversion process was much simpler. However, the quantity needed for the conversion and the little amount of time there was limited her greatly. The merit points obtained from the ink sect were 630,000. Then, the Cloud Manor token gave them an additional 100,000 merit points. Later on, the Troll Island that Zhongli attacked obtained more than 80,000 armored troll masks. One of the two-headed giants transformed into a armored troll, and the other provided Zhongli with 2 high-level armored trolls. A troll mask of that level was worth 5,000 merit points. That two-headed giant happened to have 2 heads, so he could strip off 2 masks. 2 masks meant 10,000 merit points. Together, the Great Mountain Alliance now had 820,000 merit points. However, there was still 180,000 missing. Cutting off 180,000 pieces of flesh from her body was clearly not feasible for Fran's small arms and legs. Zhang Li let Fran use more ancient Lingzi, but it did not grow quickly. Moreover, Fran, who was a research fanatic, could not bear to waste such a precious experimental product. She often secretly replaced it with her own flesh and blood. As a result, even though the flesh and blood of the armored troll recovered quickly, her current body was shrinking day by day. 18,000 pieces of armor plates have been removed. There are still 10,000 portions ready for conversion. As long as the body replenishes in time, the conversion will be completed in 3 days. Without looking up, Fran pointed at the mountain of armor. After reporting, she continued to study the corpses on the experiment table. Previously, it had been a little rushed. The hidden rock cultivators had not collected enough conversion targets. As a result, after Fran transformed 18,000 armor plates, she continued to strip the flesh and blood to store 10,000 portions of the conversion material. It was clearly something that could be accomplished with more time. Damn the myriad slaughter sect, they just had to find trouble for him at this time. It seemed that it was impossible to rely on this kind of cheating method to earn 180,000 merit points in 10 days. Apart from that, if he wanted to obtain more than 200,000 merit points in a short period of time and obtain the recognition and support of the Divine Judgment Hall, it seemed that he was going to reveal something. However, if he left this trump card behind in the future, he would definitely be able to exchange for more benefits. At this moment, the situation was urgent, and he could not hesitate too much. Zhang Li, who was flying in the sky, suddenly collided with a cloud. This was not a big deal. Flying in the sky, it was common to encounter cloud chi currents. However, this cloud was clearly not simple. Zhang Li immediately felt the world spin, and then his entire body had already appeared in a space that seemed to be constructed from cotton. Where is this? Zhang Li wanted to step on the air and leave, but he noticed that his hands and feet had unknowingly been firmly bound by 4 white and long ropes. There were 4 ropes that looked like floating clouds. Zhang Li had yet to react. What was wrong with him? Why was he trapped in this strange space while flying? He even inexplicably wore 4 ropes. After struggling twice, the cloud rope binding his hands and feet felt light as if it was nothing. However, no matter how he pulled, the cloud rope was firmly bound. The stronger Zhang Li struggled, the greater the force reflected by the cloud rope. It was absolutely not something that could be easily broken free. This method was extremely brilliant. Spiritual chi overflowed from the pure white space, and it did not seem like the pursuit method of an Asura. In that case, Zhang Li already had some guesses as to who had done this to him. May I ask if I've offended the senior of Cloud Manor? Senior, please show yourself, Zhang Li spoke to his surroundings. As expected, not far from him, after a wave of clouds gathered, 3 figures wearing bamboo hats, invisible faces and completely white clothes appeared. From their figures, it should be 1 woman and 2 men, led by the woman in the middle. These 3 people were almost identical to the strange person who had given him the cloud pattern token. Later on, he learned that it was the Cloud Guard of the Cloud Manor, one of the 3 divine pillars of the Divine Judgment Hall. Therefore, the 3 people in front of him were also from Cloud Manor. If there's anything I need to do, feel free to tell me. Zhang Li of the Great Mountain Alliance is willing to help. Zhang Li did not know the personality of these people from Cloud Manor. Now that they were all tied up, he could only show some cooperation. However, why did the people from the Cloud Manor suddenly look for him so violently? Tell us your plot. What's the name of the Asura Lord behind you? Plot? The Asura Lord behind him? Why would they think that? Zhang Li was not surprised that the Cloud Manor, one of the 3 divine pillars, knew some information about the Asura world. It was impossible for only one place in history to have come into contact with that world. The last time he gave the Great Mountain Alliance the cloud pattern token was because they had resisted an invasion of the Asura world. But why would they think that he was an Asura? Wait, Zhongli suddenly recalled that he was still emitting the unique aura of chaos in the Azura world. Could it be that they had discovered this and captured him? Wait, I think there must be a misunderstanding here. With a thought from Zhongli, the blood of madness and the aura of the power of chaos in his body immediately vanished, and it transformed into a pure human aura. Chapter 369, It's All a Misunderstanding. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The three people from the Cloud Manor were stunned when they saw this. What was wrong with this person in front of them? Why did his aura change so much? Although his appearance had not changed, in his senses, he had basically become a different species. Are you human or Azura? In their eyes, Zhongli's actions were very suspicious. Even if he returned to his human aura, with his appearance, they could not be sure if he was a monster from the Azura world and already had the ability to disguise as a human to this extent. Perhaps he was a human cultivator with some ulterior motive, so he disguised himself as an Azura world creature and came here. This was a matter of great importance. Regardless of which one it was, they could not let him go easily. The female cultivator in the lead transformed into a cloud of light in front of Zhongli. As soon as she finished speaking, she had already appeared behind Zhongli. Without saying anything, she directly stretched out her hand and placed it on Zhongli's shoulder. What she discovered was always more reliable than the words of an unfamiliar person. His limbs were tied up, and Zhongli was unable to struggle free for a moment. He only felt a strand of energy enter his body and was about to investigate his situation clearly. At the very least, they had to know if he was a human or a demon. However, how could Zhongli let her do as she wished? He had too many secrets. The Quintet Dao Foundation, the fusion of the 5 cores, the remnant soul of Ba-Xia, the 2 types of top-grade energy that did not originate from his body, and so on. Those were things that Zhongli could not let others know. He immediately mobilized the 9 Nether Azura Chi in his body to resist it. The purple-red energy collided with a cloud-like energy. The energy was like clouds and fog, looking thin and harmless. However, the quality was surprisingly high. Not only was the cultivation method of the other party very high grade, but she must have also used some special secret treasure to nurture spiritual chi. How could Zhongli's 9 Nether Dao scripture lose to others? The quality of the dual-colored fusion energy was even higher than his opponent. However, the difference in cultivation was too great. Although Zhongli's 9 Nether Azura power did not collapse immediately upon contact, it was still forced back repeatedly. The foreign energy invaded his body, causing Zhongli's face to flush red. Anger surged in his mind. When had he, Zhongli, been bullied like this? Under his fury, the heart in his chest beat rapidly. The dragon blood and human emperor's blood chi in his body erupted at the same time and filled Zhongli's entire body. Zhongli's entire body was hot and his blood boiled. Strands of blood chi seeped out of his body, and a yellow robe actually appeared on his body. A black dragon coiled on the yellow robe and erupted with a shocking dragon roar at the Cloud Manor's rainbow cloud servant behind him. The cloud-like aura was instantly expelled from his body by the dragon blood and human emperor's blood chi. The palm on Zhongli's shoulder was also repelled, and the female cultivator wearing the bamboo hat took 2 steps back in shock. In the beginning, when Cloud Manor's rainbow cloud servant saw that this person's cultivation was only at the golden core realm, she actually did not take it to heart. She only wanted to figure out Zhongli's origins and goal as soon as possible. However, after the energy entered Zhongli's body, she was surprised to discover that a mere golden core actually had the ability to resist her cloud spiritual chi. This ridiculous situation made her even more puzzled, and she wanted to understand what was going on with Zhongli. Then, a terrifying blood chi that looked down on all gods and immortals erupted from Zhongli's body, and it repelled her palm. If it was anyone else, they might not have such knowledge. However, the inheritance obtained as one of the rainbow cloud servants of the Cloud Manor allowed her to know a lot of ancient knowledge. The human emperor's inheritance. You're actually the successor of the human emperor. The female cultivator in the bamboo hat immediately exposed the origin of Zhongli's blood qi. Her voice was filled with disbelief. Wasn't this inheritance severed in ancient times? Why had it reappeared in this era? However, she had also confirmed one thing. The person who possessed the human emperor's inheritance was naturally an extremely orthodox human cultivator. It was impossible for him to be a creature of the Azura world. Thus, her attitude towards Zhongli improved slightly. However, the binding on Zhongli still did not loosen. This was because the human emperor's inheritance did not mean that he would definitely not do anything bad. At this time, he sneakily appeared near the spatial crack. The people from Cloud Manor had been stationed here since a long time ago, but they did not notice how Zhongli had entered at all. He did not enter but went out from inside. His body was still covered in the aura of the Azura world. Where did he come from? Could it be that he came from the Azura world opposite through the spatial crack? It was impossible for a normal human to survive in the other world. That was unless he knew the Azura Lord on the other side. With the Cloud Manor's understanding of the Azura world, they knew that such a spatial crack could not be unilaterally opened. They needed a guide on the continent of the 9 provinces to build an altar to receive them. Could Zhongli be the person who betrayed the continent of the 9 provinces? Only in this way could he be safe and sound in the other world. Fellow cultivators from the Cloud Manor, I'm naturally a human. I was fortunate enough to obtain a cloud pattern token. Perhaps it can verify my identity. Zhongli calmed himself down. Regardless of whether it was forces or strength, the Cloud Manor was an existence that he could not deal with now. The strength in his hand was not enough to make him willful. Circulating an extremely exaggerated force, he forcefully dragged the white cloud rope and reached his right hand into his bosom bit by bit. He took out the cloud pattern token from the coffin in his arms and threw it to the rainbow cloud servant behind him. The other party took it as a token. With just a touch, she understood everything. This is indeed the cloud pattern token bestowed by my Cloud Manor. You're the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, Zhongli. She sized up this youth. When her spiritual qi entered Zhongli's body earlier, it could be seen from the growth of his bones that this person was only 14 or 15 years old now. He could actually become the alliance leader of a region's cultivation world. The human emperor's successor was indeed different. The Great Mountain Alliance is that small faction in the Great Mountain region, right? These few days, it seems to be at war with the Myriad Slaughter sect. As the alliance leader, you suddenly appeared here. You have that aura on you again. Could it be that you were the one who opened the spatial crack? This female cultivator's thoughts were clear. She relied on a bit of information to actually guess the truth. The people from the Cloud Manor became unfriendly again. Regardless of the reason, opening the door to the other world and drawing in foreign enemies was their unforgivable enemy. Being stared at by these 3 people, Zhongli denied with a firm gaze. Senior, our Great Mountain region knows better than anyone the terror of the Azura world. No matter what, I wouldn't do such a thing. I came here from afar to try to close this spatial crack. It was only after coming here that I discovered that the people of the Myriad Slaughter sect had given up on this place and actually turned to attack my hometown. I plan to leave this place first. I'm planning to return to the Great Mountain region to resist the foreign enemies. Zhongli really panicked when the other party pointed out the truth. This was because he was the one who opened this spatial crack. If they found Huan Longan and confronted him, he would probably be exposed. However, Zhongli could not admit it at this moment. Otherwise, not to mention him, even if he waited for the Great Mountain region, he would become the target of everyone in the cultivation world of the eastern region. He could only put on an expression as if he was very dissatisfied with their guesses. He had been thinking quickly about how to dispel their doubts. It's actually not difficult to know if you opened this spatial crack. Perhaps you don't know, but there is good and bad karma in this world. If you had opened this spatial crack before, you would have suffered the negative karma of a lifetime. Even if you cover it up, the truth can't be changed. The Cloud Manor's rainbow cloud servant naturally did not believe Zhongli's words. She removed a white cloud jade pendant from her waist and hung it around Zhongli's neck. This was a special artifact of the Cloud Manor. It could be used to showcase one's merit and sins. This jade pendant was originally shaped like a cloud and was pure white in color. After a person came into contact with it, if the inside of the jade pendant turned into surging dark clouds, it meant that this person disliked the greatest evil in the world. Their Cloud Manor had to uphold justice and kill him. However, if it was white or even golden, it meant that not only did this person not have much evil deeds, he had even accumulated a lot of good deeds and deserved great treatment. After all, the cultivation methods and inheritances of the people of their Cloud Manor were special. They had a deep relationship with the karmic forces of good and evil. If they harmed a gentleman by acting as a villain, they would suffer a backlash. At best, their cultivation level would drop, and at worst, they would die on the spot. That was why the people of the Cloud Manor carried such a jade pendant with them. They also had to differentiate between good and evil and confirm their relationship. Generally speaking, when ordinary people came into contact with this kind of jade pendant, they would have both black and white colors, and the colors would not be too dense. That kind of person would not affect them much. However, the reaction of the jade pendant this time made the three people from the Cloud Manor pale in shock. A dazzling golden light directly flickered on the white cloud jade token, as if the noon sun broke through the clouds, making them almost unable to look straight. The last time they saw such a situation was with concubine Yun. How could this golden core realm human emperor's successor have such merit? What dense power of virtuous merit! What have you done to deserve the favor of the heavens and earth? As soon as she asked this, the female cultivator immediately reacted. She hurriedly waved her sleeve and dispersed the cloud rope that bound Zhongli's hands and feet. How could a person with such power of virtuous merit be the culprit who opened the spatial crack in the Azura world? This was definitely a misunderstanding. If she continued to tie him up without distinguishing right from wrong, her cultivation might fall back to the soul formation realm tomorrow. Human Emperor's successor, we offended you earlier. Please forgive us. That clear heart jade pendant belongs to my Cloud Manor. It can identify the good and evil of a person. Take it as my apology and compensation. Releasing Zhongli's restraints, the three Cloud Manor cultivators who were extremely cold earlier directly bowed to him, and their attitude took a 180-degree turn. Zhongli was just thinking about how to escape his suspicion when the situation suddenly changed, and he was slightly unable to figure out the situation. He touched the clear heart jade pendant hanging around his neck and knew that this was most likely due to his medium-grade merit blessing status. Generally speaking, even a medium-grade merit blessing status would only last for 14 days. Such dense power of virtuous merit would not linger in a person's body for a long time. After dissipating, it would not disappear completely, but the aura of merit would also greatly weaken. However, Zhongli forcefully kept the medium-grade merit blessing on him. In their opinion, this was because the power of virtuous merit in his body was abnormally dense. At the very least, he was at the level of a meritorious person accumulated over 100 lifetimes from ancient times. However, in this era, the reincarnation cycle of the underworld had long been abandoned. Without reincarnation, there was no chance to accumulate merit in multiple lifetimes. A power of virtuous merit like his was naturally even rarer and more precious. Although he did not know what the dense power of virtuous merit had to do with the Cloud Manor's attitude towards him, Zhongli still waved his hand and did not act too presumptuously. This was because he had really opened the spatial crack. Zhongli felt a little embarrassed to have them treat him so politely after doing such a bad thing. If they knew the truth, these three people would probably beat his brains out. The three of you are too polite. It's just a misunderstanding. He spoke politely but still put away the jade pendant. Did the three of you come for the spatial crack? Due to the power of virtuous merit, the misunderstanding was resolved. Only then did Zhongli turn around and ask about serious matters. Indeed. We are under orders to prevent the situation from worsening. However, Human Emperor's successor, why are you here? Previously, you said that you were here to close the spatial crack. Could it be that you have some understanding of the Azura world? The entire cultivation world of the eastern region knew very little about the Azura world. They did not expect to encounter one here. To be honest, my Great Mountain Alliance has encountered the invasion of that bloody world twice. The previous time was only a few months ago. It was a sect called the 100 Tempering Mountain that colluded with that world to open the spatial crack. After being defeated by us, there was still a portion of the cultivators from the 100 Tempering Mountain who fled. After hearing that the same calamity had appeared in the Rock Mountain range, I was worried that they would cause trouble, so I came here to investigate. The aura that caused you to misunderstand was also left behind from the calamity back then. Zhang Li turned around and threw the blame on the 100 Tempering Mountain. Then, he took out a small bottle of blood of madness and a blood crystal. As long as you stimulate the two like this, you can release an aura similar to that monster. Zhang Li demonstrated and explained their doubts. The Great Mountain region has actually resisted the Azura's invasion twice. Even the Myriad Slaughter sect, which was originally a medium-sized Divine Judgment faction, chose to give up on such a terrifying calamity. How could a small remote cultivation region resist it? May I ask how the Great Mountain region dealt with the invasion of the Azura world? Of course, if the information is effective, we will repay it with merit. As the three divine pillars of the Divine Judgment Hall, they even had the right to directly let a certain faction join the Divine Judgment Hall and add some merit to them. Naturally, there was no problem. Zhang Li was not stingy with that bit of information. Furthermore, there was a blood pool in the other world that supported the spatial crack. The people of the Cloud Manor should have known long ago. Sure enough, after Zhang Li said this, they appeared to be slightly disappointed. This time, the Azura Lord practically guarded the spatial crack every step, causing them to have no chance at all. Speaking of contributions, I have another important piece of information. However, I need the Cloud Manor to step forward and stop the attack of the Myriad Slaughter sect and let the Great Mountain Alliance directly join the Divine Judgment Hall. Zhang Li paused for a moment before suggesting a slightly overbearing suggestion. However, he was confident that the information he provided was definitely good enough. Chapter 370, No Problem. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. We don't have such authority. Before the other party heard Zhang Li's information, they already tactfully planned to refuse. Although they did not have such authority, as people from the Cloud Manor, they had an extremely high status in the Divine Judgment Hall. There was only a gap of less than 200,000 merit points. It was just a matter of saying something. No one would have any objections. However, they had only met Zhang Li for the first time. Even though he was the successor of the Human Emperor and possessed great merit, they were at most polite and respectful. It was not as if they would do anything Zhang Li said. What Zhang Li took out was a red pill. He said it was information, but he took out another such pill. It looked like a one-time used talisman lightning commonly used by ordinary rogue cultivators with simple production and weak power. It was slightly stronger than offensive talismans and was far inferior to artifacts. The only difference was that the surface color was different. There should be something else added to this talisman lightning. However, it was normal for rogue cultivators to hide poison and medicine in the talisman lightning. It was not special. Moreover, with the cultivation and methods of the people from the Cloud Manor, they only took a few more glances and already saw through the details of this talisman lightning pill. It was only mixed with the blood energy of some Azura world creatures. They could turn their heads and spend some time creating a basket of this. They could not understand how precious this thing was. What use was there? Was it good for polluting the environment? What do you mean? Could it be that this talisman lightning also has a secret? You should know that even if you help us close the spatial crack, the reward given by the Divine Judgment Hall will only be that much. In other words, they wanted Zhang Li to compare the information he spoke of with the spatial crack 500 kilometers away. The spatial crack that concerned at least the myriad of living beings in the mountains was very important. What could be more important in his hands? I believe that with your perception, it won't be difficult for you to see through the secret. Zhang Li smiled. This was also the reason why he had been hesitating earlier about whether he should tell this information to the Divine Judgment Hall. This was because even he had only just grasped it and had yet to use it. If they went first and hid it for a period of time, the Great Mountain Alliance could use this information to have a huge advantage in the battle. They could spend 3 to 5 months to join the Divine Judgment Hall. At that time, when the other sects and forces discovered it and came to seek help, they could estimate the price and sell this information for a good price. However, this information was too simple to expose. Just like the talisman lightning in his hand, as long as he spent some time and had enough raw materials, any rogue cultivator could create it. Once it was leaked, there was actually no technical barrier of production. It was convenient and easy to use quickly. This was naturally a good thing for the Divine Judgment Hall. However, for Zhang Li, it was very difficult to obtain enough benefits from it. Now that he chose to transact, he could at most ask for this condition. If not for the fact that he had encountered the Cloud Manor, he would not have been so straightforward. He would have more or less concealed himself. However, time was tight. It was already very good if he could find one of the 3 divine pillars, the Cloud Manor, who had a good impression of him and was clear about rewards and punishments. Zhang Li had not forgotten his encounter in the Divine Judgment Hall back then. He did not have a deep background or relationship in the eastern region. If he was unlucky, he might encounter trouble again. The Cloud Manor was different. Previously, he had nothing to do with them. However, they, one of the 3 mysterious divine pillars, had learned from somewhere that the Great Mountain region had once resisted the invasion of the Azura world. They even came to him and gave him a cloud pattern token representing 100,000 merit points. Currently, in the Divine Judgment Hall, the best force he could trust was this Cloud Manor. Furthermore, his request was not excessive. With the height of the 3 divine pillars, there was no reason to steal this information. As long as the benefits could reach his expectations, Zhang Li, who had obtained the greatest benefit of the human emperor, was naturally willing to do something for the human race. What's profound is not this talisman lightning, but the power of this alternate world. The 3 people from Cloud Manor had stayed here for more than a month, so they naturally had long studied the power of this alternate world. In their eyes, chaos, evil, and blood were even more dirty than ghosts and zombies. In terms of attacking and killing, it was slightly stronger than spiritual qi, but it was far less convenient and flexible than spiritual qi. It seemed to be repelling and restraining the spiritual qi of this world. Apart from that, they did not discover much. With their cultivation levels, they felt that they were much more knowledgeable than Zhang Li. There was no reason for them to be unable to discover what he was able to notice. However, sometimes, luck was unpredictable. Zhang Li's confident expression was a little hard to understand. He was the successor of the human emperor after all. He did not look like an ignorant person. At the very least, he could not make such a request for nothing. With the help of a great figure of the Cloud Manor, this Azura world's spatial crack is naturally easy to deal with. No matter how a junior like me intervenes, it's only icing on the cake. Do the 3 of you still remember who the true enemy of the Divine Judgment Hall is? Zhang Li's words caused the 3 people from the Cloud Manor to look at each other. It was nothing much, he was just too arrogant. Ordinary cultivators were fearful and cautious in front of their Cloud Manor's envoys. In the entire eastern region, who could posture above them? Therefore, they had not seen such a boastful person for many years. Zhang Li actually did not think much of the credit for closing the spatial crack. Could it be that his information could help the Divine Judgment Hall deal with the armored trolls? That was an opponent that the entire Divine Judgment Hall had not dealt with for thousands of years. According to the information of the Cloud Manor, there was an entire continent standing opposite them. Even the few strongest people of the eastern region could not necessarily defeat the trolls. If an all-out war really broke out, their eastern region alone was most likely not their match. Now, a youth who was less than 15 years old and had an extraordinary inheritance but was only at the Golden Core realm ran over to offer a treasure with a simple talisman lightning in his hand. He said that it was possible and would be helpful in the extermination of the trolls. It was like a leader returning to his hometown for the new year but met a child on the streets who ran over with a cannon and told him that this thing could kill an adult. What kind of expression should he have? Under the bamboo hat, this was their current expression. If not for the fact that Zhongli's merit was too dense, these three would have directly transformed into clouds and flown away on the spot. The fact that they stayed here was already giving him face. The three of you, don't worry. Let me give it a try. I definitely won't let you waste time. They wore bamboo hats. Although Zhongli could not see their expressions, he knew what they were thinking. Since the matter had been decided, he did not hesitate anymore. He directly fished out an armored troll bound by chains. This was the troll that he had caught on the island back then. It had once consumed nourishment and had intelligence before its effect expired. It was the most common kind on the battlefield. Zhongli wanted to kill them, but Fran needed live test subjects, so he left some behind. At this moment, it could be used. A storage artifact that can contain living things. The three people from the Cloud Manor were not surprised by the armored trolls. They had seen these things many times. They praised Zhongli's wealth in their mind. Such a special storage artifact was extremely rare. It was rare even in their Cloud Manor. However, even though their strength far surpassed Zhongli, they did not have the slightest intention of seizing it. The cultivation method of the Cloud Manor was blessed by the heavens and had astonishing might. However, there were also many restrictions. They did not want to suffer the backlash of Zhongli's merit. The backlash of the medium-grade power of merit blessing would really take their lives. However, the three of them were slightly curious why Zhongli had captured such a troll. What do the three of you think of the talent of humans compared to the armored trolls? Zhongli paused for a moment and continued before they could speak. I was incompetent and gained the position of the alliance leader for the sake of the elders. In order to protect my hometown, I led the cultivators of the Great Mountain region to the eastern region to find a safe path to live. This is the first time I've seen these armored trolls eat humans. I was extremely shocked, and I felt that the heavens were unfair. Compared to the overbearing talent of these demons, the human race is extremely weak. However, later on, I discovered that the cycle of the heavenly Dao and everything in the world complemented and countered each other. The more perfect an existence looks, the greater the flaw. He held the armored troll in one hand and pulled out a drop of blood of madness from the red talisman lightning with the other. This drop of blood had just been exposed to the air when it began to have a dense power of chaos. For example, this armored troll is good at robbing other races of their talent. While it's good at changing, it means that it's unstable. It's fine usually, but if they encounter this, they'll be in trouble. Zhongli dragged this drop of blood of madness and slowly approached the troll in his hand. Just by approaching, the troll began to struggle violently. Lumps quickly grew on the surface of its skin. It was not until Zhongli dripped this small special product of the Azura world on his body that he threw it to the ground. The armored troll immediately underwent an irreversible change. The humanoid body began to violently deform. A tumor the size of a basketball grew out of his body, pushing up his skin to squeeze his internal organs. Then, another tumor grew on the tumor. All kinds of strange limbs grew wantonly on the surface of the troll's body. Turbid eyes darted around as deformed mouths opened and cried. In just a few breaths, the monster that could probably match a human golden core cultivator turned into a disgusting and wriggling ball of flesh on the ground, no longer having the shape it had earlier. The eyes of the three people from the cloud manor under the bamboo hat revealed shock. In the same realm, the armored trolls were hard to kill. When human cultivators fought them, they usually lost more than they won. But what had happened? With just a drop of blood from an Azura world creature, the armored troll became like this. Even if it was not dead, what difference was there to being dead? How? How is this possible? Even the cultivators of the cloud manor who were floating in the sky could not help but stammer when they saw this scene. It was not disgusting, but a pleasant surprise. Now, they did not care how the monster on the ground looked like a human. If Zhongli did not use other methods to deceive them, the value of this information was really unbelievable. Not to mention Zhongli's trivial request from before, even if it was 10 or 100 times, it would not be too much. Human Emperor's successor, was that phenomenon just now an exception, or they were afraid that this surprise would be false in the end. It was obvious that what they saw was true, but they still did not dare to believe it easily. The three of you can give it a try. Zhongli smiled and grabbed 3 more trolls from the coffin before handing over 3 blood-colored talisman lightning. The 3 people from the cloud manor did not stand on ceremony and immediately received it. A cloud guard followed Zhongli's method and drew out a drop of blood of madness. It was true that spiritual qi and the blood of madness conflicted, but their methods were exquisite. They could use spiritual qi to forcefully delay the blood of madness. Then, he pointed at one of the trolls in front of him. The other cloud guard used the talisman lightning to blow up the second troll. The blood of madness pounced on the demon. The power of the talisman lightning was really dispensable. Its function was purely to blow up the blood of madness. When the blood splattered on the 2 trolls, they immediately appeared with the same reaction as Zhongli. This made them abnormally excited. In the end, the Cloud Manor's Rainbow Cloud Servant was the most cautious and meticulous. She did not use the talisman lightning provided by Zhongli, but she controlled this white cloud space to test it. After Zhongli obtained the medium merit blessing, the world barrier in front of him became even thinner. This time, he paid careful attention and could faintly sense that the surrounding space was changing. The female cultivator reached out and grabbed a wandering Azura world monster. Presumably, he had been pulled in like this just now. The Cloud Manor's female cultivator took blood from this monster and splashed it on the last troll. This time, the speed at which the troll transformed was slightly slower. However, after increasing the amount of blood, it also produced such a terrifying abnormality, turning into a disgusting lump of flesh in a short period of time. Clearly, the blood of madness in Zhongli's talisman lightning had been purified a little, but this was not important. The blood of madness could greatly restrain the armored trolls and kill them from head to toe. As long as they knew this, although the blood of madness and spiritual qi were not compatible, there was still a lot of room for maneuver. Great! Great! As expected of the successor of the human emperor. As expected of a person with great merit. Sir, thank you. Please accept this bow from me. Amidst his excitement, the Rainbow Cloud Servant in the Cloud Manor led the 2 cloud guards to bow to Zhongli. An expert of the Cloud Manor actually bowed to a junior like Zhongli. It was only when he took the risk to save the accomplished monks from Benevolent Travel Temple that he had such treatment in the past. It could be seen how valuable Zhongli's information was. The 3 of you are too polite. This is what fellow cultivators should do. I only want to protect my hometown. While Zhongli expressed his modesty, he also raised his request, lest they forget about him in their excitement. Lord Human Emperor's successor, don't worry. The matter of the Myriad Slaughter sect will be handled by my Cloud Manor. We can guarantee that there won't be any problems in joining the Divine Judgment Hall. If Alliance Leader is free, please follow us to my Cloud Manor as guests. Chapter 371, Tough Battle. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. From the sound of it, they seemed to be leaving. Did they not care about the spatial crack? However, on second thought, with this information, the Azura world was no longer purely harmful. If they could obtain a large amount of blood of madness, it would definitely be able to greatly change the tough battlefield of the trolls. Perhaps they could even counterattack? This was the dream of many cultivators in the Divine Judgment Hall over thousands of years. Under such circumstances, it was hard to say if the Divine Judgment Hall was still unwilling to completely close the spatial crack. Compared to the lesser of the two, it was still up to the higher UPS of the Divine Judgment Hall to determine who was more dangerous. There was no need for a small alliance leader like Zhang Li to consider such a huge matter. Now, it was more reliable for him to take care of his own territory in the Great Mountain region. As for the Cloud Manor's invitation, Zhang Li did not hesitate to agree. In this world, the importance of relationships and backers far exceeded that of his previous life. In the eastern region, he had already had enough. Now that the Cloud Manor happened to value merit, he might be able to form a relationship. In the future, if they brought up the name of the Cloud Manor, who would still dare to bully the Great Mountain region? In the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region, the Misty Mountain Range, where the headquarters of the Great Mountain Alliance was located, was already in chaos. The Great Mountain Alliance had used the large-scale illusion array of the Misty Mountain Range to temporarily block the attack of the Myriad Slaughter Sex fleet. However, this was only temporary. 5 days ago, the Myriad Slaughter Sex fleet casually bombarded everywhere in the fog. Although the Great Mountain Alliance could still counterattack, the effect was actually minimal. Moreover, after the Myriad Slaughter Sex spent a few days unable to break through the barrier of the Great Mountain region, they quickly changed their minds. They no longer bombarded aimlessly. Instead, they cast a large flaming hurricane in a vain attempt to burn the forest and blow away the fog. They used a blood flame that was extremely difficult to extinguish. The fire took advantage of the wind and helped the fire burn for a few days and nights. Even if the disciples of the Great Mountain Alliance formed an array and used water attribute spell techniques to extinguish the fire, stuffed the array core with people, and used their spiritual chi to strengthen the array formation, after a few days, much of the fog was still blown away. Many of the Great Mountain disciples were burned to death. The fog in the mountain mainly came from the vaporization of these trees. A large number of the trees were burned, causing the speed at which the fog recovered to be greatly reduced. Soon, a circle of mountains outside the Misty Mountain Range was exposed to the fog. Then, they saw the barbaric war methods of a medium-sized Divine Judgment faction. After revealing the mountain at the edge of the Misty Mountain Range, the soul formation experts of the Myriad Slaughter sect attacked the mountain. They scattered astonishing spiritual light, cutting mountains when they encountered mountains, cutting rivers when they encountered water, destroying the terrain in the most direct manner. After reaching the nascent soul realm, they already had the ability to cause a large-scale change in the environment and terrain. More than 30 soul formation cultivators attacked. It was really not difficult to shatter a mountain in front of them. From one direction, these guys began to advance in a straight line, destroying mountains one after another. This was something that the Great Mountain Alliance had not expected. Previously, they were worried that most of the forces of the Great Mountain region were gathered here. If the Myriad Slaughter sect changed direction to attack the other sect's bases, they would be unable to support them and would not know what to do. However, they did not expect that the Myriad Slaughter sect had been thinking about crushing them from the beginning. Now that the people of the Great Mountain region were gathered here, they were going to kill them all here. As long as they wiped out this portion of the cultivators, the backbone of the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region would be broken, and they would be powerless after that. Against a large-scale illusion array set up based on the mountain range's earth vein, the Myriad Slaughter sect's method was to directly tear down their mountain and see how they could form an array. The unreasonable tactic made them feel helpless. As they moved in a straight line, mountains shattered and collapsed. They inevitably damaged the array foundation of the Misty Mountain Range's array formation. Even the earth vein here was destroyed. Some important earth vein passageways were directly cut off. As the speed of the mountain's destruction increased, the fog outside became thinner and thinner. One had to know that the misty mountain range looked like a mountain range from above. The clouds were stacked, and everywhere was white. However, this mountain range was actually a ring-shaped mountain range, and in the middle was a vast and flat medicinal garden. If this continued, the ring-shaped mountains would sooner or later be opened up. At that time, not only would the misty array be destroyed, the enemy would also be able to pass through this beaten path and directly enter the interior of the medicine garden mystic realm. Inside, there was no maze formation. At that time, the Great Mountain Alliance would probably not be able to last long. On the other side were more than 30 soul formation cultivators and the unfathomable Myriad Slaughter Sect's sect master, Wu Fan. Although the Myriad Slaughter sect had lost 8 soul formation cultivators in the war with the blood fighting arena, in fact, they had always had nearly half of their combat strength on the front line when facing the armored trolls. On the way here, Wu Fan transferred a portion of his people back from the front line to replenish the combat strength of the attack on the Great Mountain region. On the other hand, after the Great Mountain region eliminated the ambitious 100 Tempering Mountain, their upper echelons lost a quarter of their strength. Even if they obtained a soul formation cultivator from Ink sect in the later stages, coupled with the few experts who lived in seclusion in the Great Mountain region, the Wind Protection Giant who usually only wanted to sleep, and Zhongli's divine statue clone, there were only 27 or 28 soul formation cultivators. Now, there were still 10 soul formation cultivators who needed to guard the mechanism city for a long time, so the forces left in their hometown were even fewer. Even if Wu Fan did not attack, the top-level strength would only be half of the other parties. How could they be his match in a head-on battle? The only thing they could rely on was the array. Therefore, even if they were not their match, the Great Mountain Alliance had to take action and stop them from destroying the mountain. This was also an obvious plot that could not be avoided. The Myriad Slaughter sect had clearly made preparations in advance. Every time they rushed out of the fog, they would be attacked by lightning. 3 days later, in the direction of the misty mountain range, a wide path had already been opened by pure manpower. A soul formation cultivator of the Myriad Slaughter sect who was more than 30 feet tall held a mountain-splitting axe and continuously slashed at a mountain in front of him. Every time the huge axe landed, the ground shook and terrifying cracks tore open on the mountain. Even if the earth vein array connected and strengthened the strength of this mountain, it would probably not last for more than 15 minutes. However, he was alone in front, looking very annoying. Brother Jianyi, that person is clearly bait. Daoist Washi sat on a tree stump. His Daoist robe was already tattered, and there were 3 hideous saber wounds on his back. Behind him, a water attribute soul formation cultivator was treating his injuries. However, the foreign energy attached to the blade was abnormally stubborn and not so easy to remove. The healing water behind him was completely dyed red in a moment. The wound was still bleeding. It's bait, but we can't not go. Shen Shan Jianyi was not much better than him. His left hand was wrapped in a thick bandage. If not for this bandage, this hand would probably have fallen off. In the past few days, the Myriad Slaughter sect's attacks had not stopped for a moment. Half of the array formation in the Misty Mountain range had already been crippled by that method. If they continued to destroy it like this, the remaining incomplete array probably could not last for 3 days. That giant axe artifact is too fast. We can't ignore it. Everyone, prepare for another 15 minutes before killing that guy together. Remember, don't keep fighting. Once you succeed, return immediately. Also, don't be alone. The soul formation cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance sighed and began to make preparations. In the Great Mountain region, they were the ceiling of combat strength and were respected and worshipped by countless people. They were called legends, but in front of such a great enemy, they did not dare to guarantee that they could live for long. Country bumpkins of the Great Mountain region, let's see how long you can hide. The 30-meter-tall cultivator who was brandishing the mountain axe had a dirty mouth. He kept mocking the Great Mountain Alliance and was very prepared to be bait. At this moment, in the fog that was less than 50% dense, a sword rainbow that tore through the sky and earth shot out, targeting the tall soul formation cultivator at the front. However, as they thought, the enemy was already prepared and waiting for them to come out. A red umbrella-shaped defensive artifact flew out and blocked the sword rainbow. The sword rainbow was blocked, revealing an ancient thick-blade sword. It was the strongest earth-rank flying sword of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak, Ancient Dust. The spiritual light formed by the red umbrella artifact was pierced by the Ancient Dust sword. After the artifact was broken, it immediately shattered inch by inch, turning into a grey dust that dissipated with the wind after being burned by the flames. A high-grade profound rank artifact was destroyed in an instant. The might of the Ancient Dust sword was actually so powerful. However, after that, several artifacts flew over and continued to block the Ancient Dust sword. After breaking through an artifact, even the power of the Ancient Dust sword had greatly decreased, and its speed was no longer half of its original speed. 5 large nets flew out one after another. They were controlled by 5 soul formation cultivators and wanted to capture the Ancient Dust sword. This flying sword was extremely powerful. In the previous battle, when they were caught off guard, it even caused them to lose a soul formation elder and injure several of their companions. If they could capture this flying sword, the Great Mountain Alliance would lose its sharpest spear. However, how could the Great Mountain Alliance do as they wished? Moreover, the Ancient Dust sword had yet to succeed, so their goal had yet to be achieved. From the fog, more than 10 figures flashed and flew out, rushing towards the soul formation cultivator of the myriad slaughter sect who was brandishing the huge axe. They only wanted to break his fingers. However, this was clearly bait. More and more soul formation cultivators from the myriad slaughter sect flew over from all directions. They were not in a hurry to save him. Instead, they formed a circular killing formation and surrounded the cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance who flew out. He even cut off their retreat immediately, wanting to sacrifice a companion to destroy them all here. More than 10 of them attacked together. The giant axe cultivator did not have much ability to resist before he was captured. But they were also in danger. Everyone, don't split up. Break out of the fog. All of them had considerable injuries on their bodies. They could only rely on the ability of soul formation cultivators to suppress their injuries and maintain their combat strength. The number of soul formation cultivators was only half of the other parties. If they faced 2 on average, they could still last for a while. Although they would fall into a disadvantage, they could still last for a few days. However, this was not the way to fight a war. This point was vividly displayed in the battle with the 100 Tempering Mountain. If they separated, the myriad slaughter sect could completely stall them one-on-one. Then, the remaining dozen soul formation cultivators attacked one at once. Even the strongest body cultivators would definitely not be able to last long. Even soul formation cultivators with strong vitality would die if they were beaten to ashes. Now that their escape route was cut off, they could only defend in the middle to prevent the other party from cutting through the battlefield and trying to break out together. However, the other party did not intend to give them this chance. 33 blood-colored saber lights that could cut through the mountain range flew out together and slashed towards the people of the Great Mountain Alliance in the middle. When struck by this saber light killing array, half of the dozen of them would die here. Swoosh! A blood-colored lotus flower phantom quickly swelled and enveloped all of them. 33 blood-colored saber lights collided with the lotus shadow and formed a storm that crazily advanced and slashed. The karma-cleansing lotus, which had once appeared in the 100 Tempering Mountain battle and trapped the 6 divine monks, also fluctuated violently at this moment. This level of damage was clearly not something that the lotus flower phantom could easily endure. This impact lasted for half an hour before slowly dissipating. Looking at the phantom of the lotus platform, the petals had already been torn apart. As for the divine statue clone sitting on the lotus platform, 33 cracks had already cracked open on his body. He had to pay a price to block this kind of damage. If not for the fact that the thing supporting the karma cleansing lotus was the blood pool in the blood fighting arena, and if it was only using the earth vein power, it would have completely collapsed by now. Master Ananda, are you all right? The surrounding soul formation cultivators were all shocked. They looked at the divine statue clone in the middle with gratitude. This friend of Alliance leader Zhang could actually withstand such a terrifying saber array. If not for him, the foundation of the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region would have been halved. However, looking at the 33 cracks on his body, it was obvious that he was not fine. Master, is there anything that can help you recover from your injuries? If there's anything you need, please tell me. Everyone took out their healing pills and handed them to the divine statue clone. This person could not fall. If he did, everyone would be finished. Other things are useless to me. Can you lend me the Buddhist relic? Using this blood lotus is putting too much pressure on me. The divine statue clone barely opened his eyes as 2 streaks of blood tears flowed down. When the others saw this, they were all shocked. This person must have suffered extremely serious injuries just now. When the divine statue clone came to the Great Mountain Alliance, he returned the relic that was much dimmer. Now that things were urgent, he could only borrow it again. Everyone looked at the people from Benevolent Travel Temple. Deist Liku looked at the blood tears of Ananda. Although this person looked like a demonic cultivator, after fighting together for a few days, their superficial impression had completely disappeared. Such a righteous person risked his life to help them. Even if it was a relic or Buddhist treasure, how could they be unwilling? What Buddhist treasure? If they did not take it out now, everyone would die. O Venerable One, please use it. The relics of our temple's ancestors can be used to save the people. It's also their best outcome. 6 relics were taken out and floated above Ananda's head. 6 golden lights scattered down, allowing the divine statue clone to balance the Buddha and demon energy in his body again. He continued to draw energy from the rich and imposing blood fighting arena, allowing the lotus flower petals to recover to their original state. Deist Washi, please hand that captive to me. Surrounded by the lotus shadow was the myriad slaughter sex soul formation cultivator who was used as bait. He was currently suppressed by a great square heaven seal and could not move at all. The statue clone had a request. The square heaven seal raised slightly and released him. Then, the muscular master Liku reached out and grabbed the other party's neck. This soul formation cultivator of the myriad slaughter sect was injured and was not the abbot of Benevolent Travel Temple's match. His 30 feet tall body was lifted up like a chicken and thrown into the lotus platform. The divine statue clone pressed one hand on the head of the myriad slaughter sect cultivator. Karma retribution, Amitabha. As the karma cleansing lotus flickered with light, the 33 cracks on the statue clone moved into the body of the myriad slaughter sect cultivator one by one. 1, 2, 3. With each crack, the aura of the myriad slaughter sect cultivator weakened. After the 13 cracks moved, the myriad slaughter sect cultivator suddenly exploded into a bloody fog. After transferring 13 points of damage, the pressure on the divine statue clone decreased greatly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and went forward to share the burden. Each of them endured 1 or 2 cracks to help Ananda recover as quickly as possible. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes and a blood-colored crown appeared outside the lotus shadow. Chapter 372, Right to Exact Revenge and Counterattack. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Offer that lotus platform and I'll spare your life. Wu Fan looked at the blood-colored lotus platform and felt that it matched his aura very well. He asked the divine statue clone on the lotus platform to hand over the karma cleansing lotus. Right now, the higher UPS of the Great Mountain Alliance were surrounded by the 33 soul formation cultivators of the myriad slaughter sect and were relying on the phantom of the lotus platform to temporarily resist. From the looks of it, although the karma cleansing lotus was strong, it could not last long. If the accumulated damage could not be transferred out, sooner or later, he would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, Wu Fan was confident to say this. In his opinion, he had given that person a chance to live. He was only looking at this earth-rank demonic treasure that specialized in slaughter and blood, which was compatible with his attributes. He did not want to destroy the demonic artifact with brute force, so he personally came out and gave him a chance. However, the people inside the lotus were unwilling to comply. The lotus platform is here. Why don't you come and take it yourself, Sect Master Wu? How could the statue clone controlled by Zhang Li believe such words? Taking advantage of Wu Fan's approach, the lotus flower phantom suddenly swelled up, wanting to envelop the other party. If he enveloped the other party in the lotus flower and fought more than 10 people at once, with the power of the karma cleansing lotus, he might have a slight chance. However, Wu Fan only touched the hilt of the blood saber, and a terrifying saber light that connected heaven and earth repelled the swelling lotus shadow. The saber light even pushed the phantom back, sending the entire lotus flower phantom flying. After leaving the ground, the lotus flower phantom turned into rootless duckweed. Not only was there an additional crack that almost cut the lotus flower phantom into two, but its defense was also greatly reduced. Then, 33 saber lights flew over, forming a saber light tornado that completely shattered the lotus shadow. The higher UPS of the Great Mountain Alliance were all injured by the saber light. The lotus shadow blocked most of the damage before barely managing to charge out. However, fleeing was more important. By the time they scattered and flew out, they could no longer reunite. There were even more soul formation cultivators from the myriad slaughter sect on the other side, surrounding and blocking them. Among them, the strongest, Shen Jianyi, was even targeted. He was surrounded by 5 blood saber soul formation cultivators. They even took out dirty things that specialized in dirtying artifacts and were prepared to ruthlessly attack his ancient dust sword. Coupled with the myriad slaughter sect master, Wu Fan, who was standing with his saber, the higher UPS of the Great Mountain region were even more powerless to escape. In fact, as long as he slashed out with his saber, the situation would basically be precarious for the Great Mountain Alliance, who were surrounded and attacked. Inside the Misty Mountain Range. Do you still want to continue watching like this? Charge out with me! Live and die with Senior Brother Valley Master. After obtaining the Blood Fiend Divine Art, Elder He, the head elder of the Demon Vanquishing Hall, who had already reached the edge of breaking through, could no longer hide in the fog and watch. Zhang Li's master, who was called a brute, was the first to step out. Everyone from the Demon Vanquishing Hall followed closely behind, and then all the disciples of the Scripture Storage Valley who were gathered here left in full strength. They had been suppressing their anger for too long. Even if they died, they had to brandish the artifacts in their hands and drag 1 or 2 of them to their deaths with the Valley Master. Are there any people from the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak who are afraid of death? Senior and junior brothers. Remove the demons and defend righteousness. The temperament of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak was also unyielding. None of them were cowards who could abandon their fellow disciples and seek survival alone. They were originally bound by the words "consider the overall situation." They pressed down on the flying sword in their hands and could not pull it out for a long time. Now that they were led by Elder He, this brute, how could they still stand on the spot indifferently? One by one, they rode their swords. Due to their extremely fast speed, they surpassed everyone in the Scripture Storage Valley. Then, the benevolent travel temple was unwilling to fall behind. They tore off their monk robes and revealed a burly body that seemed to be dyed in golden paint. They led the disciples of the Great Mountain Alliance to attack together. Of course, they were not rushing to the soul formation battlefield to seek death. The high-intensity aftershock was enough to make them die without knowing why. Under Elder He's lead, they rushed towards the fleet in the sky. Through attacking the fleet, even if they could drag back 1 or 2 enemy soul formation cultivators, it would greatly reduce the pressure on the top battlefield. Countless cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance flew into the sky, causing Wu Fan to glance sideways. Interesting, the cultivators of the Great Mountain region are quite bold. I wonder how your fate is. He pressed down on the blood saber at his waist again. The myriad slaughter sect master had a hobby. He loved to watch these low-level cultivators struggle at the edge of life and death before personally extinguishing their courage and hope. With this slash, how many of those brave fellows in the sky would survive? The trajectory of the earth-rank blood saber could not be seen at all. A blood-colored saber light flew out from below and continuously swelled in the air. Moreover, it transformed into a myriad of blades that intended to resist the young talents of the Great Mountain region and capture them in one go. Wind. However, at this moment, a rough voice sounded like a violent wind in the valley. A mountain in the misty mountain range exploded. A giant with a dragon head and bull ears stood up from the collapsed mountain. He waved his hand and condensed a tornado mace. The tornado mace swept through the fog in the mountain before sweeping over and colliding with Wu Fan's huge saber light. The tornado mace cancelled out the 1,000-feet saber light. This ancient remnant race that had been sleeping for countless years had inherited the power of the ancient Wind Protection clan. The invincible power of mountains and valleys was suppressed by the violent wind between heaven and earth. Back then, it was thanks to this tornado that he was able to successfully close the spatial crack on the 100 Tempering Mountain. Previously, according to the agreement, Zhongli had found a place with rich earth veins to sleep. In the beginning, he had asked him to stay near the scripture storage valley. Later on, after the headquarters of the Great Mountain Alliance was built, he was moved to this misty mountain range. It was not for anything else, but to let this honest giant preside over this place. The Wind Protection giant's strength was roughly equivalent to the Holy Spirit snake in the Rock Mountain range. It was enough to fight head-on with the myriad slaughter sect master and was the only existence that could temporarily stop Wu Fan. However, this giant was not controlled by the Great Mountain Alliance. Without Zhongli around, it was even harder to communicate with him. It was already fortunate for the Great Mountain region that the Wind Protection giant could attack in time. Wu Fan looked at the huge Wind Protection giant that was like a mountain. The blood saber left his body and two blood-colored figures appeared beside him, revealing a cruel smile. His figure flew to the height of the giant's single eye. He raised his hand and slashed out hundreds of blood sabers that distorted space, colliding with the wind that gathered from all directions. The commotion caused by these two battles surpassed the entire battlefield. However, after obtaining the Blood King crown, Wu Fan's strength was even greater than before. It was not so easy to stop him. Thus, the two sides fought against each other. The lower disciples fought beneath, while the top forces faced one another above, starting a comprehensive war in the battlefield. However, in the battlefield, the Great Mountain Alliance was at an absolute disadvantage. Blood splattered on the spot every moment. Elder He led the demon vanquishing hall to the front line with the disciples under him. However, in such a difficult battle, even Zhongli's fellow disciples had already died. Their desperate battle had some effect. The two soul formation cultivators of the myriad slaughter sect were attracted back from the other battlefield. However, with their participation, the battle here fell into a one-sided slaughter. Beast diagram Mad Blood. Blood Fiend Divine Art. Elder He ignored the injuries on his body and erupted with the beast blood tattoo on his body again. He and a group of nascent soul cultivators risked their lives to charge forward and block the two soul formation cultivators. With the blood essence that he had accumulated over many years, he could unleash the beast tattoo with all his might. Even his dragon blood had been thrown in. Coupled with the might of the Blood Fiend Divine Art, the limit of his strength had already faintly crossed that boundary. If he could survive this battle, breaking through to the soul formation realm would be inevitable. However, under such circumstances, surviving was extremely difficult. On the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak, 5 nascent souls formed a sword formation and barely blocked one. Elder He could only block the other one himself. He was about to break through, but in the end, he had not broken through yet. He used his fists to receive 10 saber strikes in a row. After 10 saber strikes, he was finally unable to parry them. In the end, he was still struck on the body, scattering his blood chi. The 12th blood saber slashed horizontally. In just an instant, it would behead him. In the moment of facing death, Elder He's mood was calm. He already had the best disciple to inherit his legacy. In fact, Zhang Li should have surpassed him by now. However, right when the blade light flashed before his eyes, a ray of light suddenly fell from the sky. A palm stretched out from the light and caught the fatal blood blade. That person wore a black scale armor in his hand and wore the great mountain embroidered robe. There was a pitch-black chain hanging on his waist. That back view was extremely familiar to Elder He. "Master, I was late." The person who grabbed the Soul Formation blood saber was none other than the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, Zhang Li. The blood saber in his hand creaked as it was grabbed. The Myriad Slaughter Sect's Soul Formation cultivator wanted to continue pushing the blood saber forward and cut off Zhang Li's palm, but his blade could not break through the ancient emperor's black scale armor. He wanted to draw the saber and retreat, but he was shocked to discover that he could not do so either. Zhang Li's strength could originally suppress the armored trolls that were equivalent to human soul formation cultivators. After obtaining the remnant soul of one of the ancient 9 sons of the ancestral dragon, Ba Xia, who was famous for his strength, it was even more so. If they wanted to take the saber from his hand, they had to be a body cultivation soul formation expert. Zhang Li held the blood saber in his right hand, and a purplish-red energy ball appeared in the palm of his left hand. He pushed it forward and pressed it on the other party's stomach. The purple-red energy ball suddenly swelled, instantly becoming 30 feet in diameter. The soul formation cultivator of the Myriad Slaughter sect could no longer grab his blood saber and was sent flying by the huge blood ball. The destructive fusion energy ball smashed into a flying ship with such a soul formation cultivator on it. Then, the energy completely erupted, enveloping the 2 flying ships beside it and completely destroying them. "Everyone! Stop!" Zhang Li casually shook off the blood saber in his hand, and his shout spread throughout the battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling 7-colored light suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a huge palace made of clouds pressed down on everyone's heads. It was as if a true immortal palace had descended. Endless might poured down, causing the battlefield to quickly fall silent. Even the craziest blood saber guards were unable to move at all under the pressure. Everyone could sense that an extremely powerful existence was looking down at them from the palace. Wherever that gaze landed, cultivators would be as cold as cicadas and not dare to move. Even the Soul Formation Realm battlefield was the same. The only ones who could resist the pressure of the White Cloud Palace were the Myriad Slaughter Sect's Sect Master, Wu Fan, and the Wind Protection Giant. Therefore, 2 more rays of light descended and enveloped them. Wu Fan could not even break them with several saber strikes. Looking up, he discovered the White Cloud Palace that was pressed horizontally in the air. Cloud Manor. He frowned tightly. The faction represented by this Cloud Palace was not something their Myriad Slaughter sect could afford to provoke. Under the pressure of the Cloud Manor, the war finally stopped. All the heavily injured cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance immediately gathered together. They took medicine and treated their injuries. The injured people on the ground looked extremely miserable. If the battle continued, not many of the Great Mountain Alliance cultivators here would be able to escape. Now, the fate of the Great Mountain region was tied to one person. Everyone opened their eyes and looked at the young alliance leader Zhang Li, who stood in midair. This alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance was young and his cultivation was shallow. At the beginning, it was quite controversial. However, in the following days, this young man quickly proved himself. Every time he made a choice, he would bring great benefits to the Great Mountain region. Moreover, his talent was overflowing, and his strength rose rapidly like a rocket. If they were not wrong, Zhang Li seemed to have sent a soul formation cultivator of the Myriad Slaughter sect flying in a single exchange. With such an improvement speed, even if the Great Mountain region was destroyed, he would definitely be able to avenge them. This time, Zhongli had returned in danger and stopped the battlefield with a single sentence. It was unknown if he could bring another miracle to the great mountain region. I wonder which esteemed lord from the Cloud Manor has come. My Myriad Slaughter sect should not have offended your Cloud Manor. The Myriad Slaughter sect has already acknowledged the punishment of the Rock Mountain Range. We have fought a bloody battle with the trolls for many years in the eastern region. Even the Cloud Manor has no right to interfere with the internal affairs of our section. Being trapped in the light, Wu Fan was neither servile nor overbearing as he spoke to the White Cloud Palace above. From today onwards, the Great Mountain Alliance is already a member of our Divine Judgment Hall and is protected by the Divine Judgment Alliance. Low-grade Divine Judgment Faction, Myriad Slaughter Sect, immediately stop all hostilities against the Great Mountain region and retreat. You are not allowed to step into this region without permission. In the Cloud Manor, a cold female voice resounded through the sky. Many higher UPS of the Great Mountain Alliance were overjoyed when they heard this. Zhongli had actually gathered enough merit points in 10 days to join the Divine Judgment Hall. He even convinced the Cloud Manor to come and mediate. After becoming a member of the Divine Judgment Hall, they would enjoy the protection of the Divine Judgment Hall. The cultivation world of the Great Mountain region would be considered safe. Where are the cultivators of the Rock Mountain Range? After hearing this, Wu Fan's expression turned pitch black. The Blood King crown on his head urged him to slaughter everyone at all times. Now, it seemed that he had to change places. However, the voices in the White Cloud Palace did not stop. The heavily injured Huan Longan heard the shout from the clouds. With the help of a female cultivator, he flew into the sky and bowed. Is the Rock Mountain Range willing to join the Great Mountain Alliance? This was an additional small request from Zhongli. Now, he was the favorite of the Cloud Manor, one of the 3 divine pillars. Such a small request would not be rejected. Huan Longan was stunned. After he exchanged glances with Zhongli, he immediately understood some things and hurriedly spoke. I am Huan Longan. I am willing to represent the remnant of the cultivation world of the Rock Mountain Range to join the Great Mountain Alliance. Low-grade Divine Judgment Faction, Great Mountain Alliance, encountered an attack by the low-grade sect, the Myriad Slaughter sect, for no reason, causing severe losses. You can enjoy the right to take revenge and counterattack for the duration of 10 years. The Myriad Slaughter sect is ordered to repay the plundered loot and pay the reconstruction compensation within 3 months. A Divine Judgment Hall faction could at most be fused by 3 forces. After Zhongli joined the Divine Judgment Hall, he even pulled in the last cultivators of the Rock Mountain Range. Apart from being loyal to his allies, it was also for the right to take revenge. Under the circumstances that the Cloud Manor deliberately sided with them, this authority meant that in the next 10 years, the Great Mountain Alliance could ignore the rule that the members of the Divine Judgment Hall could not attack each other and take revenge on the Myriad Slaughter sect at any time. However, the Myriad Slaughter sect could not enter the Great Mountain region to attack them. 10 years was enough. Chapter 373, War Clear Spring. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sect Master Wu, this is the first time we've met. I have to say your hat is really ugly. I am the Alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance. Sect Master Wu, please bring your motley crew back to wherever you came from. In addition, we have a detailed list of losses regarding the war reparations. I suggest that you repay it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Divine Judgment Hall will directly deduct your contribution points. Due to the calamity of the Rock Mountain Range, I believe you don't have much left, right? Zhongli stepped on the air and arrived before Wu Fan, who was enveloped by the glow. A mere golden core cultivator actually dared to spout nonsense in front of the dignified Myriad Slaughter sect master. Although the Myriad Slaughter sect had already been kicked down from the position of a medium-grade Divine Judgment faction, Wu Fan's cultivation and strength were not reduced at all. It was a terrifying level that was respectfully called the Earth Immortal. As long as he was willing, he could even suppress the entire Great Mountain region. However, Zhang Li did not show any fear in front of such a person. He even took out a thick stack of paper and handed it to Wu Fan. In the cultivation world of the eastern region, there are not many people who dare to speak to me like this. Young man, you're not bad. The light that enveloped Wu Fan only allowed entry but not exit. Wu Fan took the stack of papers and actually did not tear it apart angrily. Instead, he put it away properly. I wonder if you can survive until the day you receive these things. These compensation naturally could not make up for the destroyed rock mountain range. However, within the scope of the rules, they could only obtain so much compensation. The myriad slaughter sect master, Wu Fan, coldly spoke to Zhang Li. He did not question why the Great Mountain Alliance, which was clearly lacking 180,000 merit points a few days ago, could satisfy the conditions to join the Divine Judgment Hall in such a short period of time. This was because even if the Cloud Manor did appear and break into the Divine Judgment Hall of the Great Mountain Alliance, so what? The Cloud Manor had this right to begin with. In this era, the strong were respected. The rules were set by the three divine pillars. Without strength of the same level, who could reason with them? Not only would joining the Divine Judgment Hall through this method not be said to be taking the back door, they would also be thought to have background and backers and were not to be trifled with. Sect Master Wu, don't worry. I'm still young. I won't die even if your son dies. The other party had threatened to kill Zhang Li behind his back, but Zhang Li retorted that he wanted to kill his son. It was just a mere golden core cultivator. As long as he was alone, wouldn't it be easy to kill him? Wu Fan stared at the young man in front of him. Was this guy really not afraid of death? Kid, what's your name? Zhang Li did not answer. The other party had probably never cared about him, the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. It had been a long time since Wu Fan had been provoked in public. Under his anger, a gem on the Blood King crown above his head flickered gently. Then, a red light suddenly erupted. The red light collided with the multicolored pillar of light. 90% of the force was blocked by the light, but there was still 10% that penetrated the light between the two and shot towards Zhang Li's eyes. This red light could pass through the multicolored barrier and was even stronger than the blood saber in his hand. As the sect master, he should have been more concerned about the overall situation. However, Wu Fan actually wanted to forcefully attack Zhang Li under the eyes of the Cloud Manor. A red light entered Zhang Li's eyes, turning into a blood-colored army that was about to tear Zhang Li's soul consciousness apart. How dare you! It was naturally impossible for the person on the Cloud Peak to not notice his actions. The Cloud Manor had clearly said that they would stop the war, but he still dared to attack. Was he looking down on the Cloud Manor? Under the white clouds, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended. Wu Fan was trapped in the light and could not dodge. He was struck by the lightning. After an explosion, a figure crashed to the ground, creating a huge ring-shaped meteorite pit. The two mountains around the meteorite pit collapsed because of the impact. After that, another rainbow descended and just happened to land on the top of Zhang Li's head. The blood light that had charged into his mind had yet to cause trouble when it was completely wiped away by the rainbow. A moment later, a violent wind erupted from the center of the huge hole, blowing away the dust and smoke in the sky. The myriad slaughter sect master, Wu Fan, flew out from inside. He was an earth immortal after all. Not only did he have an essence soul, but his body had also begun to advance towards the immortal body. It was not easy to die. However, under that lightning, he had to pay a price. Wu Fan did not say anything else and flew straight towards his fleet. The previously invincible sect master of the myriad slaughter sect no longer looked so elegant and luxurious. There were many charred areas on his body and a palm-sized piece of skin on his head had disappeared. A few streaks of blood were flowing out from his Blood King crown. Most importantly, a crack had appeared on the Earth rank artifact, Blood King crown. That lightning strike from the person of the Cloud Manor did not hold back at all. The damage to the Blood King crown that he had high hopes for would probably make his heart ache for a long time. The remnant forces saw their sect master being struck by lightning without any ability to retaliate. The other cultivators of the Myriad Slaughter sect, who were still holding their sabers, could only follow Wu Fan and fly towards the fleet. With the Cloud Manor's appearance, the war here had to end no matter what. Although they could not bear to part with this fat piece of meat, they could only ride the flying ship and return the same way. A cloud flew out of the palace and followed them. It was the people from the Cloud Manor who came out to monitor the Myriad Slaughter sect in case they were up to something. Alliance Leader Zhang, the task entrusted to us has been completed. We'll leave first. After the people of the Myriad Slaughter sect left, the White Cloud Palace in the sky spoke for the first time. Then, a white light descended and was received by Zhang Li. It was a special artifact that could directly find the location of the Cloud Manor. Thank you for your trouble. Zhang Li will definitely pay you a visit when this matter is resolved. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge palace that covered half the sky slowly dissipated into ordinary clouds. The outsiders all left, leaving only the injured people of the Great Mountain region. The war is over. The calamity has finally ended. The Great Mountain region. We defended the land of the Great Mountain region. Many people below cried in joy. In fact, this invasion war had only lasted for less than 10 days, but the pressure it brought to the Great Mountain region was unprecedented. Being suppressed by such a powerful sect, they could only hide in the fog and endure with difficulty. They had no chance of fighting head-on. If they could not even defend the Misty Mountain Range, which was one of the strongest defensive arrays in the Great Mountain region, then the other sects' bases would be even more so. There would be no hope. If not for Zhang Li bringing the Cloud Manor over in time, if they continued fighting, they would probably lose half of their forces in a few hours. When the Misty Mountain Range was broken, the possibility of the Great Mountain region resisting would completely disappear. They would probably be like the remaining cultivators of the Rock Mountain Range, struggling at death's door. Where is the medical cultivator army? Quickly organize and treat the injured. All disciples with light injuries, after consuming the medicinal pills, immediately clean up the battlefield and search for survivors. Everyone, gather all the heavily injured people who can't stabilize their injuries and let the medical team cast a range spell to treat them. After the war ended, there were still many things to deal with. The most important thing now was to save the survivors lying in the pile of corpses. The previous battlefield was too tragic. The cultivators of the various sects were basically all injured. For example, Zhang Li's master, Elder He, had erupted his combat strength alone and faced a soul formation cultivator of the Myriad Slaughter sect alone. Not only had most of his blood essence and dragon blood been consumed by the beast blood tattoo on his body, but he had also been slashed by the saber. The wound tore open his flesh, bones, internal organs, almost splitting his entire body into two. Fortunately, the saber did not injure the nascent soul. Moreover, Elder He's nascent soul was already on the verge of breaking through to the soul formation realm. His life was tough, so he did not die on the spot. However, now that the war was over, his mind relaxed and he could not endure it anymore. Zhang Li could only use the 9 nether spiritual qi to enter his master's body. While helping him eliminate the foreign energy, he brought him to the injured area below. The medical cultivators who had been protected inside and wanted to come out to fight together but were stopped had already formed a medical formation under the command of a few elders. Medical cultivators were used to seeing life and death. When facing the injured and dead, they should be stronger than ordinary people. However, at this moment, so many cultivators of the Great Mountain region were dyed in blood, causing the eyes of many medical cultivators to turn red. Tears fell from their eyes, but they could not let these emotions affect their casting of the spell technique. If anything happened, many people might die. The Great Mountain Alliance's medical cultivation team had been established for a short period of time. Zhang Li looked at their nervous expressions and knew that this was the first time they had faced such a large situation. They were not even familiar with the large-scale medical battle formation. There were some young medical cultivators who had deviations in the location where they landed. It was even easier to make mistakes when changing locations. This large-scale medical battle formation had only been designed for a short period of time. It was indeed difficult for them to completely master it in a short period of time. They still needed some help. Medical cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance, don't be nervous. You just have to show your usual training state. I'll use the spiritual light to remind you guys to watch the formation patterns under your feet change. Everyone, find your corresponding nodes. Zhongli took out the ground control flag and stabbed it into the ground. At the same time, he used the power of his earth spirit body to forcefully connect the earth vein structure that had been destroyed by the myriad slaughter sect and modify it slightly. The power of the earth vein could assist in the array formation set up by medical cultivators. Then, he took out a few crystals that looked like top-grade spirit stones and crushed them in his hand. While crushing the spirit stone, he released his spiritual chi infusion status and released 200 points of top-grade spiritual chi into the air every second. He used the ground control flag to gather the spiritual chi in this area. The rising concentration of spiritual chi in the environment made medical cultivators feel comfortable. The originally difficult medical spell techniques had also become simpler in a higher concentration of spiritual chi. Then, Zhongli mobilized his spiritual chi and used spiritual light to personally draw a medical formation called War Clear Spring on the ground. It allowed these young medical cultivators to know where they should stand and what to do as long as they looked at the corresponding nodes on the array. Zhongli had participated in creating this medical array formation when it was first constructed. In terms of understanding of War Clear Spring, no one was better than him. Now that the support medical cultivator army was undergoing array formation evolution, there was naturally not much of a problem. Under the guidance of the spiritual light, the originally chaotic medical formation quickly became orderly. Spells filled with vitality blossomed in the array. Then, they flowed along the array and continuously gathered, complementing each other. The spells cast by more than 800 medical cultivators followed the formation patterns and gathered at the core of Zhongli. Finally, he controlled it and scattered it on the injured people who were continuously transported over. With the enhancement of the earth vein, the help of Zhongli's rich spiritual qi, and the worship effect of the medical cultivators towards the young alliance leader Zhang, the effects of the combined array formation that they displayed this time were far greater than all their previous training. The first to experience this effect was Zhongli, who was the core of the array formation. Treated by the medical array. Added status, War Clear Spring. War Clear Spring effectively eliminates the abnormal energy in the body, remove poison and pollution, wash away the injuries and exhaustion. Regenerates 10,800 health points per second. Duration, 10 seconds. Plus. War Clear Spring was a healing array formed by the combination of more than 800 medical cultivators, 15 different healing spells, and a soul formation cultivator as the core. From the looks of it, its effect was like a torrential current washing away the stains. When washed away, it was the injuries on a cultivator's body, illness, pain, and even exhaustion, which was why it was called this. The effect was even greater than the earth-rank medicinal pill that Zhongli had eaten back then. Zhongli was not injured now, but under this cleansing, he discovered that an extremely hidden blood-colored spiritual seed had actually appeared in his body. Looking at this blood-red color, it was clearly identical to the light when Wu Fan attacked him earlier. The curse that Wu Fan had inserted into his body was broken by the people of the Cloud Manor. He did not expect that it was only a superficial method, but there was such a thing hidden deep inside. What kind of method was this? Because the effect had not been displayed, the status did not appear on the interface, but it was definitely not something good. Now, this spiritual seed was like a rock tumbling in a torrent. Under the cleansing of the spring water of war, its footing was already unstable. Zhongli grabbed it with his mind, but he did not destroy it immediately. Instead, he temporarily enveloped it with the 9 Nether Azura power. He did this for a few seconds. After extending the duration of his status, he controlled the array formation and poured the spiritual healing light onto the injured people in front. The person closest to him was his master, Elder He. The spiritual light of War Clear Spring washed over his body, and the wounds on his body seemed to have been covered in graffiti. Soon, they were cleaned by the spiritual light, and not even a scar was left. After Elder He woke up, he quickly understood the current situation. He immediately left the range of the spiritual light and gave his position to the other injured. This time, there were at least tens of thousands of people injured from the Mountain Alliance. There were also many seriously injured people. The expenditure of the War Clear Spring array was too great, it could not last for long. It was impossible to heal everyone's injuries. What was most important now was to ensure that the most people survived. The heavily injured people would each take 1 or 2 breaths. After stabilizing their injuries, they would immediately be replaced. Zhongli's interface came from the game, so the effects on it were all expressed in fixed values. However, health naturally could not be measured in numbers. The health points of low-level cultivators were less than 10,000, but if this spiritual light washed over their bodies, it was impossible to heal all their wounds in a second. Moreover, Zhongli was at the core of the array formation, so he enjoyed the most spiritual light. After it spread to the other cultivators, the effect was naturally inferior to his. 1 or 2 breaths were not enough to completely heal the injuries of these heavily injured people. However, as long as he could maintain their lives, the rest of the injuries could slowly be healed. Even so, they tried their best to only treat the heavily injured. After a round, the nearly 1,000 medical cultivators behind them turned pale from exhaustion. If not for Zhongli's top-grade spiritual qi supply, this array formation would have probably been unable to maintain long ago. After the last heavily injured cultivator escaped danger, Zhongli raised his hand and changed the direction of the spiritual light, scattering it towards the wind protection giant sitting in the distance. This wind protection giant had just stopped the most terrifying opponent of the Great Mountain Alliance. His body was too big and not sensitive enough. He had been stabbed a few times and had a few huge canyon-like wounds on his body. If Zhongli ignored him, it would be too disheartening. Having enjoyed the War Clear Spring energy alone, the huge canyon-like wounds began to quickly heal. It was not until the spiritual light released by Zhongli's hand became smaller and smaller that the array formation finally stopped because of exhaustion. Looking at the nearly 1,000 medical cultivators behind, at least half of them fainted from exhaustion in the array formation. However, with their efforts, thousands of people who could have died survived. Chapter 374, 6 Million Souls. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After sending all the injured people back to the headquarters of the Great Mountain Alliance, he took out a large number of healing pills from his inventory without holding back and distributed a few to everyone. It was enough for them to heal themselves. Then, he had to do things like rewarding the survivors and handing out death compensation. Fortunately, their headquarters was located in the Medicine Garden Mystic Realm. The production of this huge mystic realm had always been very rich during this period of time. It was completely enough to support their expenditure. After a calamity-like battle, there were still many things that needed to be dealt with, such as staff placement, array formation repair, and so on. Only this way could the Great Mountain region be more united and not immediately become dissociated after the battle and catch their breath in the shortest time. Of course, Zhongli naturally did not need to worry about these trivial matters. Zhongli, was that someone from the Cloud Manor on the Cloud Palace earlier? You brought them here. Why would the people from the Cloud Manor help us like this? In the Great Mountain Conference Hall, the people in charge of the 3 major sects of the Great Mountain region had yet to treat their injuries when they pulled Zhongli here. They had too many questions that Zhongli needed to answer. The sudden miracle still made them in disbelief. Their greatest doubt was still the Cloud Manor that had unleashed the lightning capable of scaring away the myriad slaughter sect. Why did such a force that had finally reached the peak of the cultivation world appear here? If they could not understand why, they would not be able to eat and sleep in peace. Zhang Li did not intend to hide it from them, and he explained after asking them to calm down. They are indeed from the Cloud Manor, one of the 3 divine pillars of the Divine Judgment Hall. They are not interested in the Medicine Garden mystic realm and do not need us to pay a higher price. Please don't worry. Zhang Li knew that although they did not say it out loud, they were most afraid that the Cloud Manor that had inexplicably appeared also had ill intentions. If the tiger they invited chased away the wolf and swallowed them, they would be happy for nothing. After Zhang Li made it clear, they felt a little more at ease. The reason why the Great Mountain Alliance could join the Divine Judgment Hall in a short period of time and obtain the help of the Cloud Manor is because I handed them information about the armored trolls. Because that piece of information was too important, it filled the last gap of 180,000 merit points. Zhang Li casually handed the Mad Blood Talisman Lightning to the 3 of them. Just like the cultivators of the Cloud Manor, even if Zhang Li did not say it, they would not be able to see through it. What? What information is this? It's actually worth 180,000 merit points. No, the value of this small talisman lightning should be far above 180,000 merit points. If it's a normal accumulation of merit points, even if they reach 1,000,000 merit points, they still have to go through a series of checks by the Divine Judgment Hall. Some sects without any backers can drag it out for more than half a year. If that's the case, when the Great Mountain Alliance joins the Divine Judgment Hall, our Great Mountain region will no longer exist. Furthermore, the Cloud Manor, one of the 3 divine pillars, can actually personally step forward. The 3 of them stopped here. Clearly, they already knew that the information was definitely very important. If Zhang Li was troubled, they were naturally unwilling to force him. Zhang Li saw through their thoughts and explained himself. There's nothing to hide. Since the information has already been submitted to the Divine Judgment Hall, this matter will spread sooner or later. However, before the news becomes widespread, let's just keep it a secret. This information is actually just luck. Zhang Li repeated what he had said to the Cloud Manor. The 3 of them clicked their tongues in wonder when they heard this. No one expected that the body materials of one of the 2 races that harbored malice towards the humans would actually restrain the other party so much. If that's the case, should we focus on developing the original 100 tempering mountain ruins? There are still some aberrations in the underground cave there. Perhaps we can extract some blood of madness from them. On that mountain, every piece of land and rock has the aura of an Azura creature. If we spread the stone materials on the mountain around the front-line battlefield, it might affect the trolls. After knowing the 180,000 merit points worth of information, the 3 of them immediately had some thoughts. Others did not know about this yet. Perhaps they could seize some benefits in advance before the news spread. It's a pity about the Rock Mountain Range. If we can obtain it before the information is sent out, even if we only sell admission tickets and let the people of the other sects hunt, we can still obtain a considerable amount of benefits. In the entire eastern region, any sect with decent strength would guard against the armored trolls with much difficulty. The blood of madness was a necessity. Once the news spread, everyone would need it. The scripture storage valley's valley master, Daoist Washi, was the best at management among the 3. He was the first to think of this. However, in his opinion, they could not take down the huge profit. They could only think of using this in their own territory. However, Zhang Li did not think so. It's just a pity now. There's no need to be so anxious. Didn't the Cloud Manor say that the remaining cultivators of the Rock Mountain Range have already joined our Great Mountain Alliance? Now that the people of the Myriad Slaughter sect have given up on the Rock Mountain Range, that region that is not inferior to the Great Mountain region belongs to us now. Moreover, I've already reached an agreement with the Cloud Manor. In the future, the Great Mountain Alliance and the Cloud Manor will develop the Rock Mountain Range together. As soon as Zhang Li said this, the eyes of the 3 people lit up. If not for the information about the Blood of Madness subduing the armored trolls, the rock mountain range that was invaded by the blood fighting arena would undoubtedly be a mess to deal with. It was the kind that even the myriad slaughter sect could not withstand. However, after Zhang Li submitted that information, it would become a hot item that everyone wanted to fight for. After the Divine Judgment Hall publicized the information, almost all the forces in the entire eastern region would need a large amount of Blood of Madness. At that time, it would be best to sell the finished product after they developed it or collect a ticket and let outsiders come in to hunt on their own. The only place that produced the Blood of Madness was the Rock Mountain Range. Of course, if it was only the Great Mountain Alliance, they would definitely be unable to protect this huge sum of profits. If they forcefully claimed it, they would only end up worse than before. However, the mysterious and powerful Cloud Manor chose to cooperate with them. At the very least, not many factions in the eastern region would have the guts to snatch profits from the Divine Judgment Hall's Divine Pillar. The Great Mountain Alliance did not need much. As long as they could obtain a small portion of the benefits, it would allow the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region to soar. He wondered how the myriad slaughter sect would feel when they received this news. Their decision to give up on defending the Rock Mountain Range not only caused them to be punished by the Divine Judgment Hall, but they were also reduced to a low-grade Divine Judgment faction. They had even lost such a huge opportunity for nothing. They had definitely suffered a double loss. Of course, if the other party continued to stay in the Rock Mountain Range and did not attack the Great Mountain region, Zhang Li would not reveal this information. They did not have the chance to encounter such a good thing. Hearing Zhang Li's words, the Valley Master and the other two were also very excited. After surviving the calamity, good things were finally coming. Not only had Zhang Li's return resolved the crisis, but he had also brought such good news to the Great Mountain region. The appointment of this Great Mountain Alliance leader was really the best choice they made. The little willfulness of the three of them back then had pushed Zhang Li to this high position. They did not expect that this decision was very likely the best decision they had made in their lives. Moreover, how long had it been since they last saw this kid? The aura on Zhang Li's body improved greatly again. When he had just come out, he had even sent a soul formation cultivator of the myriad slaughter sect flying. Although they did not know how he had done it, Zhang Li was probably not inferior to them now. So the question was, which immortal god did Zhang Li reincarnate from? They no longer suspected Zhang Li of being the reincarnation of an immortal god. They were now thinking about whose reincarnation he was. After chatting with the three of them for a long time, Zhang Li left the meeting room. Previously, when he received the invitation of the Cloud Manor's Rainbow Cloud Servant, he indeed planned to go to the place that was said to be a paradise and wanted to see the great figure standing at the peak of the eastern region. However, at that moment, the divine statue clone sent him an emergency request for help. The matter of going to the Cloud Manor could only be pushed back temporarily. With their help, he rushed back to the Great Mountain region in the shortest time and stopped the war. The cooperation that Zhang Li mentioned earlier was true. After repeatedly verifying the effects of the Blood of Madness, they readily agreed to these small requests. In fact, the distribution of benefits was far greater than Zhang Li had expected. At the level of the Cloud Manor, they indeed did not care about this small sum. In addition, although it was said to be a cooperation, the Cloud Manor was responsible for dealing with the troublesome high-level Azura. The Great Mountain Alliance only needed to be responsible for the simplest logistics work. They had given the Great Mountain Alliance a money tree for nothing. With the protection of the Cloud Manor, the safety of the Great Mountain Alliance was temporarily not a problem. Zhang Li, who had been racing against time, could finally heave a sigh of relief. Along the way, the headquarters were filled with some lightly injured Great Mountain Alliance disciples on duty. When they saw Zhang Li, they bowed respectfully, and their eyes were filled with worship. Amongst them were many senior brothers and sisters that Zhang Li knew. However, even if he did not mind, they did not dare to treat him as an ordinary senior brother anymore. When he returned to his alliance leader's courtyard, This courtyard was luxurious and elegant. It was fully equipped and was one of the most luxurious courtyards. However, he had not stayed here for a few days since the courtyard was built. Inside, the table and some furniture were already covered in a layer of dust. Clearly, no one had been here for a long time. Below his courtyard was directly connected to the headquarters of the hidden rock cultivators. It was a top-secret zone. Unless they had his permission, no one could enter. They could only temporarily make do with the cleaning. Alliance leader. Zhang Li gestured in the room, and two figures flashed to his front. They were one of the few nascent soul cultivators among the hidden rock cultivators, and they were also loyal to Zhang Li. They were also injured. This battle had caused Zhang Li's hidden rock cultivators to suffer considerable losses. When the myriad slaughter sect entered the Great Mountain region, they had once slaughtered several human countries. What's the situation now? Zhang Li asked something that no one cared about. Together with the prosperous Zhang Hongyan, we've mobilized 4,000 Qi Refinement Realm disciples and used a large number of low-level demons to assist. We've already completed the collection of souls. More than 90% of the souls of the dead mortals are captured. The total number of souls absorbed has reached 6.33 million. Currently, these souls are stored in the storeroom below. The Qi Refinement Realm disciples and the small demons who had not even reached the Qi Refinement Realm were not of any help in this war. However, as long as they did their job well, they could also achieve great things. Low-level Qi Refinement Realm disciples and the prosperous Zhang Hongyan were unable to stop the myriad slaughter sect from slaughtering the citizens of the Great Mountain region. They were also unable to participate in the battle. They could only use their advantage in numbers to gather a large number of human souls after these butchers passed through. Several human countries were destroyed. If they were not dealt with in 7 days, it would develop into a very troublesome yin land. At that time, not a single blade of grass would grow, and mortals would be unable to continue reproducing on that land. Over time, powerful ghosts might even appear and affect the Great Mountain region in the long term. Now, more than 90% of these souls were gathered by the prosperous Zhang Hongyan. Although their actions and methods were not righteous, the result was still good. That place would no longer be polluted. If some refugees were moved over, they could slowly recover their vitality after dozens or hundreds of years. These ghosts would not dissipate for nothing in 7 days. In Zhang Li's coffin, they would obtain the best spiritual qi and yin qi nourishment. One day, they might be able to take revenge. There were 6.33 million of them. Not all of their souls had been retrieved. The exact number of casualties would only be above this number. There were also the cultivators who died in the Great Mountain Alliance. Zhang Li would have to repay this heavy karma debt sooner or later. He specially requested the Cloud Manor to give him 10 years to exact revenge. 10 years was too short for ordinary cultivators or sects. It was almost impossible for the entire Great Mountain region to catch up to the myriad slaughter sect. However, to Zhang Li, it had taken less than 2 years for him to grow from a mere mortal. In 10 years, he was confident that he could take revenge on the myriad slaughter sect 10 times or 100 times over. Wasn't it just an earth immortal? He was only 3 realms away from that. He could even become the strongest before that time arrived. After throwing out the yin burial coffin, the coffin lid opened automatically. Box after box of ghosts were transported out of the storeroom and thrown in. In the coffin space, every box opened, and a dark cloud surged out. They floated aimlessly in the coffin before being absorbed by the yin burial ghost cloud. After a round of fusion, the range of the ghost cloud directly increased to 4 times its original size. In the coffin space, the spiritual qi that was originally extremely dense began to form spiritual qi streams on the ground. It was greedily absorbed by these new ghosts. Zhang Li had never absorbed so many souls in one go. To nurture these 6 million souls into useful ghost soldiers, the expenditure was definitely enough to make a medium-sized divine judgment faction cry. However, Zhang Li was not stingy. After this wave of monsters was nurtured, his number of ghost soldiers began to approach 10 million. Back then, 1 million ghost soldiers had allowed his yin burial coffin to rise from the profound rank to the earth rank. It was unknown if 10 million could trigger a new change. Chapter 375, Spirit Tablet Soul Extraction. Zhang Li threw all the souls into the coffin and jumped in. The coffin was still as familiar as before. The spider lily and carefree grass swayed with the cold wind, and inverted vines grew the 9 nether wood. The yin burial ghost cloud above his head was slowly spinning like a hurricane. Even a paradise or an immortal land could only be this amazing. A large amount of spiritual qi and yin qi in the coffin were continuously swallowed by the ghost clouds, making the coffin space that was already slightly depressed with the dense spiritual qi become a little easier. Zhang Li was not worried that the 6.33 million ghosts waiting to be fed would empty his coffin. Although the number of ghosts absorbing spiritual qi this time was dozens of times that of the peak period, Zhang Li's spiritual qi infusion status was more than 100 times higher than back then. The endless supply of top-grade spiritual qi could completely allow them to complete their evolution. Coupled with the 2 new coffin nails, these ghost soldiers would also have poison and pollution effects. The poison targeted living beings, while the pollution targeted artifacts. When fighting with these ghosts, not only did they have to worry about being poisoned at all times, but their artifacts might also be tainted if they were not careful. In the future, these ghost soldiers would be feared and avoided. Even if they could not win, they could disgust the enemy to death. As usual, he handed the training of these ghost soldiers to the female ghost, Qin Shuman. With the first 2 million ghost soldiers as the foundation, the veterans only needed to provide spiritual qi and yin qi to the new soldiers. This process should not take long. Zhang Li did not need to worry about the rest. There were still a few troublesome characters in his coffin that he had to deal with. In the core area of the coffin space, a few loud sounds suddenly sounded, causing the entire coffin to tremble a few times. It was as if a powerful beast was struggling inside. Zhang Li frowned, and his figure flashed to the place where the sound came from. Over there, the 9 nether clone and the divine statue clone were cooperating with the yin burial coffin to suppress the 3 captives. Ever since Zhang Li left the armored troll island, he had faced and captured 5 soul formation enemies. Among them, 2 were from the Azura world. Because they were not very useful to him and were just the nutrients needed for the yin burial coffin, he nailed them onto the coffin lid. Currently, they were about to lose their lives. It would not be long before they were completely absorbed into the coffin. Apart from these 2, there were 3 other guys who were still locked up by him. One was an unlucky armored troll captured by Zhang Li after being heavily injured by the deep sea water pressure. One was the 9 nether wood that he had captured after many battles in the Azura world. There was also the Ghost King that had fled from the Mu family's peach forest with Zhang Li. She had not surfaced in Mu Yulan's body ever since she entered the coffin. The only person who could still communicate was Mu Yulan. She would do whatever Zhang Li said. Even if Zhang Li wanted to seal her, her Qi-Si meridian would not hesitate at all. However, Zhang Li later discovered that Mu Yulan utterly did not have the ability to suppress the Ghost King, Yang Ruoji. Once he left, she would start stirring up trouble. After rushing to the Great Mountain battlefield, these 3 acutely sensed that Zhang Li would not be able to return for a short period of time, and they actually started to rebel together. Even with the power of the Earth rank artifact, the Yin burial coffin, suppressing the 3 of them to resist was rather difficult. With a thought, 9 balls of white cold flames appeared behind Zhang Li, and then they fused together before a white holy spirit snake darted out. As soon as the flaming snake appeared, Ghost King Yang Ruoji and the 9 nether wood in the graveyard immediately became obedient. If they were burned by this fire, the best outcome would be death. Zhang Li did not want to casually utilize the 9 nether cold flame and cause them to suffer too much damage. In the end, it would be his own loss. However, if they were too ignorant, Zhang Li did not mind teaching them a lesson. Then, the dragon imprisoning lock on his waist flew out and bound the armored troll. The chain flashed with spiritual light, and this guy became a weakling again. Benefactor Zhongli, it's me. Quickly untie me. You're hurting me. Mu Yulan, who was tied to the longevity peach tree wooden stake with the peach blossom talisman, red rope, and golden needles, weakly requested Zhongli. Her eyes were filled with adoration. Any other man would find it difficult to reject her sincere request. However, this person was definitely not a good person. More than half of the 100 peach blossom talismans on her body had already been burned away. It could be seen how intense her struggles were just now. Even the peach blossom petals that restrained ghosts could not suppress her. Zhongli was completely unmoved. One look at her expression and one could tell that the one controlling her body was undoubtedly the Ghost King. Furthermore, with Mu Yulan's personality, she definitely would not say such a thing from a little pain. Moreover, if she was released, Zhongli would be placed in danger. Mu Yulan valued this benefactor more than her own life. However, it was precisely because of Mu Yulan that Zhongli had always held back and not been truly ruthless towards her. Therefore, among these three, the one with the best condition was still the Ghost King, Yang Ruozhi. The dignified Ghost King, you also want to play such tricks? Isn't this a little too embarrassing? Zhongli stood in front of her and rudely reached out to press her head. It could be felt that Mu Yulan's soul was already very weak, and so was her body. Under the torture of this Ghost King, she probably could not last long. He did not dare to give this body a longevity peach or immortal peach. As long as she ate it, 99% of it would be absorbed by this Ghost King. When Yang Ruozhi recovered, it was hard to say if Zhongli would still be able to suppress her. During this period of time, Zhongli had tried everything he could to negotiate, but the results had always been minimal. Zhongli decided to give it one last try today. If Yang Ruozhi continued like this, he would have to make a decision. The two sides looked at each other for a moment before Zhongli took out a black bell. This was an artifact left behind by a certain demonic sect that was specially used to control ghosts. Hand over a portion of your soul and spirit and let me seal it in this soul lament bell. You can obtain your freedom. As long as you agree to the conditions, I can help you heal your injuries. After staying in the coffin for so long, you should understand my foundation. The spiritual qi and yin qi here are yours to use. After your injuries recover, you can choose to stay in the coffin and enjoy this extreme yin environment, or you can choose to return to Fengde Ghost City and continue to marry. I won't care about you. Zhongli made his request. So long as he grasped a portion of the other party's soul, then even if the other party was the Ghost King, Zhongli could ring the bell and kill her at any time. However, such a suggestion clearly did not satisfy the other party. The last negotiation was still rejected.